Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 42 petitions.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire, interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for. We got one here. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade. A very hard-working committee. We are working hard not only for key stakeholders on trade around the world, but for Canadians. And I'm very proud of our team. Our report today is called Multiculturalism, its contribution to Canada's international trade and investment activities. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure again. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 45th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Report 4, Oral Health Programs for First Nations and Inuit, Health Canada of the Fall 2017 Reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And several hundred witnesses later, and 50-plus amendments, and 76 briefs, and over 70 hours worth of testimony, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 19th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in relation to Bill C-59, an act respecting national security matters. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. And may I say, Mr. Speaker, that this really was a classic demonstration of how a parliamentary committee should operate.
And presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, when no member rises to speak on the motion relating to the Senate amendments to Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation, and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, or at 1 p.m. this day, whichever comes first, every question necessary to dispose of the said stage of the said bill shall be deemed put and recorded division deemed requested, and that the division not be deferred.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes? Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Agreed.
Yes?
Yes.
Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting, I'm sure, one of the largest set of petitions you perhaps ever have seen in this House. And it's all related to the government's attempt to repeal 176 of the Criminal Code in Bill C-51. That was the section, Mr. Speaker, that protects members of the clergy and it protects religious services. That when the government decided that they were going to remove that completely from the Criminal Code, this caused a bit of an outrage, Mr. Speaker. I shouldn't say a bit of an outrage, a considerable amount of discomfort and outrage across this country, and I have the petition here signed by over 8,000 people, and instructing the government and petitioning the government to leave that section alone, that religious services and members who officiate at religious services should have specific protection. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to present this, and this petition has been duly certified by the Clerk of Petitions, and thank you for this opportunity.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to present 3 petitions to the House today. The first one is on an important issue in my riding around plastics. It's in support of the member motion on 151 on how we're going to address plastics. It's really about regulations aimed at reducing plastic debris discharge from stormwater outfalls, industrial use of microplastics, including but not limited to microbeads, nurdles, fibrous microplastics and fragments, consumer and industrial use of single-use plastics, included but not limited to plastic bags, bottles, straws, tableware, etc. This is an important issue in our riding. We live on the coast, and they want to make sure that we see a clean shoreline. The second petition today is on another really important issue in my riding, which is around making sure that Canada Post services are withheld. So this one asks for Canada Post to make sure that the workers don't lose their jobs and that the 5 million households will lose their door-to-door delivery over the next 5 years. They want to make sure that doesn't happen because the cuts will hurt seniors and disabled Canadians in particular. Canada Post barely held any consultations. They're very concerned about that as well, Mr. Speaker. As you can see, there's a lot of signatures from my riding, so this is a big concern, and we hope to see that addressed soon. And the last petition that I'll be presenting today, Mr. Speaker, is largely from Campbell River, where the citizens are asking the Minister of Public Safety, Minister of Public Safety, to look at the harmful impact of pornography on the human mind and on the public safety. And they're asking the minister to remove all pornographic entertainment, including premium movie TV packages, from all Canadian federal penitentiaries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition. It's an e-petition 1335, and I think it's an issue I haven't heard raised in this place as a petition. Petitioners are very concerned about the ongoing issue of Spanish independence for the state of Catalonia. Millions of Catalans have been peacefully demonstrating. There was a vote, as we all know, of Catalan. The petitioners are concerned about the brutal repression of demonstrators, and they call on the House of Commons to condemn violent acts of police against defenseless and peaceful civilians who are demonstrating to support how they cast their own ballots for a democratically elected Catalan government independent of the state of Spain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for London, Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have 2 petitions today. The first from Canadians who believe that Via Rail should have a management strategy. It does not have a long-term plan and direction approved by government, and thus can unilaterally end service on any given route that affects thousands of Canadians. And if we have a management strategy, VIA can increase rail travel, reduce environmental and financial costs. And so finally, these petitioners are asking for the Government of Canada to support my bill, C-370, to establish a clear mandate for Via Rail. The second petition is from Canadians in support of postal banking. Mr. Speaker, nearly 2 million Canadians desperately need an alternative to payday lenders whose crippling lending rates affect the poor, marginalized, rural and Indigenous communities most. There are 3,800 Canada Post outlets already in rural areas where there are few or no banks or credit unions. Canada Post has the infrastructure and the ability to make rapid transactions, including postal banking. And so these petitioners ask the government to enact my motion, M166, to create a committee to study and propose a plan for postal banking under Canada Post Corporation. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure I table today yet another petition from the constituents of Winnipeg North, wanting to bring to the attention of the Prime Minister, in fact all members of this House, how important it is that we have a national pharmacare program, Mr. Speaker. They want to see changes made so that all Canadians have accessible, complimentary or free prescribed medicines. And it's with pleasure I table it today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
And then, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
It's the pleasure of the House that all remaining questions be answered. Pardon me? Allowed to stand. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It's my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation in the House of Commons for the electoral district of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes in the province of Ontario by reason of the passing of Gord Brown. Pursuant to subsection 28(1) of the Parliament of Canada Act, the Speaker has addressed a warrant to the acting Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy. Orders of the day. Order.
Government orders, government bills, comments.
Respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act.
Mr. Garneau, seconded by Ms. Leboutillier, moves that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that in relation to Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation, and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, the House accept les amendements 2.
Agrees with amendments 2, 7A, and 10B made by the Senate.
Respectfully disagrees with amendments 1A1, 1B, 5A1, 5B, because the issues raised by the amendments are addressed in the bill or by existing legislation. Rejette respectueusement l'amendement.
Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 1A2 because this would affect the Minister's ability to issue a decision on an application for a joint venture within the timelines set forth in the bill.
Fully disagrees with Amendments 3 and 4 because the passenger rights will be established in regulation by the Canada Transportation Agency as opposed to the airlines, and will automatically be incorporated into an airline tariff for the benefit of the passenger, and furthermore, Bill C-49 does not preclude third-party advocates from filing complaints on the content of terms and conditions of tariffs they find unreasonable. Rejette respectueusement.
Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 5A2 because Bill C-49 mandates new regulations that would specify carriers' obligations or standards of treatment of passengers for any delays, including a tarmac delay, as well as specific obligations for tarmac delays of more than 3 hours.
Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 5A3 because further study and consultation with concerned parties, including the federal agencies responsible for official languages, the Official Languages Commissioner, and the industry stakeholders are required to better understand the economic implications and competitiveness on the Canadian air sector. Proposes that Amendment 6 be amended by replacing the text of subsection 1.01 and 1.1 with the following. 1.1. For the purpose of an investigation conducted under subsection 1, the agency shall follow a company at least 20 days to file an answer and at least 10 days for a complaint to file a reply. 1.11. The agency may, with the authorization of the minister and subject to any terms and conditions that the minister considers appropriate of its own motion, conduct an investigation to determine whether a railway company is fulfilling its service obligations. The agency shall conduct the investigation as expeditiously as possible and make its determination within 90 days after the investigation begins.
Proposes that Amendment 7B be amended by replacing the text with the following text. In Canada, that is in the reasonable direction of the shipper's traffic and its destination.
In order to keep the intent of the Senate Amendment 7B, proposes to add the following amendment to Clause 95, subsection 5, page 64, by replacing line 8 with the following. Kilometers of an interchange in Canada that is in the reasonable direction of the shipper's traffic and its destination.
Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 7C because shippers in the Maritimes will continue to have access to other shipper remedies in the Act.
Disagrees with Amendment 8 because the final offer arbitration is not intended to be a cost-based remedy, but rather a commercially based process to settle a dispute during a negotiation of a confidential commercial contract. Proposes that Amendment 9 be amended by replacing the text of the amendment with the following text. 59.11. Schedule 2 to the Act is amended by replacing bean, except soybean, derivatives, flour, protein, isolates, fiber, with bean, including soybean derivatives, flour, protein, isolates, fiber. 2. Schedule 2 to the Act is amended by replacing beans except soybeans, including faba beans, splits, and screenings, with beans including soybeans, faba beans, splits, and screenings. 3. Schedule 2 to the Act is amended by adding in alphabetical order meal soybean, meal oil cake soybean, oil soybean, and oil cake soybean.
Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 10A because it would significantly impact the ability of railways to ensure the safety of railway operations. Debate.
The Honourable Minister of Transport? No, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, just on a quick point of order, if I could just have leave to return back to questions on the order paper, just to make a very quick 30-second statement.
Is that agreeable? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the government's response to question 1561 to question 1567 could be made for orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Now we'll go to debate. And the Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here today to discuss Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act, which was passed by the Senate with amendments on March 29, 2018. I would like to thank the Standing Senate Committee on Transport and Communications for their dedicated study and thorough review of the bill, which led to a total of 27 amendments being proposed, of which 18 were carried. The committee heard important testimonials from over 70 witnesses during 23 hours of hearings. The committee also received valued submissions from many other stakeholders during its diligent study of the bill. While there have been some differences of opinion, we have also heard how important this bill as a whole is to our economy, to the transportation system and to Canadians. The government wishes to thank all stakeholders who actively contributed to the study of Bill C-49 and helped to highlight its benefits and importance to the Canadian transportation system. Many groups spoke in support of this legislation, including but not limited to the Chemistry Industry Association of Canada, who testified to how pleased they were with C-49, including its transparency and fair access provisions. The Canadian Association of Railway Suppliers, who stated during their testimony that they believe Bill C-49 will encourage investment in the grain handling system. The Alberta Wheat Commission, who elaborated on the strong support Bill C-49 has amongst its 14,000 members. The Public Advocacy Interest Centre, who explained that the bill outlined clear and consistent standards of treatment and compensation for all air carriers. Metrolinx, who explained on the subject of LVVR that the bill strikes a balance between privacy and safety, and others such as Alberta Wheat, Alberta Barley, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, Grain Growers of Canada, Cereals Canada, and Soya Canada. Views such as these contribute to making Bill C-49 a transformational piece of legislation that strengthens Canada's transportation system. The Senate's amendments touch on the different areas of the bill, and the government has taken the time to carefully review each proposed amendment. Le gouvernement appuie les deux.
The government supports the two following amendments. The first has to do with the liberalization of restrictions when it comes to foreign ownership and reference to interests held directly or indirectly. One of the main goals of the bill is to clarify the situation for air carriers and for passengers. That is why we support the amendment to Bill C-49 when it comes to the foreign ownership of air carriers. The proposed amendment clarifies the matter of restrictions regarding foreign ownership of Canadian air carriers by one or more non-Canadian air carriers. The second supported amendment applies to locomotive voice and video recorders and adds the notion of destruction. Even though the notion of destruction of information is already included in the notion of conservation covered by this provision, the amendment further clarifies regulatory powers. That will ensure that all concerns raised about the necessity of ensuring that regulations include the destruction of information be included. This destruction would occur once companies are no longer required to keep that information. Consequently, this amendment is acceptable because it provides further detail.
The government also supports, with amendments, three other amendments. The first is called Agency-Owned Motion. It's important to recognize that the freight rail measures in Bill C-49 currently strike a delicate balance between the needs of shippers and railways. Any changes must be carefully considered in order to ensure that this balance and the long-term economic viability of the rail network is maintained. That said, we have heard the calls from shippers from across the country for different commodities about the need for the Canadian Transportation Agency to be able to conduct investigations into rail services issues on its own motion. That is why we are proposing an amendment that would expand the agency's existing complaint-based authority to investigate rail service issues by providing it with a new authority to investigate systemic rail service issues without a formal complaint, subject to the authorization of the Minister of Transport. This will give the agency new powers to investigate and address service issues for multiple shippers at once while retaining an appropriate level of oversight by the government. The second Senate amendment we accept with amendment is the direction of traffic for long-haul interswitching. The government recognizes that the efficiency of shipments by rail is critical to bringing grains and all other commodities and goods to market. In recognition of the specific needs of captive shippers, such as those in the mining sector, C-49 includes a new remedy, long-haul interswitching, which was designed specifically to provide them with competitive alternatives and better rates and service. LHI, as we call it, will provide captive shippers with access to an alternative carrier with the rate for the regulated movement of up to 1,200 kilometres being determined by the Canadian Transportation Agency based on comparable traffic. This new remedy will be efficient and effective, with the agency conducting all the necessary work and analysis and issuing a decision within 30 business days. This remedy will help ensure that captive Canadian shippers can continue to be globally competitive with access to competitive rail services at the lowest freight rates in the world. To further improve this remedy, the government is accepting the Senate amendment concerning the direction of traffic for long-haul interswitching movements with minor changes. These amendments will continue to ensure that shippers who are located within 30 kilometres of an interchange or that are served by another railway are not excluded from accessing LHI if the railway or interchange is not in the reasonable direction of the movement of their traffic. Mr. Speaker, not only is this bill supported by a wide array of stakeholders, but it offers many benefits for all rail shippers, including those that are captive. We are committed to working with all shippers to ensure that these benefits are properly understood by all and that they will be used to the fullest extent possible to strengthen their negotiating leverage with railways and to hold them fully accountable for the quality of the service they provide. And thirdly, there is the addition of soybeans to the MRE, as another, the MRE being maximum revenue entitlement. As another example of our government's continued support for Canadian farmers and the agricultural sector more generally, we are accepting, with some modifications, the Senate's amendment adding soybeans to the maximum revenue entitlement. The modifications will ensure that soybeans and their related byproducts will benefit from the advantages of moving under the maximum revenue entitlement. Recognizing the importance of ensuring that this bill strikes the right balance, the government is unable to support the remaining amendments that have been proposed by the Senate. In the area of freight rail, the first is long-haul interswitching in the Maritimes. While we understand the concerns of captive shippers in the Maritimes, we must also ensure the continued viability of the Eastern Rail Network and fluidity through the Montreal area. While we do not intend to expand LHI to enable captive shippers in the Maritimes to access the remedy in Montreal, this bill does make significant improvements to existing remedies that will benefit these shippers. In addition, C-49 contains a number of other measures affecting marine transportation that should be particularly helpful for shippers in Atlantic Canada, including one is liberalization of the rules regarding repositioning of empty shipping containers, and two, amendments to the Canada Marine Act to permit port authorities and their wholly owned subsidiaries to receive loans and loan guarantees from the Canada Infrastructure Bank. We could not accept either final offer arbitration based on cost. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to strike a careful and effective balance between the interests of railways and shippers, and we believe it does just that. The existing Canada Transportation Act provides shippers with a commercially based final offer arbitration process to settle a dispute during a negotiation of a confidential commercial contract with a railway. FOA is intended to establish a market-based rather than a cost-based rate. As part of this process, an arbitrator is already allowed to request technical assistance, including costing and legal assistance from the Canadian Transportation Agency. There is nothing in the Act that obligates the arbitrator to seek the consent of railways for such assistance. And the arbitrator can hold any failure on the part of the railways to disclose information against the railway when making a final decision. Bill C-49 benefits shippers in many ways, including enabling the minister to publicize aggregated freight rail information that will help shippers in their commercial negotiations with the railways and lessening the need to access remedies such as the FOA. Through this bill, shippers, including captive shippers, are offered many alternative remedies such as LHI, reciprocal financial penalties, shortened timelines for agency decisions, and access to improved informal dispute resolution mechanisms. All of these will respond to shipper needs and concerns for greater access, more transparency, and increased accountability. Dans le domaine du transport aérien,
when it comes to aerial transport, the amendments regarding aerial transport of the bill are not accepted. They are as follows. The provision regarding persons affected and the rights of airline passengers. The government does not support the amendments proposed for provisions regarding passengers likely to file a complaint if they consider that their air carrier did not correctly take into account their rights. These passengers are designated by the term aggrieved persons. Even though the bill, C-49, refers to the fact that an aggrieved person must file a complaint, I need to mention that this does not prevent the passenger from requesting assistance from a third party to support them when filing a complaint. Organizations that represent Canadians or promote on their behalf the improvement of airline services may continue to play this role by challenging the content of fees they consider to be unreasonable. When it comes to the transportation of human remains, the government does not support this amendment intended to develop policies of airline companies when it comes to the transportation of human remains. This information is already noted in the fee for an airline company, and therefore this proposal is considered redundant. Delays on the tarmac. The government proposal to resolve the matter of delays on the tarmac were developed to take into account exemplary international practices and industry operational realities. I'm talking about airports and airlines. Not only does our approach establish clear and standard requirements for all air carriers, our approach will ensure that these particular standards apply to a delay on the tarmac regardless of its length, with the requirement to deplane after a 3-hour delay. When it comes to airline passenger rights included in this bill, it is not necessary to set up a 3-year review because there are already provisions requiring the production of annual reports on the number of complaints received by the Canadian Transportation Agency, as well as measures of performance on the way these airline companies respect the rights of passengers. Official languages. Requirements having to do with upholding the official languages requirement under the Official Languages Act is the responsibility of the Heritage Department and the Treasury Board Secretariat. Transport Canada continues to support both official languages in Canada, including the requirement that all the regulations of Bill C-49 and all announcements regarding security for aircraft be done in both official languages, but the scope of the amendment goes beyond the powers outlined in this bill. Joint businesses. We think that Bill C-49 regarding the voluntary system of approval of joint enterprises establishes a fair balance between matters of concurrence and matters of public interest. I will remind my colleagues of the House that we accepted an amendment that the Standing Committee on Transportation, Infrastructure, and Communities of the House proposed following its in-depth study of the bill, which focused on the publication of summaries of decisions made by the Department of Transportation when it came to implementation. The amendment guarantees the transparency of the process already. The amendment proposed by the Senate, in which there would be a review conducted every 2 years, doubles up reviews because the department already has the power to examine these types of enterprises. Furthermore, it is not necessary to define the concept of public interest because Bill C-49 requires that guidelines be developed with the Competition Bureau in order to take into account factors that must be considered. Locomotive, video, and voice recorders. The government does not support the amendment proposed to remove the proactive use of the data provided by these recorders. The fundamental reason for the recorder process is security. The amendment would considerably reduce the advantages of recorders when it comes to safety and security. A 2016 report by the Transportation Safety Office demonstrated the advantages of using recorder data when it comes to identifying and mitigating risks proactively.
Government cannot support these amendments. We recognize the thoroughness of the review of the bill conducted by the Senate and the special care the senators took in proposing these amendments. I would like to thank the Senate and the many witnesses who took the time to prepare submissions or to appear before the Senate committee for their valuable contribution to the legislative process. Mr. Speaker, the performance of Canada's transportation system is critical to the overall well-being of Canadians and our trade-dependent economy. We need to help to ensure that the system is best positioned to meet the demands of the economy so that we can keep Canada's travellers and trade moving efficiently and safely today and in the future. This is precisely what we are proposing to do with Bill C-49. To further strengthen this bill, the government is proposing to accept 5 well-articulated Senate amendments which would significantly reinforce the objectives of this bill. And I mentioned that this is in addition to the 9 very good amendments that came to us from the House Standing Committee on Transportation. The robust due diligence and hard work of senators and members of Parliament will help to ensure the continued viability, efficiency and safety of the Canadian transportation system. Most importantly, as requested by a large number of Canadian shippers, the passage of this legislation would establish new own motion powers for the Canadian Transportation Agency, ensuring that shippers will be able to benefit from a stronger, more accountable freight rail transportation legislative framework. In terms of rail freight, the swift passage of this bill would enable much-needed contingency planning, more comprehensive data, and new powerful remedies for the sector, helping to avoid a repeat of the issues experienced this year. This bill would also increase the safety of the transportation system, as well as ensure the security of all those who utilize it. This bill would additionally assure the implementation of world-leading passenger rights for air travelers, bringing Canadian transportation into the 21st century. The resulting legislative package has been carefully crafted to achieve a fair, balanced, and safe transportation system that will establish the conditions for the success of the many players involved while supporting a strong and prosperous economy. The testimony heard from witnesses from all over Canada made one thing very clear, that the passage of this legislation must be a top priority for the government. Mr. Speaker, I am seeking the support of the House to vote in favour of this government motion. This will in turn expedite the passage of the bill to the Senate once again for its consideration and approval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his presentation. but I think it highlights a lot of the frustration that we've had and we've heard from our stakeholders. And, a lot of the questions that we've had is if, the inaction from the minister on this file, especially when it comes to grain transportation, is that he's standing up saying we're going to be supporting a lot of these amendments that were brought up at the Standing Committee for Transportation almost a year ago when they turned those same amendments down. And now, months later, as our producers have had to suffer this grain backlog for months, the question that we're having is why wouldn't you support these amendments months ago rather than making us go through this? And he mentioned that the Canadian Transportation Agency will now have own motion powers to investigate any issues that may arise. However, as part of that amendment, the authority to allow that investigation to happen is strictly at the feet of the minister. The minister can make that decision if an investigation is going to go happen, and he sets the parameters. So my question to the minister is he took no action when the grain backlog was at its worst from October right through February, did nothing. How can our stakeholders trust that he will take action next time when a complaint or an issue is brought forward by the Canadian Transportation Agency?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, I thank my colleague for his comments, and I guess what I could do is perhaps quote a few organizations and their comments about Bill C-49, which we worked very, very hard to put in place. The Agricultural Producers Association of Saskatchewan. Producers, and I'm quoting, often feel that we are very distant from decision makers in Ottawa and that our concerns often go unheard. The Agricultural Producers Association of Saskatchewan President Todd Lewis stated, with C-49, we believe that the Minister, MPs and Senators have all paid attention and worked hard to address long-standing problems in grain transportation. We look forward to quick passage of this legislation to ensure that we can plan for moving the crop that we are seeding this spring. So I couldn't be more delighted, and I've got many, many other quotations, that we are approaching the end, I hope, and that we will soon have royal assent so that our farmers can properly plan the coming year with many, many more tools at their disposal than they've had in the past.
Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I've been listening very attentively, as I always do when the Minister of Transport speaks. Although, unfortunately, I don't always have the same opinion as him. For example, if you take the approach in Bill C-49, let's remember this is an omnibus transport bill, which really tries to do too much. And it is very clear, and has been since the beginning of this bill, that this is the case. Now, I'd like to come back to talk about the Passengers' Bill of Rights, which is not included in Bill C-48. We would have liked it to be there, but it's not. I'd like the Minister to explain why he refused the Senator's amendment that would bring the waiting time on the tarmac down to 90 minutes before there's an intervention. Now, is he fundamentally against that amendment, or is it more that he thinks that this problem will be solved by regulation later on? Because we know that when Bill C-49 is passed, there will be a new process. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, and I thank my colleague for his comments. Now, first, on the omnibus allegation, I would say that in terms of 90% of what is in this bill, it refers to the Canada Transportation Act. So this is not an omnibus bill. This is a complex bill that makes a number of changes on that. As far as waiting times on the tarmac are concerned, I would like my colleague to know that in the United States, for example, the waiting time is 3 hours for domestic flights and 4 hours for international flights. We painstakingly analyzed this time period. If you want to understand what's going on in an airport, you have to recognize that it is very complex to make a decision about waiting times in a busy airport. I am convinced that we made the right decision on this. But he should also remember one important fact. During those 3 hours on the tarmac, airlines would have to provide food, drinks, access to washrooms, and constant updates to tell passengers what's going on. And then only after 3 hours would there be an obligation to have passengers disembark.
It's the honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister for putting together this important piece of legislation that's going to improve the efficiency of our transportation system in Canada. Having spent dozens upon dozens of hours on the Transport Committee studying this piece of legislation, there's one issue that I found very, very difficult, and that's the issue of improving safety using locomotive voice and video recorders without compromising the privacy of the workers. We have seen one of the amendments, I believe it was Amendment 10B, that the Minister will be accepting from the Senate that provides greater clarity on the destruction of records. How will this amendment ensure that the safety outcomes will still exist while making sure that railways are not permitted to spy on the day-to-day happenings in their yards and of their employees? Thank you.
Well, Minister of Transport.
I thank my colleague for his comment, and I congratulate him on the hard work that he did in the Standing Committee on Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities, reviewing this complex piece of legislation. We have been concerned right from the beginning about certain important aspects that have been brought to our attention with respect to the use of LVVR data, which is fundamental to improving safety. And those are the issues of privacy, respecting privacy, and also that this does not become a tool to in any way assess or punish any of the employees. We will now go through a regulatory process to ensure that this is fully respected, including the destruction when the information is no longer required, so that there will not be important data that is private in nature left to possibly be accessed illegally by others. So we felt it was a good thing to very specifically address the question of distraction, and all of the parameters will be worked out during the regulatory exercise that will happen as soon as royal assent is given.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable minister for the report back of this bill. I would have liked some more of the Senate amendments to have been acceptable to the government, but I wanted to focus on the bigger question while we have the chance of the minister in this chamber. I'm very concerned, as you will know, that our current freight rail service, being in private hands, isn't meeting the needs of the Canadian economy. We don't have rail service to Churchill right now. We don't have reliable rail service for prairie farmers to get their grain to ports. And that results, as you'll know, in backing up of large container ships into the Gulf Islands, where they basically use the waters off my riding as a free parking space while they wait to get into Vancouver Harbour in hopes that the grain is going to have arrived. Is there anything in sort of big picture thinking coming up from from Transport Canada about short of nationalizing our freight again, which we used to have a nationalized freight rail service, to get the private sector to actually deliver goods that Canadians need and on time?
Well, Minister of Transport.
My honourable colleague brings up some very valid points, and there's no question about it. Our railways need to do better, and I have been in touch with them on a regular basis and told them they need to do better. You know, Canadian National will be investing over $3 billion. They have the message. Yesterday, they announced a contract to buy 350 transportation wagons to bring lumber. They are investing also massively in new hopper cars. They are buying over 100 new locomotives. They are building sidings for more efficient travel so that we can precisely eliminate the problems that have been brought to our attention by my honourable colleague. So the railways understand now that they have to do better. And this is particularly acute when the economy is working well, because that's when we have the highest pressure, because there is a lot of potash to move, there's a lot of grain to move, there's a lot of lumber to move, there's a lot of minerals to move, and that's when the railways are tested at their most. And they, I believe, have the message that they now need to increase the number of resources that they have at their disposal, and I should mention also hiring new staff to take care of this rolling stock.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on the government's response to the Senate's amended version of C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act. Conservatives know that the rail transportation system is vital to the economic well-being of our country's economy. The Prime Minister and his Minister of Transport have been dragging their heels on addressing the serious needs of our transportation systems and the impact on our economy. By way of background, in 2014, then Minister of Transport, the member for Milton, launched the statutory review of the Canada Transportation Act a whole year early. After the Emerson report was presented to the Minister of Transport in December 2015, he then spent over a year consulting on the consultations before finally introducing Bill C-49 in May of 2017. Despite the year's delay between the Emerson report and the introduction of C-49, this bill was seen as so important that the Transportation Committee came back a week early at the start of the fall session to hear from as many stakeholders as possible. The committee heard over 40 hours of testimony on this bill at that time. It was necessary to hear that many hours of testimony on this bill because despite the Liberals claiming otherwise, this is an omnibus bill. This bill deals with airlines, air travel, ocean shipping, rail safety, and the railway and rail shipper relationship. It makes dramatic changes to the acts and regulations of each of these modes of transportation. The Minister has continually spoken about the need to pass this bill as quickly as possible in response to the difficult situation that shippers are facing due to the government's choice to allow the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act to lapse. Of course, there have been several opportunities which would have facilitated the faster passage of the rail portion of this bill. For example, I introduced a motion to split the rail section out of C-49, which would have allowed a more speedy review and passage of that section. Unfortunately, this suggestion was dismissed out of hand as the Minister preferred to leave the bill in its omnibus form, despite the warnings that in doing so would result in a slower process. Over the course of the testimony at committee, witnesses told us they had numerous amendments that they wanted to see made to this bill. However, they recognized that the government would not likely be open to hundreds of amendments, so most of the stakeholders focused their energies on just 3 or 4 key amendments which they felt were absolutely necessary for this bill to be workable. At Transport Committee, my Conservative colleagues and I, along with our friend the member for Trois-Rivières, put forward many of the focused, reasonable amendments suggested as a minimum by the witnesses. Sadly, the Liberals were tone deaf to these suggestions and rejected all but a few of our amendments. Further, of the few amendments that were accepted, in most cases, a Liberal member had already proposed the same or a similar amendment. So to say that they accepted many of the amendments put forward by the opposition members at committee would be a stretch. It is not surprising to me that many of the amendments we proposed and which the Liberals rejected were picked up by our honourable colleagues in the other place. Which brings me to the Senate amendments and the Liberals' response to them. The Liberals are accepting one amendment and tweaking another, but that both deal with the proposed new long-haul interswitching regime. Again, by way of background, the previous Conservative government had introduced extended interswitching in order to help grain farmers get their world-class products to the coast by encouraging competition in the rail service industry. Most, if not all, of the shipper and grain industry stakeholders I've met with over the past few years appreciate the extended interswitching remedy. They are disappointed that extended interswitching was replaced in this bill with the complicated long-haul interswitching system. Stakeholders fear that the new LHI system will not create the competitive environment that extended interswitching did. A major problem with LHI, raised by multiple witnesses, was that the shipper would be forced to use the nearest interchange point, even if it was in the opposite direction of the product's final destination. Yes, you heard me correctly. The shipper would be forced to use the nearest interchange point, even if it meant that the product would be going in the opposite direction of its intended destination. Essentially, this would mean that many shippers would have to send their products in the wrong direction in order to connect with a competing railway. Multiple stakeholders suggested a simple, common-sense fix for this problem: adding the line "in the reasonable direction" to the clause, ensuring that no shipper would have to send their product potentially hundreds of kilometers in the wrong direction in order to use the LHI remedy. This change was so clearly reasonable and necessary that the member from Trois-Rivières and I introduced the same amendments to that line, completely separate from one another. Unfortunately, the Liberal members on the committee voted against this simple fix. However, and this should not come as a shock, this small, reasonable amendment was introduced and adopted by the members of the other place. Now the government is accepting the amendment. Why did they not accept our suggestion last October? Is the Senate amendment more acceptable because it did not come from opposition members? I certainly hope such partisanship is not the reason for this decision. As I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, an efficient and well-functioning transportation system is critical to the Canadian economy. Many industries rely on rail to get their products to market, including Canada's mining, forestry, and manufacturing industries. In this motion, the Liberals are rejecting vital amendments that would help address systemic problems in our rail transportation system that hamper the national and international competitiveness of the industries I just mentioned. They continue to ignore the good faith work of the opposition, the opinions of the other place, and a multitude of expert witnesses. The Mining Association of Canada, representing shippers that account for 19% of all exported goods, released a statement delineating their concern and frustration regarding the minister's refusal to accept amendments to the final offer arbitration, or the FOA process. This process is one of the only remedies that captive shippers, meaning shippers who have access to only one railway, have when they are faced with uncompetitive rates. And I'm going to quote them here. The amendment on FOA, introduced by a member of the Independent Senators Group and supported by all but one member of the Senate Transport and Communications Committee, was also supported by a coalition of 8 captive shipper industry associations. The amendment would have increased data transparency in the FOA process, which is the only remedy available to captive shippers to seek rates more like those that might prevail under conditions of effective competition to address its erosion by CN and CP. The minister's response in a motion sent to the House of Commons erodes FOA even further, strengthening CN and CP and leaving captive shippers at their mercy. In his motion to Parliament, the minister does not provide a rationale for rejecting the amendment. Instead, he repeats arguments regularly made by CN and CP and ignores or defies the state of the law regarding the purpose of FOA, undermining the ability of the most captive shippers to obtain competitive rates and levels of service." End quote. Francois Touga, a lawyer with Macmillan LLP and transportation expert, who also spoke at our Transportation Committee hearings on Bill C-49, gave this analysis of the minister's motion that we are debating today. And I quote, "The motion tabled by the Minister of Transport not only rejects the Senate amendment, but further enhances railway market power over captive shippers. Rather than retaining the status quo, the motion asks the House to give credibility to an interpretation that A, contradicts what Canadian courts have said about the FOA remedy, and B, further tilts the current imbalance in the FOA remedy in favour of the railways. The Minister's support for Class 1 railways inflicts additional harm on those few shippers who are permitted to access final offer arbitration. The Senate amendment would have entitled a shipper to obtain a determination of the railway's cost of transporting its goods to assist an arbitrator in FOA to determine whether to select the offer of the carrier or the shipper. Now, the Minister has publicly declared that FOA is not a cost-based remedy, but rather a commercially based process to settle a dispute during a negotiation of a confidential commercial contract. There are at least 4 things wrong with this statement." Mr. Touga goes on. First, the Federal Court of Appeal and the Alberta Court of Queen's Bench declared FOA to be a form of rate regulation and an arbitrator appointed under FOA to be a regulatory authority. Ignoring the courts, the Minister has adopted the losing position of the railways before the courts. Second, railways can now quote the Minister in support of their position that costs have nothing to do with rates. While the average business person will understand this statement to be incorrect, arbitrators will be asked to take it into account. Shippers who are already exposed to daunting odds in the use of FOA will face yet another hurdle. Third, nothing in the FOA remedy requires the outcome to be a negotiated confidential commercial contract. Whether a railway accepts a contract on the terms set out in an FOA award is 100% up to that railway. Because it can transport the goods under tariff, a railway does not have to enter into a contract. Fourth, by failing to accept the Senate amendment, the Minister is condoning the railway's efforts to undermine the viability of the FOA remedy as a means of challenging rates and conditions of service that railways can impose unilaterally. The Senate amendment would have allowed a shipper to compare rates offered by the railway to rates that would prevail under conditions of effective competition. Instead, the government motion will entrench the railway's market power or dominance over shippers who must use the railway to which they are captive for all or part of their shipments to domestic markets." End quote. Mr. Speaker, I know that these sections of Bill C-49 are very technical, and while they may never make the headlines, these small changes can mean success or failure for entire industries. The Minister's rejection of this reasonable Senate amendment will have serious repercussions for the entire transportation system. After weakening final offer arbitration, the Liberals have utterly eliminated the efficacy of the Senate's amendments regarding the Canadian Transportation Agency's own motion power. The other place amended C-49 to give what is called own motion power to the Canadian Transportation Agency. With this power, the CTA would have been able to investigate broader breaches of a railway service obligations rather than being limited to investigating only a specific complaint. This power would allow the agency to investigate systemic issues. For example, the recent failure of the railways to provide adequate service for grain shippers. However, the minister all but rejected this amendment. This government motion makes the term own motion a farce. By definition, if the agency must seek political approval before beginning an investigation, they do not possess own motion. Further, the motion additionally erodes the term own motion power by stating that the minister can set any terms and conditions he or she deems appropriate. Again, Francois Tougas commented on this change as well, and I quote, "The minister's motion refers to a desire for appropriate government oversight, but the minister's proposed amendment contains no provision to ensure accountability in relation to this discretion to interfere in the work of an independent tribunal. Under the minister's amendment, the government does not have to respond to an agency request for authorization at all, or to do so within a reasonable time period, does not need to make its decision to grant or withhold authorization public, does not need to disclose terms and conditions imposed on the agency, and does not need to provide a rationale for any decision to interfere with the agency's exercise of its mandate. The minister already has the ability to direct an agency inquiry at any time. The shipping community is facing repeated and prolonged service failures, and the extended failures over these past many months have not prompted the minister to exercise that ability. The fact of these failures and the impact of these failures was regularly communicated, sometimes on a weekly or daily basis, and resulted in no action by the minister. If the minister was not willing to exercise that ability in this crisis, what would it take to authorize an agency investigation?" End quote. This amendment by the Liberals to the Senate's amendment is yet another blow to our shippers, and its repercussions will be felt throughout the Canadian economy. Moving on to locomotive video and voice recorders, or LVVRs as we refer to them, and what the government is doing with the Senate's amendment on LVVRs. While in committee, we heard from witnesses regarding the introduction of LVVRs. They voiced concerns with who would have access to this data and what it would be used for. The minister assured the committee that Transport Canada would protect the information and only allow it to be used in certain circumstances, including the term proactive safety management. The Liberals voted down an amendment brought forward by our NDP colleague and supported by the Conservatives to limit the accessibility of this data to only the CTA and only after an accident to be used for investigative purposes. The Senate passed their own amendment, which also limited the accessibility of LVVR data to incident investigations. The minister has chosen to ignore this amendment as well. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. This is a serious issue, so serious that the Privacy Commissioner took the unusual step of writing to the Transport Committee during its study to raise his concerns. I have quoted him in the past, but considering the obstinate refusal of the minister to accept any amendments in this area, it bears repeating. And I quote, "Our underlying concern is that proactive safety management is a purpose that could be broadly interpreted in practice, potentially encompassing employee output measurement or other performance-related objectives. Train operators have pointed out that certain rail routes are extensive and could result in drivers being recorded continuously over 60 to 70 hours while operating the locomotive. In our view, allowing rail companies to have broad access to audio and video data for non-investigatory purposes has a greater impact on privacy and could open the door to potential misuse of the data or function creep." End quote. Further, the Teamsters Canada, the union representing the employees that will be affected by LVVR, feel betrayed by this government. Don Ashley of Teamsters Canada put it this way, and I quote, "Teamsters Canada Rail Conference are extremely disappointed in the minister's continued callousness towards the rights of working Canadians and the erosion of privacy rights afforded to every other Canadian. This began with the disregard of the thoughtful amendments of the opposition parties in the House, along with the opinion of the Privacy Commissioner, and continued with his latest dismissal of the Senate's amendment regarding LVVR." End quote. Mr. Speaker, it is not only rail where the minister has ignored expert witnesses. The highly publicized and so-called Air Passenger Bill of Rights was sent to the other place as more or less a blank slate. The minister intended for Transport Canada to govern by regulation, giving the government cover for any issues that may arise. This led air passenger rights advocates to call this section nothing more than some sort of sham. The Senate's amendments gave the Air Passenger Bill of Rights some degree of form. However, all the changes brought forward by the other place are opposed by this minister. Mr. Speaker, there is so much more I could say about this bill. For example, the shocking decision to remove transparency from the airline joint venture application process. However, in the interest of time, I will leave my comments there, and I will state in closing, Mr. Speaker, that it seems that despite urging the quick passage of this bill, the minister and the party opposite have slowed progress in almost every way, resulting directly in the problems facing grain farmers over the last number of months. As I have already mentioned, the government allowed the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act to sunset. They refused to split Bill C-49 into two bills to speed up its passage. They blocked many reasonable technical amendments, thereby forcing the other place to pass them and send it back to the House. And now they are refusing to accept many of the Senate's amendments. This refusal will only serve to slow down passage of the bill even further. If the House votes in favour of the minister's motion, C-49 will then be returned to the Senate once again. Mr. Speaker, shippers, especially farmers, need the government to pass legislation to help them now. They do not need the minister to play legislative ping-pong because he refuses to listen to stakeholders. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Foothills, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation, and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and concurred in. Thank you.
Good.
Mrs. Block, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and concurred in. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I want to congratulate my colleague from the Transport Committee. We put in a very solid week of work listening to a lot of people. And despite the fact that we ended up on different pages in some issues, there was a great deal of effort to make sure that this moved forward. The one issue on final offer arbitration, wanted to maybe test the members' memory a little bit, because there are also provisions in the bill that required railroads to provide information about what they were actually charging to move, similar products over similar distances. And I'm just wondering if that's the kind of information that could help inform an arbitrator as they went through the FOA process.
The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question and for his comments. We certainly did spend a very long week before everybody else arrived back at this place to hear testimony from many, many witnesses. And I think, again, as he would have noted, that the process that we undertook was a very collaborative one. And although we arrived on different pages, as he said, I would concur that we did good work. However, what we have in front of us today is what would appear yet another delay. And when he asks about the final offer arbitration process, absolutely. I think any information that the railways would provide would be useful. However, what we do know is that this ability to do this by our captive shippers has been greatly curtailed by the response by the minister. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her work at the Transportation Committee. I recognize her skills and her openness. This morning, focus is more on the form than on the substance. We have a lot of common points, and I'm looking forward to voting for her amendment when the time comes. But the question I'm asking myself is that when we receive the mandate from the public to be an opposition member, the mission is to improve a bill, not to systematically oppose it. That's what we're trying to do with the amendments we're tabling. I had to work at a time when we had a government that was not inclined to accept amendments from the other side. And it seems that the same thing is happening now. And yet, opposition members represent over 60% of the population. How does she explain this closure to her proposals, which do not wish to limit or cut down the bill, but to improve it? The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. If I understand it, I again agree with him that as members of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition and the other opposition parties, it is our duty to take a look at legislation, at bills that are introduced by the government with a view to ensuring that we bring to the table perhaps amendments that we truly do believe would improve a bill. I think I said the last time that we were debating C-49, can a bill ever be perfect without having objective third groups taking a look at it, perhaps seeing things that weren't caught in its original drafting, and then certainly as it goes to the other place. And I think what I would say is that I think we came to the process around Bill C-49 in good faith, understanding the very important, the importance of this bill, and the importance that it would have on our transportation systems and the economy as a whole. And so I believe that the amendments that we brought forward in the House Committee were amendments that we thought were absolutely necessary in order to improve the bill and address the concerns that were raised to us by witnesses.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member, as I too have been sitting on a Transport, Infrastructure and Communities Committee with her, and fine work she's done, as well as the rest of the members, to bring this forward. Coming back to the House a week early in September was a priority for the minister, and therefore a priority for us, the committee, and therefore coming forward with this legislation. Mr. Speaker, this has become an enabler. It's become an enabler that aligns with our trade corridor strategy, with our numerous trade deals to bring product expeditiously across country lines and, of course, out to the global market. My question, Mr. Speaker, is with respect to a comment that was made by the Agricultural Producers Association of Saskatchewan. Producers often feel that we are very distant from decision makers in Ottawa and that our concerns often go unheard. APAS President Todd Lewis stated, with C-49, we believe that the Minister, MPs and Senators all have paid attention and worked hard to address long-standing problems in grain transportation. We look forward to quick passage of the legislation to ensure that we can plan for moving the crop that we are seeding this spring. My question, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member, is, with that said, is the Conservative Party of Canada prepared to vote in support of C-49 for its quick passage once we finish debate here today?
The honourable member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Recognize that we have been serving on this committee together since just after the election, and so we've done a lot of good work, I believe. Look, stakeholders do want to see this bill passed, but what I've been hearing is they want to see this bill passed as amended by the Senate. In a news release, the Grain Growers of Canada say, we urge Parliament to pass it now, referring to Bill C-49. And I believe that they want to see an amended version of Bill C-49 passed. And, you know, in regards to his question about addressing, you know, that desire by stakeholders to see this bill passed, I've just introduced an amendment to the minister's motion that would see this bill go directly for royal assent. So I can't see any quicker route than the one that I've proposed. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague for her work as Shadow Minister for Transportation. One of the major issues contained within Bill C-49 is the Passenger Bill of Rights. And of course, the Minister of Transport stood in this House and said that there were going to be stricter rules placed on airlines with respect to Passenger Bill of Rights. He appeared before the Senate committee and said, in fact, that he never said that there would be stricter rules. And we have the Senate now coming back with amendments, proposed amendments that would see stricter rules with respect to Passenger Bill of Rights. In fact, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, based on the thousands of petitions that have been received, the signatures that are on those petitions, that there is a very real appetite within this country to see a strict Passenger Bill of Rights. So I'm asking for my honourable colleague to comment on that issue and why it's not, the government is not accepting the proposed amendments from the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. You know, simply put, I think this bill was sold long before it was studied at committee as one of the centerpieces of this bill would be an air passenger bill of rights. I think I even heard the minister say that again this morning in his comments, and yet we know that this bill does nothing of the sort. It does not create an air passenger bill of rights. In fact, as I quoted in my remarks, the air passenger rights advocates are calling this section nothing more than some sort of a sham, and that's a quote, Mr. Speaker. It does not provide any specifics on what compensation levels for passengers under this Bill of Rights would be. And the Senate's amendments basically give some degree of form to a passenger Bill of Rights by starting to put in place something that I think consumers can take a look at and say, okay, these are some of the things that we can expect to see in an air passenger Bill of Rights. And yet we have none of that with the minister's motion before us. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. La députée de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I rise to speak on Bill C-49, I have to say that just before me there is a magnificent bouquet of flowers and hockey jersey, which reminds us that one of our own left all too quickly. I wish to offer my sincere condolences to his wife and his entire family and say that I hope that they will find comfort at the heart of the Conservative family which is theirs. There was a bit of sad news. May 2nd was the anniversary of all the members in this place who had been elected for the first time, May 2nd, 2011. So to all of you, happy anniversary. And once again, I want to thank the citizens of Trois-Rivières who have placed their trust in me since then. Every day that I rise, not only in this house, but every day that I get up, I wish to honor them and to meet their aspirations. Now, I'll come back to the main topic. This is a speech on Bill C-49. This all got started in a somewhat strange way. The minister said that this is not an omnibus bill because it affects a single law for the most part, but it changes so many elements that we have to wonder how we can quickly, well, we have to get rid of quickly because we've been working on this for 2 years and we've been waiting for certain aspects. For example, the Passenger Bill of Rights, which during the previous parliament, the NDP had tabled a charter, not a bill, to perhaps study ways of setting up regulation that we could eventually include in a charter, but had actually tabled a bill that included a charter that answered all the usual questions on this matter. At the time, the Liberals had voted in favor of this NDP bill by saying that we recognize the relevance of the work that you have done. Why reinvent the wheel? At the time that the Minister of Transportation became minister in this government, I don't understand it. As I said earlier, there's an expression that says if you hold someone too closely, it's not a comfortable situation. This does not seem to be working. We made a great deal of efforts to accelerate this process because in different aspects of this bill, there are many stakeholders who are waiting for a solution to a problem or for new ways of doing things. The Committee of Transportation sat intensively at the beginning of September, a complete week before the House resumed, in order to accelerate consideration of it. And we have accepted cutting down on debate in order to come to a vote as quickly as possible in order to maximize the chances of the bill of being approved and solving some problems. I think, however, we could have done this better and faster. For example, by dividing this bill at the very beginning. Certain stakeholders agreed on measures that dealt with grain transportation. We could have quickly resolved that aspect and set up those measures and ensured that many producers would not be negatively impacted by a bill that was slow in coming along. Government bills seem to favor profits of large companies to the detriment of workers and consumer interests. C-49 is not an exception. There's an absence of real protection of airline passengers, of dubious surveillance of workers, and a failure to protect competition. This is a clear indication of the vote that's coming. New Democrats have always fought for the interests of consumers and workers. Any bill that does not defend these interests is not going to be supported by us. Bill C-49 has four main blocks. I have to group them under those four main blocks because I don't have that much time and I've already used up quite a bit of it. Now, when it comes to railway transportation of grain, everything is coming a little bit late. Now, when it comes to the main measures about grain, transporters who are listening to us know that they're going through a period of instability since August 1st, 2017, when measures that were helping grain shippers to negotiate better transportation rates of their goods, that agreement expired. We had proposed to divide up the bill, but also to renew the temporary measures set up by the previous government while waiting for C-49 to make its way through, and that was refused. In the absence of protection measures to help competitiveness, producers have to pay the tariffs set out by railway companies, set up by CN and Canada Pacific. When there are two railway companies, I suppose that there's competition. One can imagine that everything's going well and that producers will be able to get the best value for the services they're paying for, but everyone understands quite well that this is more of a duopoly. That is why the NDP proposed to divide the bill more than once. I'll move on because time is running out quickly. When it comes to C-49, we always supported the provisions of the bill that had to do with shipping grain by rail. We support the Senate amendments on that particular matter and on many others, actually. I would say that in order to be coherent, curiously, a great number of amendments that were tabled in the Senate, the same ones had been tabled either by the Conservative Party or the New Democratic Party during our committee study. And those amendments weren't supported by the party in power. A few of them seem to have gained some traction as the Senate took up those same ones, but many were refused. This raises the issue of when opposition members are elected, they're not elected to systematically oppose what the government is doing. The main goal of a member of the opposition who doesn't control the legislative agenda is to say, you've tabled a bill on such and such thing. Perhaps you don't know everything, and perhaps together we can find the ways to improvement. We've been looking for solutions, and that's what the opposition members have been proposing. Opposition members of all stripes represent 61% of the vote during the last election. It seems to me that that's a voice that should be heard. Unfortunately, our democratic system is a little bit fallible in this regard. I certainly hope to see electoral reform as proposed by many parties during the last election campaign. Unfortunately, the Liberals set that reform aside. When it comes to Senate amendments, we like the amendment that has to do with granting power to conduct preemptive reviews. I almost want to applaud, but I'll hold myself back. However, we see that the government is opposed. This initiative from the Transportation Bureau is conditional. It requires ministerial authorization. Once again, this is a matter of centralizing power into the hands of a single individual who wears the title of Minister of Transportation. Imagine the independence of the Transportation Office that undertakes a review but must justify it before the minister, has to justify its raison d'être, and may be told no or yes if, but focus your investigation on something else. This is incoherent and this is interference, which is entirely unacceptable. And of course, this completely undermines the amendment that had been put forward. I would like to quickly talk about the video and voice recorders. There are recorders that are going to be put in locomotives. We are fiercely opposed to this, except if these recorders can lead to the development of better safety systems and avoid railway accidents. Accidents that could have been avoided if we'd better understood the situation. We agree with installing these recorders as long as the recordings are used only by the Transportation Safety Board in order to analyze a problem and draw a maximum number of conclusions that would allow us to improve our way of doing things. But not to go get information, even if it's randomly done on workers. This change could run counter to Section 8 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Furthermore, as I was saying, there's a risk of use of these recordings for surveillance purposes or disciplinary purposes, which seems entirely unacceptable to us.
Just to give you an idea, a train conductor will often spend more than 12 hours in the train. Can you imagine spending 12 hours being recorded? Well, we are in this house, but not for 12 hours consecutively. And we are doing parliamentary work. But imagine being in a locomotive for 12 hours. Maybe you start to talk to yourself. Maybe you have a moment where you get a text that puts you in a bad mood and you accidentally say something that could then be used against you. This seems totally unacceptable to me. Now, a joint committee with the Transport Committee and the main unions concluded that this was not the right solution and that this was a real infringement. So the installation of these video recorders is problematic in the way that it's currently proposed. Now, I see that I don't have a lot of time left and I have so many subjects I want to cover here. I do want to talk about the Passenger Bill of Rights, though, and because this is just really nonsensical. Everyone is talking about the Passenger's Bill of Rights, including articles in the media, because this is a really essential subject that affects a vast majority of Canadians listening. Not everyone, but many, many people travel by plane either for business or for holidays or personal reasons. And at one time or another, we've all had disappointing experiences or been inconvenienced while traveling by air. So this is a really important subject, but it's almost entirely excluded from Bill C-49. What Bill C-49 says is that when the bill gets royal assent, then a vast consultation will be undertaken to establish regulation, which will then be approved, modified, or turned down by the Minister of Finance. And then that will lead to the Passenger Bill of Rights. So if C-49 was given royal assent, let's say before the end of this year's session, that still would not lead to a passenger Bill of Rights in short order, and we've been waiting for it for years. Now, I'd like to give the minister the benefit of the doubt by saying that he feels the consultation is necessary because he doesn't quite know how certain aspects of that Bill of Rights will play out, and he wants to get as much information as possible. Okay. Well, he already has the maximum amount of information. I know that the minister really understands this file and has a lot of information. And based on a question that I asked him earlier about a specific amendment from the Senate that asked the waiting time on tarmacs for passengers to be reduced from 3 hours to 45 minutes. And of course, I could mention the Air Transat passengers who had a very bad experience with this just a few months ago. So it seems to me that he could at least consider the Senate's amendment in good faith. But I asked the minister, are you rejecting this amendment because you are fundamentally opposed to it for whatever reason? Or are you rejecting the amendment because it will be the subject of future consultations and regulation? Now, the minister gave me a complicated answer and said that he was fundamentally opposed to the idea of 45 minutes and preferred the 3-hour time limit. Now, this clearly demonstrates that the minister has already made up his mind. And that when it comes to the suggestions for regulations that will be made in a few months, well, his mind is already made up. And if that's the case, then why not directly include the Passenger Bill of Rights in C-49 so that we can vote on it, rather than starting a process that will eventually lead to a consultation that maybe eventually, much later, perhaps before the next election, will allow the minister to say, okay, once again, we're going to create a Passenger Bill of Rights. People have been waiting too long for this, and they want answers. Just an example. The New Democrats had tabled a Bill of Rights in the previous Parliament, and it was largely inspired by the European model. Now, many witnesses came to testify during the study, and the European model was really held up as the best model for this. Now, if you look at the European model, 0.4% of flights actually lead to the problems because the wait time on the tarmac was too long. But in Canada, that figure is 4 times higher. Now, I'd like to move on to my fourth point, which has to do with joint venture measures. Here, I think that it is very clear that things are dangerously moving down a slippery slope. When there is a joint venture proposal made by Air Canada and Delta Airlines, now, we know that a joint venture proposal should be favorable for both companies because we have 2 companies who are deciding to combine equipment, services, and so on, so that they can provide the best service possible to passengers. And presumably, this would also lead to the best cost for passengers. But if these 2 industry giants then start competing with smaller players, we have a serious problem. And that may even go against the principle of competitiveness. In fact, the competition commissioner used to be able to say, no, this is anti-competitive and I am turning down this proposal. But now, with C-49, the commissioner's powers have been withdrawn and transferred to the minister. Now, they've referred to national interest, which is a phrase which is invoked in all sorts of circumstances. The minister can now decide to grant a company the right to have a joint venture, even if it goes against the recommendation of the commissioner. And this seems totally unacceptable to me. And in fact, it really goes against the basic principle of providing the best services to Canadians at the best price. I see that my time has run out, so I will leave it there. I hope that I will have the opportunity to get a little bit more in depth into these issues during the question period. Thank you very much for your attention.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin by saying thank you for sharing the committee work with me to the honourable member across the aisle. I have two questions with respect to his comments on the Air Passenger Bill of Rights and the proposed amendment that would limit the timeline to 90 minutes as opposed to 3 hours. First, will he acknowledge that there's actually no legal obligation on air carriers today to compensate passengers for delays beyond that, and that any measures exist are purely voluntary, so the law is a step in the right direction? And second, does he see risk that if we limit the amount of time at issue in this law to 90 minutes, that air carriers will respond by avoiding departure altogether and returning to the gate early when they see they could be facing a penalty, thereby further compromising the ability of air travelers to get to their destination altogether or in a timely way?
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. And I have to say that even though we often disagree, I've really had pleasure working with the committee members. The answer to his question is simple: no. Once again, I want to show the paradox here. My Liberal colleagues have very specific opinions about what should be in the Passenger Bill of Rights, but they are refusing to include those provisions in C-49. So this seems to me to be a double standard. If the proposal is solid, and again, we could compare our Passenger Bill of Rights to those of other countries or other continents, then we should propose something concrete and not just more studies.
And comments. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for talking about C-49, an important piece of legislation. Important enough that there were amendments that were put forward by both the official opposition and the NDP at committee, which were rejected by the Liberal majority on the committee. It went back to the Senate. The Senate came back with almost exactly the same amendments, Mr. Speaker. And I think that's a reflection of what Canadians would like to see in this bill. And so the question I have for my honourable colleague, and I know he spoke about these amendments, why does he think that the Liberal government is not accepting the amendments that were made not just from the opposition and the NDP, but again in that chamber of sober second thought, the Senate, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. It's often said that many heads are better than one, but in this case, many heads had exactly the same idea. So there seems to be a fairly vast consensus because the amendments proposed by opposition members from all parties at the Transport Committee and those proposed by the Senate actually overlap. So we're clearly on the same wavelength. So why won't the Liberals also be on the same wavelength as us when we represent 61% of the population here in the opposition? And we're proposing the same amendments. So there shouldn't be any political partisanship there, but it seems to me that that's what the Liberals are doing. Because if you look at the substance of the amendments, they're being turned down, and I don't know why.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member for standing in the chamber today to talk about C49. I sit on the Agriculture Committee, Mr. Speaker, and in that committee we had an emergency session back in January looking at service delivery, looking at problems that the Western grain farmers were facing. And commenting on the service delivery, looking at the CTA's ability now to investigate service problems on their own without having to wait for complaints, new reporting requirements on rates, service, and performance to try and enhance transparency, competitive access through captive shippers on the second carrier through the new long-haul switching remedy. Mr. Speaker, would the Honourable Member not agree that we've addressed some service issues that were critical to move grain forward in Western Canada and that really we're on the right track here?
La députée de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, I'll try to give a nuanced answer by saying that C49 will eventually meet some of the needs that producers have had for the past several months. And we are very aware of this situation. I would remind my honourable colleague that we proposed taking action here much earlier to avoid these problems and to ensure that the measures proposed by the previous government would be extended beyond August 1st, 2017, and to ensure that the measures affecting grain transportation in the West would be separated out from C49 so that we could get it passed more quickly. So I recognize that we share this concern, and quite sincerely, I think that he should be having a more intense discussion within his caucus to try to figure out why they didn't accelerate that process.
Questions and comments? L'Honourable Secretary.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I'd like to begin by thanking my honourable colleague for all his work on this issue. And the work was done in a very collaborative way, and we really appreciated that. I really wanted to reassure him that the approach that we have undertaken when it comes to passenger Bill of Rights is in alignment with the European approach, in that Bill C-49 is the legislative framework for the passenger Bill of Rights, and it is equal to the European Treaty Article 79.2, which is the legislative framework for the European. And then out of that flows the regulatory work. And the regulatory work in the European model is derived into the Flight Compensation Regulations 261, 2004. So right now, this is the legislative piece, and the regulatory piece will follow. Thank you.
La députée de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her words. I do share her opinion. We had very collegial work in committee. But my question is, why can't that collegiality continue? And my second issue is, she says that the basis of the Passenger Bill of Rights is inspired by the European Charter, which, as I've said, has been a model for many jurisdictions. Well, we all agree on that. So why not include it? Why not? Why make the suspense continue when hundreds of thousands of passengers are waiting for clear rules? These rules exist elsewhere. We could have taken inspiration from other jurisdictions. We could have modified them, adapted them to the Canadian reality. But again, we are still facing a void. And all that's going to happen is we're going to start a consultation process when everyone is saying that the European model is the model to be followed. So can we not speed things up a bit and actually table a bill?
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? Honourable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know for years I sat in the opposition benches in hopes that we would see legislation of this nature. I think there are many different stakeholders. You can talk about everything from prairie grain farmers to people that travel via airlines. We've waited a long time for this legislation. And the Prime Minister himself has always said, there's always room to make things better. But this is, in fact, a giant, I believe, step forward, advancing the important industry of travel and transportation. And I, for one, would hope to see support as we are dealing with the finalization of the legislation, and just to get a clear indication in terms of, from my colleague from across the way, is it the NDP position then to support the legislation at this stage?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I remember there were a number of years where my colleague was in the opposition benches, and I was there too. And if my memory is correct, I believe that he voted in favor of an NDP bill that would implement a passenger Bill of Rights. So to say that a step backwards is a success when this bill doesn't contain anything, I mean, I have a hard time seeing how that really is progress. As for the second part of this question, I already said, Mr. Speaker, in response to a question from my Conservative colleague, that yes, of course, I will be supporting the Conservative motion, calling on the government to be open to all of the amendments proposed by the Senate. Many of them were also the same amendments that were proposed by opposition parties. And if that collegiality really exists, then the government should show some openness and accept them.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today and speak on Bill C-49 and the motion put forward by the government. But I think really the message that I want to get forward today is really about what got us here, and did we really go through all this pain and suffering when it comes to Canadian agriculture when we really didn't achieve much at the end. And I think what is really disingenuous with this entire process is we had the Minister of Transportation and the Minister of Agriculture over the last several months telling our producers and our stakeholders and shippers, just hang on, just be patient. Once we get C-49 passed, it's going to resolve all of your problems. We will not have a grain backlog in the future. And I'm going to speak more on the agriculture side than I will with some of the other elements of C-49. But again, the ministers and the government have been the inaction on this issue for almost a year has been really mind-boggling. And you look back to last June when my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Transportation, put forward a list of amendments that would have addressed many of these problems that we're now facing. But then they were turned down last June, and now we have them back on the table from the Senate. They went through the Standing Committee on Transportation and again through the Senate. Now they're here, and the Liberal government is saying that they will be supporting a number of those amendments. I'm not sure what changed over that 10 months when they could have supported those amendments last June, and they didn't do that then. And it just was the start of a time after time after time when the Liberal government was given numerous options to try and get C-49 through the process as quickly as possible, as well as address many of the problems that our grain farmers across Western Canada have been facing. And every time that they were given an option to address the situation, which became a crisis in January and February, the Liberal government did nothing. Last fall or even last summer, we encouraged the government to extend the provisions of C-30, the Fair Rail for Grain Growers Act, extended interswitching, mandatory minimum volumes, a process that we had in place in 13 and 14 when we went through the previous grain backlog. This addressed a lot of those problems. Our stakeholders, our producers, the grain terminals, the shippers, they were satisfied. They were quite pleased with that process. It gave them some, it gave the rail line some accountability to ensure that they were able to move grain and as well as other products, whether it's lumber, mining, oil and gas. We want to make sure that all of our commodities have an opportunity to get their products to market. And then again in the fall, when C-49 was first brought into the House, we saw that the massive document that this was, it was going to be extremely difficult to get any sort of consensus on a bill that dealt with everything from video recorders and locomotives to a air passenger bill of rights to interswitching. How are you possibly going to be able to find some sort of satisfaction amongst all your stakeholders and within all the different points of view in the commodities in our industries, as well as let alone here in the House of Commons or in the Senate? At that time, we saw this was going to be an issue. We knew getting C-49 through that process with the size of it was and the scope that it entailed, it was going to be nearly impossible to get this through with any sort of expediency. We provided, once again, I thought, a thoughtful resolution, a thoughtful idea to the Liberal government to split Bill C-49 into two bills. We would take many of the aspects of that bill that had to do with grain and grain transportation. We would move that through the process as quickly as possible. And some of those other contentious issues that had to do with airline rights and some of the other issues with C-49, that would take a little bit longer to go through the process, but we knew there wasn't the time crunch and the time sensitivity that there was on the grain side, because even last fall we saw with a larger than average harvest, with some of the challenges that CP and CN were facing in terms of meeting the contracts that were ahead in front of them. We saw the rail line numbers dipping with each and every weekly report that was coming out. We raised the alarm bells last fall that this was going to be a problem. We encouraged the government to split Bill C-49. I recall being in this House last October making this almost the same argument at that time, that we were not going to get C-49 through this process in a timely fashion that would address prevent another grain backlog. Again, it fell on false ears. The result of that inaction last October, before we get to this point here, the result of that inaction last October was rail service that put us in a grain crisis, and it's a crisis which still exists today. And I don't think we can miss out on that point. Although we are here now, no problem has been resolved. We've got road bans across the Western Prairies. We've got more than 30 transport ships off the coast of British Columbia waiting for product. Those demurrage costs, $10,000 a day and up, are now being passed on to the producers. Who is paying those additional costs are now being passed on to our farmers across Western Canada. So we have to keep that in mind as we have this discussion, this debate today, that this crisis that our farmers have been facing since last fall is still there, and it's not going away anytime soon. This is going to impact their fall season. They can't move grain right now. Many of them are finally in the fields seeding. Like I said, road bans are in place in many of the western provinces, inhibiting their ability to actually transport grain to the terminal. They are watching us today with a lot of focus on the decision that we are going to make in this House today. How are we going to address a lot of the problems that they're facing? The crisis has become so bad, our most recent reports is there's almost $500 million worth of grain sitting in storage bins across Western Canada. That is grain that our producers and our farmers cannot sell. They are unable to sell their product and get it to the terminal and then to the coast. These same farmers who are unable to sell their product, bills are still coming in. Mortgage payments, lease payments on land, purchasing equipment, input costs as they try and get ready to start seeding. There are programs in place through Farm Credit Canada, advanced payment programs. Those are essential programs that are in place to help in these times of extenuating circumstances. But I know our producers don't want to have to rely on those assistance programs when a product that they worked hard all year to plant and to harvest and now trying to sell, they are unable to do so because of logistics. We had as my colleague from Guelph had said, we had an emergency meeting as part of the Agriculture Committee, and I do want to commend my colleagues on that committee for agreeing to have that emergency meeting with many of our stakeholders. But one of our witnesses at that meeting was a young farmer from Saskatchewan. He put it quite well, I thought. He said, we have to face so many uncertainties when we're in agriculture. Uncertain weather, uncertain input costs, uncertainty when it comes to the commodity prices. The one thing that we should be able to rely on is a reliable transportation system, which we do not have right now. And I think one of the key issues with C-49 is it doesn't resolve those problems. Is we have gone through this entire process, and as I said earlier, the Liberal government and the Minister of Transportation, the Minister of Agriculture, through this entire process, just be patient, be patient. C-49 will address all your problems. And then just a few weeks ago, we had both ministers admit publicly that C-49 indeed will not resolve a lot of the problems that you have raised. So you have asked our producers to suffer through yet another grain backlog, which should never have happened. You had all the tools in place, or the government had all the tools in place to address this problem, and yet did nothing. So for our producers across the Western provinces, I can understand their frustration. They are looking at us today to take action to ensure that they never have to face this sort of issue again. And in speaking with many of our stakeholders over the last couple of weeks, we've had many of our grain growers and barley growers pulses here over the last couple of weeks as they've had their days on the Hill. They've also raised some other points that I don't think we've talked enough about as we go through this process. And not only is this grain backlog causing them to suffer by not being able to sell their product, but it's also tarnishing our reputation as a reliable trading partner around the world. A lot of our producers are not getting a premium price for their products because, for all intents and purposes, Canada does not have a reputation to be able to get their contracts out on time, in a timely fashion. We can't meet our commitments to other countries. As a result, when prices are high in the fall, October, November, December, to be selling our crops, we're not getting them to market to the terminals and to the West Coast until the spring, sometimes a year later. So they've missed out on those premium prices because we have an inept logistical system, an inept transportation system, a transportation system that has very little to no accountability. And earlier today, the Minister of Transport was talking about one of the amendments that that the Senate had brought forward, which I think is very critical, and is the own motion powers for the Canadian Transportation Agency. That was an amendment brought forward in the Standing Committee for Transportation. It was an amendment that was brought forward by many of our stakeholders, that they want that accountability there for the rail lines, that if there are issues and our stakeholders see issues, the Canadian Transportation Agency, once they receive a complaint, or even before if they don't receive a complaint, can take action to try and address some of those issues. It was a key part of Bill C-49. Well, the Minister of Transportation earlier today spoke very, very highly about this part of the bill and saying, we are giving the CTA its own motion powers. This is going to make such a critical difference for our producers. But whereas, in fact, with the amendment that the Liberal government has put forward, there is no own motion powers. It states in the amendment that the authorization goes to the Minister of Transport. He will be the one who decides if the CTA can take action, and then he puts forward some guidelines, a template of what action can be taken. Well, let's put that in perspective that I think all of us here can understand in the House today. That's like my parents saying, you know what, son? You can do whatever you want with your life as long as it's okay with mom and dad. That's what the Liberals' government of own motion powers is in this Bill C-49. Who is going to really give that any credence if there's supposed to be some accountability in Bill C-49 for our shippers? However, it only comes into effect if it's okay with the Minister of Transportation. You know, it's okay for you to make your own decisions, but you have to go ask the Minister first. Then that really is nothing to do with own motion powers, and it falls really quite hollow to say that that is going to be a critical part of this bill, because it's really no powers at all. It's taken the arms of the CTA and tied them behind their back. But again, as we've gone through this process, every step of the way, we've offered the Liberal government solution. And my colleague, again, the Shadow Minister for Transportation, has offered another solution here today. She's brought forward an amendment that will concur the Senate amendments to get this bill passed as quickly as possible. And we're not saying that we agree with every aspect of Bill C-49. In fact, I think that we've heard over the debates today that there are still some significant issues with Bill C-49. But we also have listened to our stakeholders, and they need something that will give them some peace of mind that there's going to be some sort of legislation in place to help them address some of the problems that they're facing. You know, we've had stakeholders like the CFA. They represent 200,000 farm families. The grain growers represent 50,000 active producers, and they are asking for no further delays on Bill C-49. They wanted it passed immediately, and that's what my colleague's motion that she put forward today will do. We want to ensure that we can get this bill passed as quickly as possible. But again, every time we've offered an option or a solution to get this bill through the process, the Liberals have put in yet another step in delay. And they're saying today that if they do not support our motion and they want our support to pass their amendments and the Minister's motion, that this all of a sudden is going to be a quick process. Well, that's simply not the case. If they do not accept our motion, and they pass theirs, what will happen is then C-49 goes back to the Senate, and they have to agree to the Liberals' amendments. That is just yet another obstacle to ensure that to keep C-49 from passing. This is going to be a ping-pong ball that's going to go back and forth. Perhaps, maybe not. Maybe the Senate will agree to the Liberal amendments, but we don't have any assurances of that. And there are amendments that they could have passed, again, almost a year ago. So when there's been opportunities put forward to them to pass Bill C-49, or what preferably would have been the case last fall is extend C-30, and we would never have faced any of these issues. So again, I'm really encouraging our colleagues across the floor to support our motion today. Pass the Senate amendments. Let's go right to royal assent and give our stakeholders the assurances that they are looking for to ensure that they can get their job done. And that's really what this comes down to, is their inability to get their products to market. We have a great deal of concern that this is going to spill off into the fall as they get ready for next year's harvest, and that's been really the disconcerting part of it all. And I think my colleague across the way can understand the comments that we heard at our emergency meeting on the grain backlog last month. Was how many of those witnesses came forward and said, you know what, we've given up on this year. We know we're not going to get our grain to market. You know, we're hoping that this doesn't impact next year's harvest and next year's shipping season. This is our chance to ensure, and it's not perfect. And again, I want to highlight that this bill is certainly not perfect. There are a lot of concerns with what's in there, and I want to read some comments from the Premier of Saskatchewan, who has been extremely vocal in his concern with Bill C-49 and the problems that it's caused in Saskatchewan. And we've seen that with Nutrien, who has just announced that they've laying off more than 600 employees, and it's going to impact maybe up to 1,300 employees in Saskatchewan, rural Saskatchewan. And the quote from the Saskatchewan Premier is, "This is a direct result of the federal government not taking action where there is a huge problem, and they have the clear authority to fix it." And what have the Liberals done in response to that? Nothing. Once again, they want to put this bill back to the Senate, which will delay this process even further. And I think we have to highlight the financial impacts that this delay has had. Again, $500 million in grain is sitting in storage bins across Western Canada, not getting to market. We have now seen the job layoffs in Saskatchewan at Nutrien. And that's just one company, one potash company. Certainly there's going to be others that are going to be facing similar problems. But again, the implication that this is having on rural communities, if farmers cannot sell their grain, they cannot get their grain to market, that means they do not have money in their pocket to spend in our small communities. That's grocery stores, that's gas stations, that's the little movie theater, that's the charities, the ball teams, fundraisers. Those are the things that are suffering because our farmers do not have money in their pockets, they cannot get their grain to market, and that is a result, direct result, of the inaction of the Liberal government when it comes to this grain backlog. They could have stopped it a year ago. They could have stopped it in the fall. They could have taken action with an order in council in January or February. Every single time, they have stuck up for the rail duopoly, and again with C-49, there's no accountability in that bill. Why have they made our grain farmers suffer through yet another grain backlog? When it comes down to it, they've really done nothing. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague across the way from Foothills. Also, I consider a friend on the Agriculture Committee. We often disagree, but we generally are focused on our customers and our constituents and how we can improve the agriculture industry in Canada. And speaking of the industry, we are now shipping to order for the third straight week. Last week, 6,424 cars were spotted. Current demand's about 5,000 cars per week. So I think we are getting to the other side of a problem that we had together when we were looking at this in January. But working with the rail industries, working through legislation, and now where we are today of having locomotives on order, having cars on order, staff being hired. I visited Winnipeg a few weeks ago and I saw the training programs that are in place to get people on maintenance crews helping to refurbish locomotives. $3.4 billion in the capital program with the rails and looking at $400 million in track infrastructure being a part of that investment. So looking at the transparency of the legislation, though, of what is adequate and suitable rail service, and how do we have the rail service providers work with the shippers to determine which circumstances they're under in terms of adequate and suitable, having the shippers seek reciprocal financial penalties in their service agreements, something they didn't have before, so they do have a hammer to use in situations where they're not getting service. So can the member agree that we are getting better service through the rail companies, largely as a result of the attention that we're paying as a government and with working with the opposition on this?
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my colleague from the Agriculture Committee for his question. And as I said, I do enjoy that committee a great deal. I think we do work well together. But it should never have, we talked about having this emergency meeting in March. It never should have come to that. And again, he's talking about, the rail lines have added locomotives, started hiring people. Yeah, certainly they've done that. But they've done that much, much too late. They should have started doing this in the fall. As they said at committee that day, it takes them 6 months to train a crew to get it up and running. Well, they started doing this in April and May when they should have been doing it in September and October. And that's the problem with this bill, is it doesn't hold those rail companies to any accountability when it comes to ensuring that they are meeting their commitments. And for example, he talked about some of the things in the bill that do that, but the long-haul interswitching, there are so many lists of triggers in there to make it actually kick in. I think it'll actually rarely be used. And I think with extended interswitching, some of the things that we had in Bill C-30 solved those issues, and we're going backwards.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague who is our agriculture critic, and he's doing a great job in that capacity. He understands agriculture, and I know he comes from Alberta, and rural constituents of his knows that he gets it. But I have been a farmer. I am a farmer still, plus a small business. And as I talk to other farmers, one of the fears that we have, and he did touch on it in his speech, is that now we're beginning with this year's crop. And in some cases, you know, if they haven't been able to haul their grain from last year, there's still bills from last year that they're waiting to sell grain on. And so I know that we understand an efficient and well-functioning rail system is critically important to the rural economy. It's critically important to the entire Canadian economy. And this past couple weeks ago, I sat in Viking, Alberta, and I waited for a train. And this train, I've never seen a train so long, and there were almost like trains lined up going down the track, but they were lined up with oil. They had oil tanks, cars on them, and again, you know, the elevators are begging for cars and looking to move. Now the government, even if they were to solve this right away, the problem today is that there's bans on the roads. And again, the counties put bans on the roads so these heavy loads aren't going down gravel roads when they're soft. And so, again, if he could just, he talked about we needed this bill, but we need other answers as well. And it just seems like there's a lack of understanding on the other side.
Member for Foothills.
Guys, I want to thank my colleague for his question. Certainly, there's few people in this House who are more knowledgeable of agriculture than he is. He certainly lives it every single day, which we certainly respect his opinion. But he's exactly right. I don't think they understand the integration of our transportation system, whether it's rail, road, other options. Certainly pipelines would if we were able to approve some pipelines, that would certainly alleviate a lot of that problem. But I'll give you a good example. Is one of my friends who's a farmer in Saskatchewan, instead of having his fertilizer brought to him by train from Clavet, it's now being, or was before road bans, was being trucked from Redwater, Alberta. So instead of a very short train trip to get that fertilizer, now it's a 800-kilometer being hauled by truck. So all of these decisions that are being made have a trickle effect on every other part of our economy. We cannot just assume that fixing this one little thing is going to fix everything, because this bill does not fix the major problem, which is holding a lot of these companies to account to ensure they meet their commitments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Canada Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I'd like to reassure the member that C49 really is all about a long-term, sustainable solution that will actually provide the kind of predictability needed for us to grow a more prosperous future. And I think that getting that long-term solution did take a little longer, but I think it's going to pay off in the end. And if we look at the Agricultural Producers Association of Saskatchewan, Alberta Wheat Commission, Alberta Barley, and I've got more pages, Grain Growers of Canada, they all are happy with what C49 has managed to accomplish, and we just need to work together to get it passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. This will be wait and see. I'm going to challenge her. If we have another larger-than-average harvest this fall, I will like to see if C49 actually does what she says it will do, and I don't think it will. And I think our stakeholders have raised the alarm bells with that. And she spoke about some of the submissions that they've had. And they are not saying that they are necessarily satisfied with C49. Their message is get this through and let's move on. Because I think they understand, just as we do, that to say that C49 is going to be the solution to everything is disingenuous, and she should really talk to her own Minister of Transportation, Minister of Agriculture, who admitted in the last 2 weeks that C49 does not address all of the issues that have been brought forward.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my honourable colleague not only for the remarks that he's made here this morning, but for the very good work that he's done in raising this issue and I guess holding the minister's feet to the fire when it comes to addressing the issues that our grain farmers have been have been facing. We know that unreliable services cost. We know that inaction costs, not only over the past number of months as we've been reflecting on what has been lost, but I think there are also things that we need to look at as we move going forward. And I'm wondering if the member could share with us what he's hearing in terms of, concerns, perhaps on our ability to meet future contracts, perhaps concerns on our reputation internationally when we have to deal with these sorts of issues right here with our own transportation system. And then not only in terms of the cost of product sitting, but having to shut down production, and perhaps what he's hearing from folks that have been bringing this to his attention.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our Shadow Minister for Transportation for all the incredible work that she's done on what is an omnibus and very difficult bill to try and wade through. But she's exactly right. We cannot underestimate the financial impact of the inaction on C-49. We know when we went through this in 13 and 14 that the impact on the Canadian economy was in excess of $8 billion. That's why we put forward Bill C-30 to ensure that we would never have those types of issues again. We're certainly hearing from our stakeholders that this has not only impacted this year's harvest, but will very likely impact next year's harvest because they've got nowhere to store. They've got nowhere to store their product. The bins are full now. Until things start moving, there's not going to be anything to where to store their products. And we've heard from Nutrien in Saskatchewan that they have shut down an entire potash mine because they can't move product, and there's no demand for those inputs because farmers are at a loss. What do I plant this year, or am I going to be able to plant? I've got bins full. Road bans are on. This has caused such stress amongst our agriculture sector, and I really want to highlight that fact that the implications that this have had is simply not just a matter of frustration, but this has really impacted people on the ground with their families.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and what a privilege it is to stand in my place today to talk about what I believe is a fantastic piece of legislation now that has been before the House. Listening to the Minister actually, I thought, really paid tribute to a lot of fine work that was actually done from the original of the first reading of this particular piece of legislation, all the way listening to second reading debate, going into standing committee, listening to what has taken place in the standing committees, and then ultimately coming back and going into the Senate where we have amendments and so forth. And the reason why I highlight that is for a couple of things. First and foremost, let's acknowledge that when the legislation was brought in, it was legislation that has been long overdue. And to have the legislation come before us and then ultimately have a minister that it's taken the approach of that, look, here we have fairly comprehensive changes to our transportation industry, recognizing how valuable that industry is to our country, and then invite and welcome and in many ways accept many different changes, I think speaks volumes in terms of to the degree in which this minister, in working with Cabinet and all members of this chamber ultimately, has seen this legislation get to where it is today. A positive piece of legislation. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I know for often when I was in opposition benches, we would talk about government legislation. And we would say that, it seems to me that the Harper government never really was open to opposition ideas when it came to legislation coming before a standing committee. Well, in this particular case, from my understanding, we had a standing committee that worked exceptionally well together. They came together on a number of different ideas, some of them conservatives, some liberals, some New Democrats, individuals that were prepared to put their parties to the side in order to try to improve the legislation. And as a direct result, we saw many amendments that were actually passed, virtually through a consensus that was quickly evolving, Mr. Speaker. And the originators of some of those amendments crossed party lines, from what I understand. And I think that if you follow it through, where it ultimately then went to the Senate, and the Senate, as the minister made reference to, actually scrutinized the bill quite extensively. They met with many different stakeholders and ultimately came up with a series of amendments in which the minister and the department, after doing some further consultations with others, decided here were the amendments that we were prepared as a government, or that the government was prepared to accept in order to further advance Bill C-49. I think it has been a very much an open and transparent process that has ultimately led us to what we're debating here today. And, you know, it was interesting in the fact that I was provided some quotes. And just to reinforce what it is that I just finished saying, Mr. Speaker, we look to the grain growers of Canada. Grain farmers from across Canada are praising, in fact, the decision by the minister, both of Transport, for accepting the recommendations and amendments that have been put forward to Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act, which was in fact announced on April 27. The decision demonstrates that the government is in fact listening to farmers in their calls for balanced and accountable rail transport system. Now, coming from the grain growers of Canada, and I would quote, Mr. Speaker, we need the legislation in place well in advance of August 1st, 2018 to ensure hardworking middle-class farmers don't have to suffer through another grain shipping season with terrible rail service, continued Mr. Nielsen. Accepting these amendments demonstrates that the Minister Agriculture, Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Transportation are working for the growth of the rural economy. Bill C-49 is key to long-term success of my industry and the key to reaching the goal of $75 billion in agri-foods exports by 2025. We urge Parliament to pass it now, Mr. Speaker. And so it's been recognized, not only from within the chamber and the fine work that parliamentarians have done in both houses, Mr. Speaker, but we are now being called upon as much as possible to pass the legislation. And I believe that there is a number of things that we've talked a great deal about. But one of the things in listening to the debate, whether it's today or while it was in second reading, and I thought it was an interesting point, a very important point. You know, the Transportation and Safety Board, many years ago, and I use this as an example. You know, we hear a lot about air passengers and the grain industry, and I'll provide some comments on that shortly, Mr. Speaker. But I always thought there was something that was really quite interesting within the legislation that I haven't really heard, and it was just recently pointed out to me. And it comes from the Transportation and Safety Board, where there has been an idea that's been talked about, a recommendation, if you will, for years now. And I would have thought that this is something that could have and should have been acted on relatively quickly. And that is to have cameras in our locomotives. It is very much a safety issue, Mr. Speaker. So even though we spend a lot of time listening to the debates and comments coming across the way, whether it's now or, as I say, in second reading, while I was here in second reading, I can't recall hearing that particular comment. And, you know, the bill is a fairly significant change from what we've had in the past. You'd have to go many years before you would see the types of changes that we have seen in this legislation. So we have a minister working with others that has really advanced a major piece of legislation that is going to have a profound positive impact on several sectors, Mr. Speaker, whether it's passengers, shippers, farmers, the rail industry as a whole. These are significant changes. And we have a minister that has been able to kind of pull all of this together in a relatively short period of time. You know, I remember sitting in the opposition benches, and I've made reference to this in the past, asking one day while I was in opposition a few years back, and I remember asking directly to Stephen Harper at that time, in the prairies we have these piles of grain, not in storage bins, but in fields, Mr. Speaker. Much of it was, or the threat of some of that grain starting to rot. While in the Pacific Ocean, we had the ships that were anchored that were not able to come into port to get loaded because the grain wasn't at the ports to facilitate our grains being exported. Canada is a trading nation. We need trade. It's the trade that allows us to grow our middle class, to fuel our economy, Mr. Speaker, to provide the types of jobs that are so very important. So when you think of the example that I raised back then, you get a sense in terms of the frustration. Imagine the direct frustration if you're a farmer and your crops is literally sitting in a field. And you want to be able to get it to market. And that's why, you know, I'm listening now to the debate this morning. And, you know, Conservative members have a great deal of criticism towards this. They were in government for many years and had the opportunity to bring forward this kind of legislation, Mr. Speaker. They had many years to do it. But it's taken this government to ultimately get the job done. Now, it's not complete yet, and we appreciate very much all of the work, the fine work that's been done by, as I say, members of all political entities, both here in the House and in the Senate. But we also recognize and acknowledge the immense amount of work that was done by the stakeholders. And it's the stakeholders that continued to lobby year after year for the types of changes that we are seeing and witnessing today. That's why people should not be surprised in terms of the type of pressure that's on all of us to try to get this piece of legislation passed. You know, another interesting quote that was provided to me, Mr. Speaker, and again, I want to raise this because of the, you know, coming from the prairies, in opposition, talking about the importance of wheat. Here's a quote that comes from the Alberta Wheat Commission and barley, Mr. Speaker. The Alberta Wheat Commission and Alberta Barley say that the federal transport minister has moved to endorse key amendments to the C-49 in the House of Commons as recommended by the commissions is a good news for farmers. Goes on to say, we see the news from Minister as an excellent show of support for agricultural industry and for farmers, said Kevin Bender of AWC chair. Mr. Speaker, these are the reasons why it's so important that we advance this legislation. Let me give you a real example of the type of frustration. And again, I'm going to go to the farmers. Imagine, if you will, you have a contract with the rail company, and you're a farmer. And that farmer says, okay, I will deliver X amount of wheat on X date to the rail line. Now, if that farmer doesn't materialize as the contract or as he or she had committed to the rail line, Mr. Speaker, the rail line could take actions against the farmer. They could take actions, fines, and so forth. There would be penalties towards the farmer.
That's the way it is. That's the way it was. Yet it was never reciprocal. You know, the farmer felt helpless in terms of, well, what about the rail line company? What about ensuring that if it's the farmer that delivers the product on time and where it's supposed to be, should there not be any sort of obligation for the rail line? Well, Mr. Speaker, this legislation actually takes that into consideration. So now it's a reciprocal, Mr. Speaker. So not only can the rail line ensure more accountability for our farmer, but for the first time, really, first time, Mr. Speaker, we now have it being reciprocal, where the farmer can look for some sort of justice on the issue of ensuring that if the rail line doesn't meet its obligation. Now, call it a little bit of prairie frustration, if you will, but I can tell you that I want to ensure that those commodities, those products that are coming from the prairie provinces, and the same principle applies for all regions of our country, but right now I'm focused in regards to, in particular, our prairie farmers, because I feel for the need to see that wheat get to market, Mr. Speaker. We want our rail line companies to be working with us. I was very happy when we had the Minister of Transport make the calls that were necessary to move additional grain. And I believe it was the Minister of Agriculture working with the Minister of Transportation in terms of correspondence with our rail lines to try to get more grain cars into the prairies going out to our markets. Now, it's improved a great deal over the last number of weeks. But I can tell you there are still a lot of advocacy groups and individual farmers that are very much concerned still about their product and getting it onto the rails, Mr. Speaker. It's not like there's that much of a choice. Yes, you know, in Winnipeg North, I probably have the highest per capita of long-haul truck drivers and trucks, Mr. Speaker, in the area that I represent. And we can only go so far through long-haul trucking. We need an effective, efficient rail line, a rail line that is going to be accountable for those that are producing, that are manufacturing, whether it's a widget or it's a commodity. We need that to be able to get to the markets, Mr. Speaker. We are talking about billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of jobs that are in fact affected by our transportation industry. And that's why it's so critically important. Mr. Speaker, I want to also provide some comment in regards to our airline industries. You know, one of the things about being a member of Parliament, as we all know, we do a great deal of traveling. And I suspect that there's a number of us that can really share with some of the concerns that we hear from our constituents on a fairly regular basis, and some of the frustrations that are there. Imagine you go on to you have a 5 o'clock flight, and you board the plane, and you're sitting on the tarmac. And it seems to be endless, Mr. Speaker. There is no requirements for the airline. They, depending on the airline that you might be in, might determine what sort of reaction or how that passenger is going to be served. If you're on that tarmac for an extended period of time, one would like to think that there are some basics that should be there for you, such as water. There is no guarantee of that very basic requirement, Mr. Speaker. I would argue that along with other things, is something that's absolutely critical. I suspect, in fact, that if you were to canvass members of Parliament and say, well, what kind of problems have you encountered? You would hear things such as sitting on the tarmac. What about luggage? Losing luggage is something that's fairly common, Mr. Speaker. What about the cancellation of a flight? You arrive at an airport and then you find out that there's a cancellation. Or what about an overbooking, Mr. Speaker? These are all things that take place at our airports. And every different airline has a different procedure. Well, within this legislation, we are seeing a unifying approach saying that every airline is obligated to do certain things on each and every one of those areas. I can tell you that the consultation doesn't stop here. We pass this legislation, and the regulations will follow. And it's through those regulations, Mr. Speaker, that we will get the details as to what the consequence will be once this legislation passes. And that is something in which I believe all of our constituents want to see. I've debated the issue in opposition before on a bill for air passenger rights. All of us are very sympathetic to it, Mr. Speaker. All of us want to see the issue advanced. And yes, more details would be great. And a lot of those details will come in the form of regulations. And those regulations, I know, will be very much proactively worked upon. Because at the end of the day, the purpose of the legislation is to establish a framework that would enable good regulation to provide what it is our constituents have been calling for years. And that is some protection against the airlines and the many different types of complaints that we hear quite often, Mr. Speaker. That's the reason why today I started off by saying this is a great piece of legislation. It is comprehensive. Those that were involved in putting it together, whether it's the average Canadian, the stakeholder, to members of Parliament, to senators, to the fine work that the staff within the Minister's office has done, pulling it all together, such a comprehensive piece. And now we're at the final stages, and I see my time has already elapsed, Mr. Speaker, but it is a good day to see this kind of legislation move forward. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bull River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the lengthy and parts to the colleague's speech. Just a little bit of clarification. Farmers don't contract with the railroad. Contracts farm and contract with shippers. Shippers contract with the railroad. So there is an intermediary that makes the contract. Farmers do not contract with the railroad. So there's where the problem gets. The shipper contacts the farmer and say, hey, we got cars coming. Contractor says, the railroad says they're coming on Tuesday. He gets down to his bins, loads it up, ready to go, and there's no cars there. So he can't ship it. Ports out there, the boats are there. That cost doesn't go to the shipper. It comes back to the farmer. So there's more pieces in it than you're talking about, because there's the shippers in between who contract with the farmer. They don't contract to the railroad. On the airline piece, yes, who's going to write those regulations? The airlines. That's where I have a problem. It should have been the committee and the government writing the regulations, not leaving it to afterwards. So if you'd like to respond to that, thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, what's important to note, when you talk about the shippers represent the farmers. The farmers are the ones that choose the shippers. And what predates this legislation? What happens today? There is no reciprocal actions that take place. So if the grain arrives on time, but the train or the rail company says, so sorry, we can't move it, well, there is no action, legal action technically, for the shipper or the farmer to be able to take against the rail line. under this legislation, we will have the opportunity, whether it's the shipper on behalf of the farmer or the farmer direct, Mr. Speaker, there's an opportunity there. When you talk about the airline industry, to try to draw the conclusion, well, it's going to be Air Canada or WestJet or any other airline that's going to dictate to the government as to what the regulation is going to look like, I would suggest to the member that the member is misinformed. I can assure the member that it's not going to be the airlines that do it. We will work with Canadians and others. The airlines, no doubt, will play a role in this, but the regulations are going to be there to protect the consumers too, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're bringing in
questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've spent a great deal of time and questions on this debate talking about the role of C30 versus long-haul interswitching included in C49. C30 provided a short-term solution to respond to an immediate need, but it did not solve the long-term problem of transportation for Western Canadian grain. But it also didn't provide any solution for the rest of the country and different industries in different regions. Although I lived in Alberta for about 5 years or so, I'm proudly Nova Scotian, and I'm curious if the honourable member could offer some thoughts on the importance of extending efficiencies in our transportation system to different sectors of the economy, to different regions, to make sure that our transportation works for everyone and brings the greatest growth to the Canadian economy.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, my colleague and friend brings up an excellent point. You know, at the end of the day, as I started around, 20% into my speech, I was talking about how important trade is to our country. And there are regions of economic development, I should say, in every region of our country that has the potential to really grow our economy in an environmentally friendly fashion, Mr. Speaker. And one of the ways in which we can foster that growth is to look at ways in which we can ensure that we're maximizing the efficiency of our rail lines, where they're going. In Manitoba, for example, there's a great deal of concern in terms of the Churchill connection. We need to, as much as possible, support where we can rail transportation. Rail transportation to different communities can have a profound positive impact on those communities, Mr. Speaker. I think it's taking a comprehensive, overlooking approach, a long-term strategy in terms of just how we develop as a country in certain sectors, in certain areas of our country. I suspect we're going to see fantastic growth. We need to support that growth through infrastructure, and rail is a part of that infrastructure.
Questions and comments. Honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member across for a good speech. And he's talked a lot about the importance of transportation in this country, whether airline joint ventures or air passenger rights, railway and rail shippers relationships, and voice and video recording on railways. And I'd like to thank all of our witnesses today, and especially a number of them that belong to the Transportation Committee, and I know they worked very hard. And they had some good discussions, and there were the 18 amendments that came out, and that they disagreed. The opposition parties disagreed with the party on about 18 different positions. It went to the Senate. The Senate came back with almost exactly the same 18 amendments. And I wonder through you, Mr. Speaker, if the member is really concerned with the safety in Canada, and why he does not think that the 18 amendments that are being looked at by the opposition party, supported in principle by the Senate, why he thinks that they should not be included as the motion was put forward today, because he's talking about the safety of the whole transportation system. Thank you.
Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. And, when the minister made introduction, he provided comment, if not on all of them, on a good number of those amendments and why it is that some of them could not actually be supported. I would rather take it in a different direction by suggesting to my friend across the way that if we take a look at what had taken place in committee. Now, I wasn't present at the committee, but I do understand that there was a fantastic flow of information that was taking taking place amongst all the parties that were sitting at the table. To the degree in which, Mr. Speaker, we had members of all political parties suggesting amendments, the amendments that did pass, from what I understand, were in a very cooperative, almost in a consensus-building fashion, and it was really encouraging because, you know, when I had sat in years in opposition, that was very rare. You know, if ever, that I ever witnessed something of that nature. This particular committee sounded like they actually did a fantastic job in making some positive changes to the legislation. No, not all the amendments were passed, but there were a number that were passed, Mr. Speaker. And in the minister's response to that, he actually paid compliment to the fine work of all members of the Standing Committee, whether you are a Conservative, you Democrat, or a government member, or the people that participated did a good job, also recognizing the valuable work that the Senate also did in terms of bringing the legislation back with a few more amendments that we were able to accept, all in the name of making it healthier and stronger legislation overall. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a member on that committee, I can certainly vouch for the Parliamentary Secretary's comments. It was extremely collaborative. Many of the amendments brought forward were wordsmithed and shaped in order to bring this forward. But one of the primary things that we tried to do was to understand what the previous government had tried to accomplish with Bill C-30. What we discovered was that their interswitching provision of 150 kilometres, in spite of the difficulties being faced by grain shippers in the season it was brought forward, that provision was never actually used. It didn't work. So, although the intention was there to improve the system, our committee focused on ways to take that concept and make it a lot better. And I'm going to give my honourable friend another opportunity to really underscore the value of the reciprocal penalties as being far more potent a tool for shippers and, through the shippers, the producers to have in order to get compliance and cooperation from the railways.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 45 seconds or less, please.
Which is 45 seconds, Mr. Speaker. You know, the best thing I could probably say to answer the member's question is just how important it is to equal the playing field. This legislation, in good part, allows an equalization when it comes to protecting the suppliers and those individuals that need to be able to have access to getting their product or commodity to market. That reciprocal ability to be able to ultimately see action for someone that's not fulfilling their end of the contract is absolutely critical, and it's one of the most positive things about this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comme il est 13 heures, conforme.
It being 1 p.m., pursuant to the order adopted earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion are deemed put, and the recorded divisions are deemed requested. Call in the members.
The question is on the amendment. Mr. Garneau, seconded by Madame Le Boutillier, moved that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honors that, in relation to Bill C-49, an act to... shall I dispense with the main motion, then go on to the amendment? Agreed? Dispense. Let's see if I can find... Helps. One more. Okay. Mrs. Bloch, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation, and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and concurred in. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney-Berchat, Saint-Germain-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney-Berchat, Saint-Germain-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Colkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benzin.
Benzin.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosso.
Madame Brosso.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Miss Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Street.
Ms. Blaney Northumberland Powell River.
Miss Blaney, Northumberland Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Miss Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Crush.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Miss Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Miss Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Miss Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May Sanders Gulf Islands.
Miss May Sanders Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Madame Champagne.
Mrs. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. McKenna.
Miss McKenna.
Ms. Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Miss Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Monsef.
Miss Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Caesar Fan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et le Dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jezevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand de Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossino.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Alkouri.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon La Métis Matin Metapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Le Métis Matin Metapédia.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Houghton.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sanger.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mishu Masqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Yeas pour 118, 118. Nays contre 163, 163.
I declare the amendment defeated. Le prochain mise au voix.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Garneau, seconded by Madame Le Boutillier, moved that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honors that in relation to Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation, and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, the House agrees with Amendments 2, 7A, and 10B made by the Senate, respectfully disagrees with Amendments 1AI, 1B, 5AI, and 5B because the issues raised by the amendments are addressed in the bill. Dispense?
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Monsef.
Mrs. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Sohi.
Mrs. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossino.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Alcouri.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fagascata.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Le Métis Matin Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Le Métis Matin Metapédia.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedo Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedo Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedo Brampton South.
Ms. Cedo Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney Belchas et Zitchamin Levy.
Mr. Blaney Belchas et Zitchamin Levy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloof Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Generous.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Losa Stroman Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozan Stillman, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloyd Minster.
Miss Falk, Battleford Lloyd Minster.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosso.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Street.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Billowitz.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Sketsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Island. No. Sorry.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I attempted to vote yes, but the attention had already gone to the nose. My friend from Cumberland Colchester will attest to my abortive popping up, but it didn't get spotted. So if my vote can be recorded yes, I'd appreciate it.
Yeas pour 161, 161. Nays, contre, 121, 121.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Beginning debate at third reading of Bill C-48.
Order. Alors. I encourage members to carry on their conversations in the lobbies, and I'd ask members to assist me by saying, you read my mind. Thank you so much. Monsieur Garneau, appuyé par...
Mr. Garneau, seconded by Ms. Leboutillier, moves that Bill C-48, an act respecting the regulation of vessels that transport crude oil or persistent oil to or from ports or marine installations located along British Columbia's north coast, as amended, be concurred in at report stage debate.
Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to be able to stand in the House today and speak about Bill C-48, in my opinion, which is a very balanced, comprehensive framework for a responsible and sustainable future, and that will protect our precious coastal communities of northern British Columbia, and while supporting those communities as they enjoy the ability to grow and prosper in that beautiful part of the world. Mr. Speaker, it really doesn't matter which ocean you're facing, whether it's the Atlantic, the Pacific, or the Arctic oceans. The health and the protection of our coasts are critical to our environment, to our economy, and to all Canadians. In today's competitive markets, ensuring that the import and export of products is done in a safe and efficient manner is paramount to the vitality of globalized economies. In Canada, our domestic shipping industry is the linchpin to our supply chain that allows us to competitively engage in the international marketplace. With direct contributions of $3 billion annually to Canada's gross domestic product, transporting approximately $200 billion in international goods, the value of a strong domestic shipping industry is unquestionable. The marine industry not only ensures that our goods get to market, it also provides essential supplies to rural and coastal communities. British Columbia's coastal communities know how important these resupply activities are. British Columbians will also tell you that what they truly love about living on Canada's Pacific coast is the extraordinary beauty and the breathtaking landscapes, which they rely upon for food, for cultural activities, and for their very livelihoods. The abundance of nature's bounty is a cornerstone of their quality of life. Attaining the right balance of safe and efficient marine shipping while protecting our coastal waterways is top of mind for our government. To help preserve and protect our national heritage across all of Canada's coast, we are investing $1.5 billion over 5 years in our National Ocean Protection Plan. In parallel, we're also moving forward with this bill, C-48, which proposes to formalize an oil tanker moratorium on British Columbia's north coast. This moratorium complements our ambitious Oceans Protection Plan. The goal of the Oceans Protection Plan and Canadians' expectation is that a strong economy and a healthy environment go hand in hand. This is an unwavering commitment. Formalizing an oil tanker moratorium that would ban oil tankers from stopping along British Columbia's environmentally sensitive north coast is an important element of this commitment. While still allowing critical local resupply activities to continue, this moratorium would help protect the North Shores of British Columbia and still enable communities to develop economically. Mr. Speaker, this legislation underscores that our government is serious about encouraging long-term economic growth in a way that does not harm our marine or coastal environments. Given that the volume of goods moved by marine shipping has increased by almost 20% over the past decade, Canada needs to be well prepared for the associated risks of increased trade and marine development. Our goal is, first and foremost, to prevent incidents from occurring and, in the unfortunate event that they do take place, minimize their impacts on the environment, on the local communities, and on the economy. This proposed legislation builds on a solid foundation. Canada has had a comprehensive, multi-layered marine safety system in place for many years. This is reflected in our safety record. Although accidents have occasionally occurred in Canada, there has not been a major incident in decades. Complementary to this legislation, the Ocean Protection Plan will make important investments in science to better understand how oil behaves in water and to research more effective technologies for spill cleanup, including through partnerships with external research institutions and academia. In addition, we are significantly increasing our capacity to prevent incidents through investments such as increased towing capacity for the Canadian Coast Guard. Through these initiatives, we want to build an economy that prioritizes responsible and sustainable growth. I want to acknowledge that the shipping industry has evolved over the years to enhance its safety record. Vessel design and construction have improved, as have safety and communications equipment. Seafarers are better trained than in the past, and lifeboat design and drills have also improved, contributing greatly to marine safety and security. However, despite the relatively strong safety record that Canada enjoys, there is room for improvement. We need to address gaps, continue to build a world-leading system that will keep pace with the growth and developments in the marine transportation industries. Canada needs to position itself for a future characterized by emerging and disruptive technologies and new approaches. Connectivity and automation will have far-reaching impacts on the transportation sector and the economy as a whole. Mr. Speaker, Transport Canada is the federal department that oversees a comprehensive legislative and regulatory system that ensures marine transportation remains safe and efficient and protects our marine environment. Canada has more than 60 marine safety regulations. The key components of this existing safety regime include compulsory pilotage areas in sensitive or busy waterways, where marine pilots with local knowledge of the area are required, and marine safety inspectors ensure that all vessels, including tankers, meet the strict safety requirements in Canadian law. Building on this record of excellence and marine safety measures already announced under the National Oceans Protection Plan, Bill C-48 would add another layer of protection. It will not only protect one of British Columbia's most sensitive marine environments, but will also complement several other initiatives that promote marine innovation in support of safe and environmentally friendly marine shipping. In 2016, Transport Canada consulted Canadians on our transportation system. On the subject of the environment and innovation, Canadians told us that pollution should be reduced in all modes of transportation using options such as alternative fuels and electric power. They also told us that government incentives and regulations can encourage the use of new technologies. For example, the Shore Power Technology for Ports program is part of our effort to limit air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions in Canada and to improve air quality in ports near major cities. The program reduces emissions by allowing docked ships to turn off their auxiliary diesel engines and connect to electric power. This is one way Canada is acting on its commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 17% from 2005 levels and to do it by 2020. So far, 7 ports have received funding under this program, 5 of which are in British Columbia, totaling $9.5 million for the BC ports. Since January 1st, 2015, under the North American Emission Control Area in coastal waters, vessels operating in Canada must use fuel with a maximum sulfur content of 0.01% or use technology that results in equivalent sulfur emissions to reduce air pollutants. These regulatory changes enacted by both Canada and the U.S. are expected to reduce sulfur oxides by 96%. This is another important example of how government uses incentives and regulations to enable the marine industry to develop innovative solutions to complex problems and invest in new technologies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member. I just want to point out that she will have another 11 minutes coming to her once we resume debate. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Les Patriotes, Pierre Verchères. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, April 28, 300 people gathered at the Association Karaté Kenpo in Contrecoeur to celebrate its 45th anniversary. Established in 1973, the oldest karate school in Contrecoeur was established, and it's even older than the FADOQ. Serge Guérard is the founding member and the president. He has been involved for many years. He deserves his title of Kenpo Master because of his 8th degree black belt. Hats off for such extraordinary dedication. Congratulations to the past and present volunteers and karatekas as well. Congratulations for the future.
Bring Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate a trailblazer, a role model, a dedicated public servant, and a friend, Gary Lynn O'Connor, on her appointment as the chair of Durham Region. She is the first woman to ever hold this position. As the mayor of the township of Uxbridge, Chair O'Connor has 34 years of municipal experience, including 29 years as mayor. Because of her tireless leadership and fearless advocacy, Uxbridge has grown and been enriched tremendously during her tenure. Whether it's building local infrastructure, improving public services, or seeing Uxbridge designated as the trail capital of Canada, Chair O'Connor has always championed and fought for the community that she calls home. It's been an honor working with Chair O'Connor on our shared priorities when she was mayor, and I'm looking forward to continuing the hard work as she embarks on her exciting new role. On behalf of myself and my Durham Region colleagues, congratulations, Chair O'Connor.
Bravo. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I rise today to draw the attention of the House to Polish Constitution Day, adopted on May 3, 1791, confirming the broadest range of rights and freedoms anywhere in Europe at the time. Generations of Poles have given all in defense of the freedoms guaranteed. This year, I want to recognize the incredible life of Colonel Witold Pilecki, who went from nobleman to Tsarist-imposed Siberian exile to decorated infantryman in the Polish Volunteer Army in 1919, and later in World War II, the co-founder of the secret Polish army after being wounded in combat against Soviet troops. In 1940, he sacrificially volunteered to enter Auschwitz and escaped in 1943 to rejoin the Polish resistance. He took part in the Warsaw Uprising and would later join Polish troops in Italy. His Auschwitz reports would convince the Allies of terrible Nazi crimes. In 1948, he was arrested and murdered by the communists after a show trial. The chief rabbi of Poland called him an example of inexplicable goodness at a time of inexplicable evil. This Constitution Day, I join Canadians of Polish heritage in remembering him.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognise the life of a great member of our community in Avalon and a strong and devoted Liberal, William Morrow QC. Bill left us in late March following a courageous battle with mesothelioma, and the community sure feels his absence. Originally from New Brunswick, Bill was a well-known and respected lawyer in the Conception Bay area. Along with his wife Judy, they founded the law firm now known as Morrow and Crosby. Bill believed strongly in the rule of law and was committed to representing his clients with excellence. In addition to his law practice, Bill held charity close to his heart. He served his community through various positions, including the chair of the Avalon Healthcare Institutions Board for 10 years. Our hearts remain with his loving wife and partner-in-law, Judy, their two sons, Neil and Aaron, his community, and of course the entire Liberal family, with whom his presence will be deeply missed. Rest easy, Bill.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Today is World Press Freedom Day, and New Democrats stand with journalists who daily defend our freedom of expression and democratic principles. We pay tribute to journalists around the world who have died or been injured in their quest to inform. This year marks the 25th World Press Freedom Day, and the global theme is keeping power in check. Here in Canada, press freedom is also struggling. Investigative journalists helps keep us from tyranny. It is a pillar of any liberal democracy, giving us a critical window into government. Yet this government has gutted our Access to Information Act, a key tool that journalists that they promised to do the exact opposite with, and have gutted the legislation instead, leaving us with a law, Mr. Speaker, that is so weak that independent reviewers say we'd be better off with anything else. And last week it was reported this government has more people working on messaging than we have journalists on the Hill. So to the members of the Parliamentary Press Gallery and to journalists across this great country, thank you. May your pen continue to be our light.
The honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I was a journalist before politics, and on World Press Freedom Day, I'm proud to stand in this House and talk about the important role a free press plays in protecting democracy.
We know that good quality local journalism is an essential part of a healthy democracy. Journalistic independence is fundamental, and our approach aims to protect this independence.
In many countries around the world, publications are being closed down, journalists attacked, detained, or as we saw in Afghanistan this week, killed.
Here at home, we also have work to do. Our journalists are facing a different threat. That's why Budget 2018 announced $50 million to support journalism in communities that are not well served. In addition, our action plan for official languages is investing $14 million for local information and radio.
Today we pledge to defend that principle and defend journalists here at home and around the world. Merci.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, the international community knows that the Khomeini regime in Iran is amongst the worst violators of human rights in the world, routinely incarcerating, persecuting, torturing, and murdering their own people. In Iran, members of minority groups such as the Baha'i and Christian faiths know this all too well. Their basic rights are violated on a daily basis, including their right to life and security of person, as well as their right to practice their own religion. Through its continued sponsorship of terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, Iran seeks to further the reach of its tentacles of terror into Yemen, Syria, Iraq, and Lebanon. In this, the regime seeks to export the human rights violations throughout the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, this is Iran Accountability Week. I call upon the government to take a realistic view of this tyrannical regime and deal with them in a fashion that is requisite to the danger that they pose to the entire world.
Honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to salute the dedicated volunteers at Richmond Cares, Richmond Gives for the excellent services they have offered our community for over 40 years.
In addition to being it's a provider of direct services, and it ensures that a resource center is there providing assistance to children. These community support is also available for seniors and high school students.
On behalf of all the residents of Steveston, East Richmond, it is my privilege to thank Ed Gavsey, its president and CEO, and all the wonderful volunteers at Richmond Cares, Richmond Gives. Our community is truly grateful for all they do.
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago this week, a raging wildfire threatened to destroy the city of Fort McMurray and much of the surrounding regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. Thousands of families and individuals were forced to flee their homes with fears and doubts as to whether and when they might be able to return. In these unimaginably difficult times, many thousands arrived in my city of Edmonton, where they were welcomed with open arms and open hearts by their fellow Albertans. That solidarity didn't end with those days in Edmonton, Mr. Speaker. From coast to coast to coast, Canadians gave generously. The Government of Canada and other governments stepped up in the response and in the rebuild. 2 years later, there is still some work to be done, and my message to the citizens of Wood Buffalo remains the same. We were there for you during the wildfires, and we are still here for you today. All Canadians agree that when one part of this country faces a crisis, we all lean in to help. We remain to this day Fort Mac strong.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honour to welcome the Chief Rabbi of Israel, Rabbi David Lau, to Canada. The youngest Chief Rabbi in Israel's history, Rabbi Lau is a religious and civil leader in Israel and a well-respected religious authority to Jews around the world. He's known for his modernity and openness and his willingness to engage in open discussion on the important topics surrounding Jewish life in Israel and across the diaspora. This is Rabbi Lau's first official visit to Canada. We're excited he'll have the chance to meet some of the vibrant Jewish communities that have flourished in our country. This important visit is a symbol of the close friendship between Canada and Israel, which has been built on our shared commitment to the fundamental values of freedom, democracy, and human rights. So on behalf of the official opposition, we welcome Rabbi Lau to Canada, and we wish him the very best as he embarks on this official visit. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, I dedicate this statement to my mother-in-law who left us at the end of the last year after a battle with this horrible disease. The Blainville Relay for Life is a show of solidarity to pay tribute to people who've lost their battle with cancer, to support people suffering with cancer, and to gather funds for research. I invite the people of Thérèse de Blainville to take part in this Relay for Life. It will be my 4th time, and I can confirm that there are no words to describe the strong feelings we share during the Relay for Life. Hope, laughter, and tears, like those felt by people fighting courageously day in and day out, draw us to this cause. So let's all take part in supporting life by fighting cancer, which affects us all directly or indirectly. Together, one day, we will win the fight against cancer.
Honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Yesterday, members of all parties welcomed His Highness the Aga Khan at Rideau Hall to celebrate his Diamond Jubilee, 60 years as the religious leader of 15 million Ismaili Muslims around the world. Au cours de ces 6 dernières décennies,
Over the past 6 decades, the Aga Khan's relationship with Canada has been strong, starting with Canada's decision to accept Ismaili refugees, like me and my family, fleeing the persecution of Idi Amin.
with the Aga Khan Development Network, which provides critical humanitarian assistance in developing countries. Most recently, we bestowed honorary citizenship to the Aga Khan to recognize his commitment to the Canadian values of pluralism and diversity. Mais en tant que membre
As an Ismaili member of this House, I'm most proud of the Aga Khan's commitment to community service. As aptly demonstrated during Canada 150, when Ismaili Canadians contributed over 1 million hours of volunteer community service.
On behalf of the Parliament of Canada, we all wish you Diamond Jubilee Mubarak.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, last night I joined 3 Governor Generals, 3 Prime Ministers from both sides of this chamber, parliamentarians and prominent Canadians from the Ismaili community to celebrate the Diamond Jubilee for a very special honorary Canadian, the Aga Khan. For 60 years, this spiritual leader of the Ismaili community around the world has stood for tolerance and support for the most vulnerable. As Prime Minister Harper once said in this chamber, his leadership inspires us to hope for a better world. This is also an opportunity to talk about the tremendous contribution of the 300,000 Ismaili Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They came to Canada with very little, but have given our country so much.
I have the honor today to thank the Aga Khan for his 60 years of service and compassion shown across the world.
Of caucus and all parliamentarians, I want to thank the Aga Khan for 60 years of compassion, for global leadership, and for friendship with Canada.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as co-chair of the Canada-Portugal Parliamentary Friendship Group to express a very warm Canadian welcome to the Prime Minister of Portugal, Antonio Costa. 36 years ago, under then Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Canada welcomed the first official visit, then Portuguese Prime Minister Francisco Pinto Balsemão. Canada's home to a vibrant Portuguese-Canadian community with over 500,000 Canadians of Portuguese origin. As a Canadian of Portuguese descent and as MP for Mississauga East Cooksville, along with the member for Brossard-St. Lambert, we are proud to be strong voices for the community. This visit provides the opportunity to strengthen our people-to-people ties and trade relations as both countries look to future opportunity and prosperity. It is my pleasure to welcome Prime Minister Costa and his delegation. Bem-vindo a todos.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, it's hard to say goodbye to someone you admire, respect, and love. For those of us who knew Art Stewart, we choose to remember all that was good about Art, and there was so much that was good. Art was top-notch. He knew the importance of family and commitment to community. It's how he lived his life. He taught those lessons to his children and showed his commitment to friends and neighbors. He made us all feel that we mattered because we did to Art. He worked to make the smaller and larger community better for everyone. He was a farmer, he loaded trucks for Loeb, he was a union man, shop steward, a candidate for federal office, a first-rate neighbor and friend, a dear father, and a loving husband. And Art never stopped his efforts for the cause of fairness and social justice. Yes, Mr. Speaker, Art was top-notch.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, here are 6 things you might not know about our friend and colleague, Gord Brown. Number 1, Gord was so conservative he often wore blue shoes in the Commons. True story. And they looked pretty sharp, too. Number 2, Gord's oldest son, Chance, was born in November 2000, just as Gord learned he had lost the election by 55 votes. Gord told me at the time that this had been, all at once, the hardest and the best day of his life. Number 3, Gord never lost again. He won the next 5 elections by an average of almost 14,000 votes. 4, Gord's riding and mine are side by side. In 5 elections out of 6, Gord got a higher percentage of the vote than I did. He would have wanted me to tell you that. 5, Gord met his wife, Claudine, here on the Hill. Their shared delight in the birth of their son, Tristan, was one of the highlights of the 41st Parliament. Number 6, Gord had many friends and not one enemy that I knew of. And here's something you did know, Mr. Speaker. He will leave a hole that is hard to fill.
The honourable member for Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness that I too wish to rise today to mark the passing of our friend and fellow parliamentarian Gord Brown. I got to know Gord over the past years when we served as whips together in this place, and j'étais un nouveau parlementaire.
I was a new member of Parliament, and Gord taught me not only how to be whip, but also how to be an effective representative for my constituents.
C'est bien qu'elle...
And we know that he did an excellent job representing his constituents in Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Cheerful and enthusiastic outlook on life, Gord was devoted to his wife Claudine and his 2 sons, Chance and Tristan, of whom we've heard so much, and we know that he adored them all. He was an exemplary parliamentarian, a fantastic father, a devoted husband, a proud conservative, an energetic and unstoppable hockey player, and I'm very, very glad to say I never met him on the ice. He was also a good friend of all of us. Je présente nos plus...
I offer our sincerest condolences to his family, to his thousands of friends in the Conservative Party of Canada, to all in this place, this remarkable place, and across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The cost of fuel in British Columbia is now more than $1.60 per litre. It's the highest in North America. This problem is being caused by substantial uncertainties surrounding the future of the industry, but it's being compounded by a carbon tax. Now, when the Prime Minister was asked in Vancouver on Monday, he lauded the price of fuel, claiming he was demonstrating leadership by having Canadians pay more. So, Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister actually believe that the already historically high gas prices are not high enough?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know the Conservatives' approach is not to let the facts get in the way of a good political argument, but allow me to remind the member opposite that BC has had a price on carbon pollution for almost 10 years, and it has led to, quite frankly, growth in the economy while they have reduced and while have then shown leadership on the environment. That is exactly what we know will work right across the country. We're putting a price on carbon pollution so that we can grow the economy in cleaner ways. Everyone gets that except the Conservatives.
Honourable member for Milton.
I think the Prime Minister doesn't get it either, Mr. Speaker, and I'll tell you why. Because the Prime Minister just indicated that raising the price is going to make people take better choices. Now, imagine my surprise when I read today that the Prime Minister has his food prepared at 24 Sussex and then driven across the street 700 meters to his residence.
How nice.
Leadership starts at the top. Is it acceptable, Mr. Speaker, that while he tells families they have to make better choices, he chooses to have his food driven across the street? Is this just do as I say, not as I do?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing the same old from these Conservatives. They look for any way to attack politically, but when it actually comes to the issues that matter to Canadians, they do not act. For 10 years, they did nothing on protecting the environment. And what that actually led to is not only did we not protect the environment, but we didn't grow the economy in ways that are sustainable for the future. The lowest growth rate in almost 70 or 80 years, Mr. Speaker, from the Great Depression. That's what the legacy of that government was.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. It's sad that the Canadians are discovering that the Prime Minister has trouble with the facts. Under the Conservatives, greenhouse gas emissions went down by 2.2% and the GDP went up by over 16%. He also seems to be having trouble with giving the truth to Canadians. He knows very well that the Liberal carbon tax will have an impact on household expenditures for every Canadian family and is hiding that information. Why will the Prime Minister not be honest with Canadians and tell them exactly how much the Liberal carbon tax will cost them? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what I find interesting is that the Conservatives promised that they too would tackle environmental challenges and that they would do it without putting a price on carbon. They have every right to present an alternative vision to Canadians now and during the next election. We were clear. We're going to put a price on pollution because we know that that's going to lead to lower greenhouse gas emissions and economic growth. They have nothing to propose. They did nothing for 10 years. They have no alternatives to present. They just want to attack everyone else. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Greenhouse gas emissions went down by 2.2% when the Conservatives were in power without imposing a tax. That's the Conservative track record. But the Liberal appetite to dig into taxpayers' pockets is endless with the Liberal carbon tax. Can the Prime Minister explain to Canadian families that they're going to pay more for everything they have to buy because of the carbon tax? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, by putting a price on what we don't want, which is pollution, we encourage industries, consumers, and all Canadians to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to look for alternatives. It works for generating economic growth that is clean. It works for creating alternatives. It generates innovation, while ensuring that the money collected by this price on carbon will be returned to taxpayers throughout the country. That is our plan. They don't have one. Therefore, they're just attacking everybody else.
Mr. Speaker, this question was written by Gord Brown, the member for Leeds-Grenville, who had anticipated asking it in the House this week. Mr. Speaker, after leaving thalidomide survivors to suffer for 18 more months, the government stated in this year's budget that they would finally find help for them. That was 2 months ago. They are still in agony, waiting for relief. What steps has the Prime Minister taken since the budget was presented, and when will the money flow to those long-suffering Canadians?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, let me once again offer my most sincere condolences to every member in this House, but in particular to members of the Conservative caucus who've lost one of their own. To Gord's wife Claudine, to his 2 sons Chance and Tristan, as well as all his many, many friends and all his parliamentary colleagues, our thoughts are with you. On the member's question, our government is committed to supporting Canadian thalidomide survivors. We announced in Budget 2018 that we will expand the Thalidomide Survivors Contribution Program to ensure that more survivors receive the financial support that they need. We will have more good news to share shortly on this issue.
The honourable member. The honourable member for Rimouski-Neja-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, in just 10 years, advertising revenues for newspapers went down by 45%, whereas those for web giants jumped by 358%. And yet the government is still refusing to apply a sales tax to web giants. Media outlets are struggling to compete, and it's undermining press freedom in Canada. In Quebec, 1 out of 2 individuals has lost their job in written media, not to mention outright closures of media outlets. Unions and professional federations ask that the Prime Minister intervene. What will he do in the face of this crisis? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Today, on this World Press Freedom Day, we celebrate the work that reporters do throughout the world in order to protect democracy. We also remember those who have lost their lives defending the facts, revealing the truth, and shedding light on stories that, without them, would never have been revealed. Sadly, many journalists throughout the world are exposed to danger when they try to inform the public. We will always defend journalistic freedom, and we oppose all violence, bullying, and illegal arrests intended to keep journalists quiet. The honourable member for Rimouski-Neja-Témiscouata-Les-Basques.
Mr. Speaker, but the industry right now is crying out for help here in Canada. In order to make informed decisions, people need to have access to a free press, and we have less and less of that here in this country. It's troubling to see how the crisis affecting the Canadian media industry has progressed lately. In 10 years, ad shares of newspapers dropped by 45%, and those of the web giants, the American web giants, increased by 358%, and this government still persists in giving them a 10 to 15% tax advantage by exempting them from collecting sales taxes. Organizations representing journalists have called on the federal government to take action.
Is this time right?
Mr. Speaker, we recognize today on World Press Freedom Day how important it is to support our strong independent media and encourage journalists to continue to hold those in power here and all around the world to account. We know that the media world and the press world are facing significant challenges and transitions into this digital era. That's why we are working with them to ensure that whether it's tens of millions of dollars for small publications or whether it was increasing the funding to CBC Radio-Canada that the previous government had cut, these are things that we are very much continuing to do. We will continue to help them transition into a digital world.
Order. I think there are some noises we can do without.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the NDP asked the Prime Minister if his government was holding discussions with the Trump administration to create an invisible wall and send asylum seekers back to the United States. He didn't know what to say and went so far as to accuse the NDP of scaremongering. Really? Is the Prime Minister paying attention to what we're saying? Since January 2017, have the Liberals been planning to broaden the application of the Safe Third Country Agreement, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we work regularly with our American counterparts to ensure the security of our borders. We also discuss regularly matters of safety and integrity of our immigration systems. That's part of being responsible neighbors and partners in security for North America. When it comes to our immigration processes, we will always defend the integrity of our values and legislation, and we want to reassure Canadians that we are always applying to the letter Canadian laws when it comes to immigration, whether it is regular or irregular.
At committee, CBSA officials stated that applying the Safe Third Country Agreement to the entire Canadian border would be more dangerous. The Minister of Immigration has said is not a workable solution. The Parliamentary Secretary to Public Safety stated that it would only drive asylum seekers further underground. A Liberal member has warned that this conservative idea would make Canada, quote, a one-man island where we do not allow others in. So, will the Prime Minister just clearly state that applying the Safe Third Country Agreement to the entire Canadian border is off the table?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the NDP are trying to create conflicts and conspiracies where there simply are none. We continue to work in a collaborative, respectful fashion with our partners south of the border to ensure the integrity of Canadian borders, the integrity of our immigration system. We continue to rigorously apply all the rules and laws associated with the immigration system in Canada. We continue to be able to reassure Canadians that everything is done responsibly and properly, both in keeping with the law and with our values of openness and welcome around the world.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
The federal budget says that all public policy will have a gender-based analysis applied to it. Yet, after 5 rather awkward minutes of questioning, the finance minister wouldn't answer whether or not a gender-based analysis had been done for the carbon tax. And this is because he was hiding the fact that one has been done, and indeed, it says that the Liberals have produced a sexist carbon tax. So my question to the Prime Minister is, why has he used his gender budget to gender budget his way to greater inequality for women with his sexist carbon tax?
Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opposite member's commitment to gender equality. Surely this is something that we can all work to advance together. As for the member's question about gender-based analysis being conducted, we apply an intersectional gendered lens to all items coming before Cabinet. I'm sure she's had a chance to look at the price on pollution and the GBA plus that was done on that particular piece of policy. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we are so proud that after 151 years, Budget 2018 was the first to have that lens applied to all spending.
Yes. Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. Women bear a disproportionate cost of childcare, and the minister often talks about how there's a gender wage gap. But the minute we start asking if price elasticity for carbon is different for different genders, the Liberal gender budget no longer applies. To women who are filling up their tank at $1.60 a litre this week, with more price hikes on the way, can the minister explain why his virtue-signaling, intersectional gender lens, gender budget, has produced a sexist carbon tax?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
It's actually hard to understand whether the member opposite thinks it's a good thing or a bad thing that we look at the gender impacts on all of our policies. We did that to carbon pricing like we did to all the policies. But actually, I want to point out that when the party opposite was in government, they closed 12 out of 16 regional offices of Status of Women Canada. Yes. Where was the gender-based analysis of that?
L'honorable député de Lévis-Lobinière.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, after having indebted taxpayers and future generations as only Liberal governments have had the nerve to do, the Prime Minister and his ministers are now censoring their expenditures. Canadians deserve better and have a right to clear answers about every penny spent by the Prime Minister and about when we will get back to balanced budgets. Why should members give the government more power and free rein to spend taxpayers' money without even knowing where it is going?
Speaker, we respect Parliament and we respect the work of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. In contrast, it was the Conservatives who had to be taken to court by the PBO to get information. It was the same Conservatives who called the PBO unbelievable, unreliable, and not credible. But of course, that was the same Conservatives who took millions of dollars from a border infrastructure fund to build gazebos and fake lakes hundreds of kilometres away from the border. And the first government, the Conservatives were the first government in the British Commonwealth to be found in contempt of Parliament for not giving Parliament the information it deserved. Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservatives.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Speaking of giving Parliament the information it deserves, I have an idea of how the government could do exactly that. This government has admitted through its officials that it has calculated how much its carbon tax would cost the average Canadian family. But for some reason, they won't release it to Parliament or, worse, to the people who will have to pay that tax. Will they relent today and end the carbon tax cover-up, tell Canadians what this tax will cost them?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Speaker, I am very pleased that just this week, and I'm happy to provide a copy of the report, we released a report that showed clearly that what? Putting a price on pollution works. It's a cost-effective way of reducing emissions, and you can do it while growing the economy. But you know what? Canadians are just wondering, what would the party opposite do on climate change? Because for a decade, they did nothing.
Shh. The honourable member for Carleton.
Actually, what we did was three things. We saw greenhouse gases go down, we reduced taxes, and we saw growth go up. Now, this government refuses to tell us what this new carbon tax will cost Canadians. We know that it will increase the cost of gas, home heating, groceries, and other basic essentials that form a larger part of the household budgets of low-income people than for the rich. In other words, it's a regressive tax that will transfer money from those people who can at least afford to pay. Why won't they come clean and put an end to the carbon tax cover-up?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important to make clear in this House that greenhouse gas emissions only went down twice under the previous government. One, because the Ontario government closed coal-fired plants. They can take no credit for that.
Order. Order. I remind members the time to speak is when they have the floor, not when they don't. That applies to both sides. Now, the Minister of Environment has the floor.
So let me continue. So one, the emissions went down because the Ontario government phased out coal. They can take no credit for that, but actually they can take credit for a recession that was created by them. Let's be clear.
Order. The honourable member for Battle River, Crowfoot, and others know the time, as I said, to speak is when they have the floor. There are rules against interrupting. We should wait till we have the floor till we speak. Now, the Minister of Environment has a few more seconds.
We have a climate plan. We're going to stick with it, and one day maybe Canadians will even see what they want to do.
For Carleton.
Well, what Canadians did see was the Prime Minister recently visited Vancouver, and when he was asked about the $1.60 a litre gas price that people there are suffering under and how much that carbon tax would add to it, he essentially said, let them eat cake. If they just change their behavior, they won't have to pay so much in gas prices and taxes. Mr. Speaker, why doesn't he come clean and tell them how much the cake he's trying to sell them will cost?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how many times I can repeat it, but polluting isn't free. It is a tax on future generations. I see lots of young people sitting up there wondering what they're going to do to tackle climate change, and the answer is apparently nothing. We understand there are real costs on Canadians. There are real costs of floods, of droughts, of forest fires. It is a tax on future generations to do nothing. That is why we are acting on climate change, and why I don't know why they won't.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, a Canadian company is trying again to deliver helicopters to the Philippines, but this time through the United States. I have called on the government repeatedly to close the loopholes that allow Canada to export arms without oversight by passing through the U.S. By refusing to control these sales, the government is allowing Canadian arms to be used potentially to commit human rights violations. Why is the government refusing to better control our exports of weapons to the United States? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we are proud as a government that Canada is playing a leadership role by upholding the Arms Treaty, an important step in preventing conflicts caused by illicit weapons trade. We have historic relationship with the United States. Thanks to Bill C-47, we will have higher, more rigorous standards on the way that Canada regulates the sale of arms abroad.
For Victoria.
This week we learned the government fought relentlessly to extradite to France a Canadian citizen, Hassan Diab, even as the case was crumbling in the face of scant and unreliable evidence. Mr. Diab spent over 3 years in near solitary confinement in a French prison without ever being charged with a crime. Does the Prime Minister really think we can rely on an internal departmental review which by definition lacks independence? Will he launch a public inquiry to get to the bottom of this grave injustice and find ways to reform our unacceptable extradition laws?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Consular Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we advocated on behalf of Mr. Diab at every level to his return to Canada. We are very glad he's back to Canada with his family. We have read the reports, the involvement of government officials in his extradition. This obviously happened under the previous government, and I think this matter is worth looking into.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg and Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have always worked hard to ensure Canadians' security. In 2010, we appointed a special advisor on matters of human trafficking and illegal migration, but this advisor retired in 2016. Since then, the position remains unfilled and demonstrates once again that the Prime Minister does not take seriously the issue of illegal entry at the border. Why is the Prime Minister unable to take seriously the crisis straining our borders?
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the very serious issue of human trafficking, I'm pleased to be able to report to the honourable gentleman that that was a major topic under discussion among G7 ministers of security about a week or 10 days ago, and there was complete consensus among the 7 countries plus the European Union plus Interpol that this is an agenda topic for the leaders of the G7 to reinforce. We intend to keep this very prominently on the agenda, and to make sure that is the case, the Prime Minister has appointed a Gender Equality Advisory Council to reinforce the message.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I would like to thank my colleague, but I would like him to confirm, because my second question has to do with the fact that there was no new appointment. Has a special advisor been appointed to work on the problems of human trafficking and illegal migration?
Mr. Speaker, the issue of human trafficking is one that we have raised not only with the G7, but also in the context of the the policies of the Government of Canada in relation to violence against women and that issue both domestically and internationally. And in broadening out the scope of this very serious topic, Mr. Speaker, it's not only focused upon trafficking, which is in itself serious, but a broad range of issues, which is the topic or the series of topics being addressed by the Gender Equality Advisory Council.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, there are over 45,000 privately sponsored refugees waiting in the backlog to come to Canada. Instead of prioritizing the world's most vulnerable, people crossing into Canada from one of the safest countries in the world are getting bumped ahead of the line. The Prime Minister have opened the door wide open to illegal border crossers with his tweet, but won't lift a finger to help those playing by the rules. Can the Prime Minister explain to those waiting in refugee camps for years how this is fair?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member on the other side knows very well that those are two completely different systems. And I would like him to focus more on the truth. Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that we have taken real measures. When it comes to people illegally crossing at the border, we've invested over $170 million in the last budget. That's a contrast with the former government who cut money for services at the border. And we've also acted with our partners, such as Quebec and Ontario, to ensure that people crossing the border irregularly are processed as quickly as possible.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard from vulnerable Syrian refugees. They lack resources such as language training or the ability to find a job here in Canada. One woman was begging for someone who could teach her English. Many more are using food banks. We know these resources will be stretched further with the influx of illegal border crossers who also use these services. My question is, how is that fair?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, what they are talking about are two completely different systems. When it comes to Syrian refugees, we are very proud of the commitment that we undertook to welcome 50,000 refugees. We're going to make sure that these refugees can adapt to our reality and to our country, and we're going to do everything to provide all the means that they need to succeed in society, because we need them. And we know that they contribute actively to our society, and we're going to do everything to make sure that they have the services they need to succeed in our country. Thank you.
Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, there is significant concern from members of the Assembly of First Nations that the Liberals' planned Indigenous rights legislation will come far too late to matter and that there won't be enough involvement from First Nations people in Canada. The Minister has said that laws in Canada must fully respect the rights of First Nations people. So, can the Minister tell us when they're meeting with every First Nation and when their legislation will be introduced?
Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to report on the progress to date in the engagement on the recognition of Indigenous rights and implementation framework. We have met in over 67 roundtables. We've met with over 1,000 people. 500 of those are women. It is very interesting that, as the member points out, that some want this done today because it's all there in Volume 2 of RCAP. Some want us to take longer. We're going to do this the right way, and we're going to do it as soon as we can.
The
Honourable Member for Abitibi James, Nunavut, AU. Mr. Speaker, among the many promises that the Liberals made to Indigenous peoples, one of them was having a bill about Indigenous languages. That announcement was made almost 2 years ago to the Assembly of First Nations. Yes, 2 years. And a few days ago, we saw a notice on the government's website requesting services to help draft a bill about the promotion and preservation of Indigenous languages. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister reassure us that this bill will not and have the same fate as his bill about electoral reform? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, we know that the most important relationship for our government is the relationship with Indigenous peoples. The question of Indigenous languages is very important to my colleague, and I will be happy to work with him to ensure that we have a good bill about Indigenous languages. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we have been working to develop a first-ever bill about protecting, promoting, and revitalizing all of our Indigenous languages.
North.
Mr. Speaker, the National Housing Strategy is a 10-year, $40 billion plan to give more Canadians, and particularly the most vulnerable Canadians, a place to call home. Yesterday in Toronto, Toronto Strong, this government announced one of the key details, a key pillar of the National Housing Strategy, the National Housing Co-Investment Fund.
Can the minister responsible for housing tell the House how this co-investment fund will help the federal government to work with its partners and to work on the housing issues that matter to Canadians? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I would like to first commend the member for Scarborough North for his great work in helping give more Canadians a safe place to call home. I would also like to congratulate him for his French. Yesterday's announcement, $17 billion announcement, is going to create wonderful partnership opportunities for all levels of government, as well as the private and the social sector. It's also going to construct or renovate homes for 300,000 families. Mr. President, c'est ensemble.
Mr. Speaker, together we will be able to provide more safe and affordable housing to middle-class families and all those working very hard to join it.
The member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, last week, an unknown number of ISIS computer servers were seized in Canada. According to the Minister of Public Safety's own department, and I quote, terrorists like ISIS continue to use the internet to recruit new members and radicalize people, end quote. It is therefore shocking, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals have actually removed criminal penalties for promoting terrorism in their new national security bill. When the threat on Canadian soil is so real, why are the Liberals removing criminal penalties for the promotion of terrorism? Hear, hear.
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman misunderstands the effect of the legislation. What was previously in the existing law was a provision that was virtually impossible to enforce. What we have done is proposed wording that will change that to more familiar criminal procedures that have a greater likelihood of success in stopping the very conduct that he complains about.
Honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Question of political will, that's it.
Recently, Canada participated in a joint police operation with its allies against Islamic State or ISIS terrorism. The goal of the operation was to degrade the terrorist group's propaganda power by seizing many of the servers that existed in the world. This is a noble and necessary operation, Mr. Speaker, but we need counterterrorism on all fronts. Why is the Liberal government eliminating criminal penalties for promoting terrorism in Bill C-59?
Mr. Speaker, that line of reasoning is quite simply Conservative propaganda. The fact of the matter is we're changing the wording of the legislation to make it more effective, to put in place an offence that is more familiar within our criminal justice system, that has a greater likelihood of success in terms of proving the offence and getting a conviction. We want success on that front, not just bafflegab.
Honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
The chair of Aecon and one of his chief financiers wrote an editorial in the Globe and Mail praising the Aecon takeover by China's state-owned enterprise. They said it would be as amazing as the takeover of Australia's John Holland Group, the same John Holland Group that has been involved in the botched construction of a children's hospital in Australia with asbestos in the roof, shoddy construction, lead in the water, and inexperienced contractors. Will the Prime Minister listen to his corporate insiders who will gain from this takeover, or to Canadian national security officials and cancel the deal?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, our government welcomes international investment that will benefit the Canadian economy, but not at the expense of national security, Mr. Speaker. The Investment Canada Act contains a multi-step review process that includes a national security review within that process, which we always follow for all international investments in Canada. It's a rigorous process, Mr. Speaker. It's undertaken with the government's national security agencies, and we rely on their very good advice.
Honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
So, Mr. Speaker, when Australian construction firm John Holland was bought by China state-owned enterprise, the result was a children's hospital built with asbestos in the roof and lead in the water. Despite this, the China envoy to Canada said it would be immoral for Canadians to question the takeover by Aecon, the same China state-owned enterprise who built this botched hospital. Does the industry minister agree that it's immoral to question the takeover of Aecon, or will he take the concerns of Canadians seriously?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government listens to Canadians at every step of the way. We've done it since we've been elected and will continue to do so. As regards the Investment Canada Act, Mr. Speaker, there's a multi-step process in place that includes a national security review process. Mr. Speaker, we will never compromise national security, and investments are accepted in Canada at this level only when they are a net benefit to the Canadian economy. All of those principles will abide, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, plastics are ending up in our waters, entering our food chain and ending up on our dinner plates. This is a global issue, but Canada has no national policy, and the Liberals' Ocean Protection Plan does not even mention the word plastic. So how can the Prime Minister say he wants to lead the G7 discussion on ocean plastics when he's done nothing about it? My motion, M151, addresses this regulatory and legislative gap. Will the Prime Minister support my motion and take immediate action to clean up plastic pollution in our waters?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite for his question. I absolutely agree. We need to do more to reduce single-use plastics and how they're ending up in our oceans. It is a travesty. I've gone to the Arctic and actually seen birds where inside them they've got pieces of plastic in the high Arctic. We know we need to do better. We need to be doing that in conjunction with provinces and territories. We are convening a meeting with provinces and territories to make advances so that we can have a robust regime to stop this from happening.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Marine plastic pollution needs action, not meetings. As another busy boating season begins in BC, the abandoned vessel problem remains unsolved. Coastal communities have called for a comprehensive solution for a decade. They're done waiting. So following the NDP's lead, Parliament agreed to fast-track Bill C-64 to committee. But since it was sent back to the House March 2nd, the government's just dropped anchor on this bill. Will the minister commit to amending this bill to include what coastal communities actually want and stop stalling?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we're extremely proud of Bill C-64. We are the first government to take concrete action to deal with the issue of abandoned and wrecked vessels. In fact, I went out to British Columbia, if I'm not mistaken, to my colleagues riding in Ladysmith and announced that there were 9 boats that were going to be removed from the water. We will be doing this on a regular basis. We're also going to ratify the Nairobi Convention, which is another powerful tool to deal with owners taking responsibilities for their vessels.
Honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, first the Prime Minister tried to change Canadians' electoral system without letting them have a say. Then he tried to silence the opposition in Parliament. And now he's trying to change the elections law to benefit the Liberal Party. He wants to use voter information cards as a proof of address when in the last election nearly 1 million erroneous cards were mailed out. Canadians have seen through his tricks before, and they will once again. Why does the Prime Minister want to see Canadians show ID to buy marijuana, but not in order to vote?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, with C-76, our government is making it easier for Canadians to vote and tougher to break the rules. The defeated Harper Conservatives, on the other hand, made it tougher for Canadians to vote, and they broke the rules. We will not take lessons from the defeated Harper Conservatives who paid... Mr. Speaker, Canadians applauded when they were defeated too. We will not take lessons from a party who paid a $250,000 fine for breaking the law, who used robocalls to send people to the wrong polls, Mr.
The honourable member for Banff. Order. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Leave it to the Liberals to claim to fix a problem, but instead make it worse. There have been numerous claims of millions of dollars in foreign funding being funneled into third-party groups in the last election, and Conservatives have time and time again raised this problem. So what do the Liberals do? Absolutely nothing. Under their new legislation, foreign funds can still flow into Canada to influence our elections. So why don't the Liberals do something that isn't just window dressing and actually protect the integrity of our elections?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I'm awfully glad the honourable member had a supplementary question, because there are so many things the Conservatives did to attack our electoral system that I needed more time. In fact, their parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister went to jail for breaking election rules. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives attacked our democratic systems. Liberals are strengthening it. That is what C-76 will do, making it easier for Canadians to vote while we're strengthening our democratic systems. More people voting is good for our democratic system, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Beauport de Beaupré, Ile-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, I won't be taking any lessons from the Liberals when it comes to electoral reform. So far, Canada's Elections Act has worked fairly well. But as usual, the Liberals have decided that if it ain't broke, they should try to break it. With the election 18 months away, they're creating confusion among voters. All across the country, Canadians have to show at least one piece of official identification. No one is excluded, but there are no exceptions. Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
We are strengthening Canada's democratic institutions with C-76, and we are increasing Canadians' trust and participation in our electoral process. We are increasing the transparency of the electoral process. We are making elections more accessible to Canadians, including Canadians with disabilities. And we are making the electoral process more secure and ensuring that political parties protect the privacy of Canadian citizens. Mr. Speaker, our party, our government, is strengthening the democratic institutions that Conservative government actually attacked throughout its time in government.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our government knows that Canada's greatest strength is its resilient and hardworking citizens. Innovation and technology continue to change our way of living and of working. The residents of Kitchener Centre of Ontario and of Canada are meeting new challenges and opportunities.
Opportunities must be available to acquire the skills needed for the jobs of today and tomorrow. Can the Minister tell the House what our government is doing to ensure Ontarians and all Canadians get the skills they need? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Employment.
From Kitchener Centre for his question and continued advocacy when it comes to skills training.
Yesterday, I was proud to announce agreements between the federal government and the government of Ontario, which will allow Canada to invest more than $6 billion in Ontario workers.
Represent an increase in funding of over $800 million and will help 180,000 more Canadian Ontarians get the jobs and skills training that they need to succeed. These agreements will increase access to training programs, work placements, employer-sponsored training, job search assistance, career counseling.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Iranian nuclear deal provided billions of dollars to Iran and granted them access to the SWIFT financial system, which experts agree have helped Iran fund terror operations across the Middle East. This week, Israel revealed intelligence that shows Iran lied about the extent of their nuclear program when the 2015 deal was struck. Since this agreement was built upon the sands of deception, will this government work with the Atomic Energy Agency and our allies to have the deal with Iran revisited?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as all G7 foreign ministers agreed to last week, Canada is committed to permanently ensuring that Iran's nuclear program remains exclusively peaceful and in line with non-proliferation obligations and its commitments under the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. we strongly support the International Atomic Energy Agency in its crucial monitoring and verification work to help ensure Iran's compliance with this joint comprehensive plan of action, as well as other commitments that include safeguards and other obligations. We are a key supporter of the IAEA and have provided $11.5 million to support its...
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the Cambridge Analytica scandal continues as the company and its parent SCL fold up operations, but the main players have just put a new name on the door, Emerdata, and they have disturbing connections to both the Chinese government and international mercenaries. This morning at the Ethics Committee, we received an urgent letter from the data security firm UpGuard urging legislators to ensure that the potential data trail of electoral crimes is not erased. So to the chair of the Ethics Committee, what steps will he take to ensure that the data is obtained from host servers used by SCL's Canadian operation Aggregate IQ?
Honourable Chair of the Ethics Committee.
Thank you to the member from Timmins, James Bay, for the question. Today, my office has made data preservation requests, and I'm compelling Cambridge Analytica, SCL, Aggregate IQ, and any third-party vendor to produce information related to the Cambridge Analytica Facebook data breach. We're also working with the UA Information Commissioner, who has already raided the offices of Cambridge Analytica and seized data. We're also working with the Privacy Commissioner in Canada, who is already working on the file, working on Canadians' behalf to see what is really going on with Canadians' data breach.
Well,
Thank
that's
you.
how to answer.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, what does the Prime Minister's word really mean? That's what workers at the Davie shipyard are wondering. What is his word worth? He promised them 4 icebreakers in January, but they're still waiting. But it's his responsibility to settle this file. Officials in Chaudière-Appalaches are exasperated by the Liberals' inaction and are calling for a meeting with the Prime Minister now. When is he going to keep his promise instead of leaving Quebec and the Davie shipyard workers by the wayside? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Mr. Speaker, we understand the excellent work that's been done by the Davie shipyard workers. We are pursuing our negotiations and discussions with them. We are doing the necessary checks. We cannot discuss the details on the floor of the House, but I can assure you that discussions are ongoing.
Député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, spring is finally here, the temperatures are going up, and people are thinking about the holidays. But it's also time for a baffling phenomenon. As the temperature rises, so does the price of gas. No one understands why, but it happens every year, with the highest prices posted at the height of vacation season. Faced with this mystery, many suspect the oil companies of plotting to increase prices. Will the Minister of Innovation order the Competition Bureau to investigate this phenomenon of price fixing of gas? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we are aware of the situation, and we will continue to follow what's happening. If something needs to be done, we will do it, but for the moment, we're just monitoring the situation. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, anyone could ask the Competition Bureau to investigate the price-fixing scandal, but only one person can order that, and it's the Minister of Innovation. Every year, oil companies seem to plot to reach into people's pockets. Every year, we call on the federal government to intervene. Every year, the federal government abandons its citizens. Today we wrote to the minister to call on him to take his responsibility on this file. Will he finally order an investigation into the suspicious practice of gas price fixing? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. I would remind the House that the Competition Bureau is an independent agency, and they will act as they see fit. As I said, Mr. Speaker, we will be monitoring the situation.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, Canada lost yet again in a challenge that we made in federal court against a secret Chapter 11 tribunal that had overturned a very fair, full, robust review of the Digby Neck Quarry. This company, Bilcon, went from losing to the Nova Scotia Conservative government, the federal Conservative government. They went for $570 million. It looks like they're now going to get it. Will the Prime Minister agree it's time to work with the United States in these renegotiations and get Chapter 11 out of NAFTA?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our priority since day one has been to help the Canadian middle class and those working hard to join it. We will continue to advance an agenda that seeks to improve NAFTA, including on issues such as trade and gender, trade and Indigenous peoples, labour, environment and investment. As we work towards modernizing NAFTA, we will vigorously pursue and defend Canadian interests, but we won't be negotiating in public. We are looking for a good deal for Canada, one that continues to make North America competitive for years to come.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, our border has become like a sieve. It's time to suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement to stem the tide of these asylum seekers crossing the border. Even the Quebec Association of Immigration Lawyers is saying so. Article 10 exists specifically so that signatories can suspend the agreement if necessary. We don't even need to ask permission. Will the government finally take responsibility on this file and suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement?
Secretary Parliamentary.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, Canada, as we've said many times, is an open and welcoming country. In the last week, a number of parties have brought forward different possible solutions concerning the Safe Third Country Agreement, but I think this shows that they don't understand the agreement. This agreement is a very, very important tool that is used by Canada and the U.S. to cooperate and to process asylum requests. It is an essential component of our immigration system. And once again, the representative of the Commission for Refugees said it is important to continue respecting that agreement.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Bruce Ralston, Minister of Jobs, Trade and Technology for the province of British Columbia. I believe the honourable member for Huron-Bruce has a point of order arising from question period.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a point of order, and I understand during the debate in this House sometimes questions may get asked, answers may come out not exactly how ministers would have hoped. During question period today, though, I think you'll find the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, when giving an answer, provided a few reasons why the emissions numbers dropped during our time. I'm getting to my point. And one of the claims that she made during that was that it was the government that was the cause of the world, the Canadian government was the cause of the worldwide economic crisis and depression. So I would like to give her an opportunity to obviously set the record straight and just say that maybe she was wrong in her facts.
This does sound like debate. Now, I believe the Honourable Opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I ask the Thursday question, I do want to just express my gratitude to the Government House Leader and actually all the Liberal and our other colleagues, just in the way they responded yesterday after the sudden passing of our colleague Gord Brown. Thank you so much. Thank you. I thank them through you, Mr. Speaker, for their response. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have something else in regards to the business coming up. I do want to specifically ask, if I could, regarding Bill C-76. There's been some rumors that the government may be deciding to try to fast-track it in some way or another. So I'm hoping that the Government House Leader can please clarify that they will indeed not do that. I think that given the potential impact of Bill C-76 on our democracy, it's very important that sufficient time is allotted. I think, in fact, the House would welcome a commitment from the government that respects the intent of a Liberal motion introduced and previously proposed by the House Leader's colleague, the Liberal member for Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame. This Liberal motion proposed on April 10th of 2014 sought to limit the government's ability to shut down debate on a bill regarding elections and our democracy. And it was a Liberal motion. So I would ask the Government House Leader if she could give us the update of what the business of the week will be, keeping that in mind and respecting the need that we all have to debate important bills around democracy with sufficient time. Thank you very much.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will continue debate at third reading on Bill C-48, the oil tanker moratorium. The debate will continue tomorrow. On Monday, we'll begin report stage and third reading of Bill C-65 on harassment. Tuesday will be a designated day.
In accordance with the order adopted on April 26th, the House will resolve itself into a committee of the whole following question period in order to welcome the athletes of the 2018 Pyeongchang Olympic and Paralympic Games. Afterwards, the House will proceed with debate at report stage and third reading of Bill C-21, the Customs Act. Next Thursday, we will only begin the debate of Bill C-76, the Elections Act. As you've heard in this House numerous times, we are committed to seeing more people participate in democracy. I have always committed to ensuring that there is a reasonable amount of time to debate, also to ensure that the committee can do its work. So I look forward to hearing from all parties how much time is needed so that we can continue ensuring that legislation is advanced in a timely fashion. And just quickly, Mr. Speaker, I want the Opposition House Leader and all colleagues to know that this is our parliamentary family. And we are always going to be here to work together, and we know that in the days and weeks and years to come, there might be times that we need to lean on each other, and we will always be here to do that, and I know the opposition does the same. So we sincerely appreciate those kind words today. Our thoughts and prayers are with them. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill C-48, Oil Tanker Moratorium Act.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Transport, has 11 minutes remaining in her speech and debate.
7 minutes. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for that. At that part in the speech, we were talking about the improvements in technology and the changes we see that will actually help protect our coasts, and how much we are actually working to encourage research and to encourage the development of technology partnerships with the marine industry, with academia, with other federal departments and other governments to continue to work with us to develop innovative solutions that enable the efficient movement of goods and at the same time protect the marine environment. These partnerships are essential to enable us to share the latest innovations in research, knowledge, and intelligence on new technologies, and to also encourage skills capacity for an increasingly knowledge-based economy. Accordingly, the Government of Canada will strengthen the polluter pay principle by strengthening the Canadian Ship Source Oil Pollution Fund. We want to ensure adequate industry-funded compensation is available for those affected by oil spills. This includes removing the fund's current limit and providing unlimited compensation to those affected by an oil pollution incident. When compensation is beyond what is currently available, funds will be recovered by a levy on the companies that import and export oil by the ship. The changes to the Ship Source Oil Pollution Fund will position Canada as a world leader amongst ship source liability and compensation regimes. Mr. Speaker, I should point out that Canada has a long-standing tradition of multilateralism related to international shipping. Canada is a founding member of the International Maritime Organization, the UN agency that regulates the world's maritime shipping, and Canada also has a proud history of working closely with the International Maritime Organization to advance standards that promote maritime safety and security, protect the environment, and safeguard seafarers. The Government of Canada will continue to contribute to the comprehensive body of international conventions supported by hundreds of recommendations governing every facet of shipping. In fact, as part of the Ocean Protections Plan, the Government of Canada will strengthen its leadership role internationally. This includes playing an active role in developing international marine safety standards with the International Maritime Organization and other international partners. Mr. Speaker, as a trading nation, Canada relies on a safe and secure maritime transportation system to support our economic growth. A wide variety of cargo is transported through Canada's marine transportation system, from food and consumer goods to energy resources. Marine transportation is the primary means of transporting Canada's trade with other countries other than the United States. It is critical for economic growth in Canada, which has provided us with one of the highest standards of living in the world. Mr. Speaker, the moratorium will continue to allow critical local resupply activities and still enable communities to develop economically. The moratorium does not apply to lighter oils, such as gasoline, propane, or jet fuel that local communities and industries rely upon, nor will it apply to liquefied natural gas. Accordingly, opportunities remain open for the continued shipment of non-persistent oils. Further, Mr. Speaker, once passed by Parliament, the Governor and Council will have authority under the Act to amend the Schedule of Persistent Oils through regulation, should future innovations and technological developments in the transportation of these products offer a significantly higher level of protection for our waters. Amendments to the schedule could be considered following a regulatory review that would assess new scientific evidence about the fate and the behavior of petroleum products when spilled, cleanup technologies, and the state of institutional arrangements to respond to ship-source oil spills. The schedule could only be revised through the regulatory amendment process. Environmental safety and science would be the primary considerations for any changes to the schedule. Always keeping an opening for new technology and scientific development is testament to our commitment not only to protecting the environment, but also to fostering innovation in the marine industry. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to demonstrating that a clean environment and a strong economy can go hand in hand, and that is why Bill C-48 is so important to all Canadians. The moratorium is but one of a suite of actions that this government is taking that will strengthen environmental protection, instilling confidence in Canadians that it is possible to have economic growth and to protect the environment, because this isn't an either-or proposition. Mr. Speaker, I have a list of those who have demonstrating and expressing a strong support for the passage of Bill C-48, the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act. It's quite an exhaustive list, but Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, Canadian Union of Postal Workers, the Dogwood Initiative, the Friends of Wild Salmon Coalition, the Haida Gwaii, the Northwest Watch, the Skeena Watershed Conservation Coalition, Skeena Wild, Stand Earth. And that is just an example. There are many, many more. Mr. Speaker, we remain open to enable future innovation and technological developments in the transportation of oil that offer a significantly higher level of protection for our waters today and for future generations. I hope I can count on the support of all honourable members to establish in law an oil tanker moratorium on the north coast of British Columbia. Let's work together so that we continue to create a sustainable future for the generations that will follow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her speech. Now, she mentioned a list of supporters of this oil tanker ban, and I noticed in that list there was Dogwood. And is that the same organization that the Liberal government gave a grant to for a summer job to stop the Kinder Morgan pipeline?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we really believe that consultation is actually the key to coming up to the best solution. It is about having those conversations. It is about hearing from all sides of the debate. It doesn't mean that we should just restrict ourselves to one or another perspective. It's important that we do get all those different perspectives, and that will help us come up with the best solutions as we move forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Honourable Member's intervention or comments on the northern tanker ban. And one of the elements the government has introduced is the Ocean Protection Plan to look at how we protect our coastal community. We've heard a lot about this so-called Ocean Protection Plan, but one of the issues or concerns is the technology that is supposed to exist to clean up dilbit. Now, we just heard about the question of Kinder Morgan, and the proposal would bring that diluted bitumen to the coast and bring a seven-fold increase of tanker traffic to that port, the Vancouver port. I'm wondering if the Honourable Member could tell the House about the technology in the Ocean Protection Plan that exists to clean up and deal with that toxic dilbit.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question, and it is an important one. And we believe that the technology will be developed, and sitting in on the Transportation Committee earlier this session, we heard from a company that's actually proposing to take bitumen and press it into pucks and actually cover it with a polymer coating. And that will make it much safer to transport. I think there are technological developments both in spill cleanup and in how we're actually going to move this product, and we'll be seeing some of those coming onto the market very soon.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech, but I'm just wondering, she talks about this tanker moratorium off the West Coast. Why such a difference in opinion from the West Coast to the East Coast? In comparison, let's put this in perspective, almost 4,000 tankers a day come through off the coast of New Brunswick, down the St. Lawrence, many of those carrying oil from regions that certainly have much worse human rights records and environmental standards like Nigeria, Saudi Arabia. No problem with tankers coming off down the East Coast. But let's go to the West Coast, where we have less than 200 tankers a day. Less than 2% of the commercial tanker traffic off the West Coast carries oil and bitumen. So why such a difference between what we're doing on the East Coast, but we're more than happy to debilitate energy investment and development off the West Coast?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question, and I think it's important to look at the statistics, not just as a grand number, but what percentage of those vessels on the East Coast are carrying persistent oils. This does not, as I said, this does not preclude transportation of gasoline, transportation of jet fuel, but it does, provide protections for those more persistent oils. Thank you.
Question commentaire. L'Honorable Secretary Parliamentary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Much, Mr. Speaker. And earlier this week, when the Minister of Transportation was speaking to this particular piece of legislation, he indicated that you do not have to live on the coast to appreciate how valuable this act will be on the environment, economy, and people in the area of British Columbia. And I mentioned at that time that my daughter is an Earth Rangers ambassador trying to save the Oregon spotted frog. So many of our children understand that we need to really protect the environment. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could answer how this particular piece of legislation complements the Ocean Protection Plan, complements the $1.3 billion that we're investing in biodiversity, one of the largest and most significant investments in nature conservation in Canada's history.
Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The honourable member for her question, because she's absolutely right. It's not just a one-issue deal. It's not just a one bill. It's not just a single proposal that we're implementing. It is to deal with conservation. It's important. It is to deal with preservation. And that's something I think that had been ignored. So what we want to do is actually prevent accidents from happening. And that's why the investments in the Ocean Protection Plan, that's why the investments in conservation activities. It's the key to our future, Mr. Speaker, and I believe the young people want us to do this kind of work. Thank you.
And some comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to use my chance to put a question to the Parliamentary Secretary, and in the context of that, answer the question from the member for Foothills. This ban on the north coast of British Columbia against large oil tankers has been in place since 1972. It was only under the previous Prime Minister, Mr. Harper, that it was removed. It was honoured by every government, including progressive conservative governments, between 1972 just up to 2012. Now, the reason it's different from the East Coast, because I'm originally from Cape Breton, and I asked those questions early on. It has a lot to do with the intense ocean current action of the Hecate Strait, Dixon Entrance. These areas have an intensity far more than any of our coastal areas off Atlantic Canada. And geographically, what we used to call the Queen Charlotte Islands, Haida Gwaii, are right up against those channels. It's far too dangerous to have oil tankers on that coast, and the tankers on the BC coast are the only ones shipping dilbit. None in Atlantic Canada ship dilbit, which cannot be cleaned up.
Secretary Parlementaire.
Well, I'm going
to Parliamentary Secretary.
Member for her education. I appreciated knowing that. And I think it's knowing what the product is that you're transporting, knowing how it's going to act when it hits the water, knowing how currents are going to affect that product, that is absolutely key. And I don't think we have yet. We are undertaking that research to make sure that we understand what that product will do, but we're not done yet.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was listening attentively to the commentary and the back and forth on different questions and answers. As far as I know, this is a tanker ban, really a pipeline ban in northern British Columbia. It's just moving the traffic 100 kilometers further to the west. The member opposite talked about doing this for the purpose of conservation, but Section 6 of the Act gives the ability of the Cabinet to give a blanket exemption for any reason to allow the tanker traffic to continue. So it can't be about conservation when you give yourself a mechanism to do the exact opposite of that plan. And I think it does matter. Why would you approve a pipeline like Trans Mountain when you mean, in the name of conservation, to eliminate any traffic closer to the coast? Why wouldn't you do it on the southern coast as well? Is there a difference in value between the two?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Transport.
I thank the honourable member for his question. And it's my belief that that kind of possibility for an exception is under extraordinary circumstances. If something changes, if there's an emergency, if technology changes so drastically that something needs to be adjusted, then it can be adjusted. But there's a lot of homework that needs to be done before something like that can be considered. So I think the Cabinet has that ability. If there's some kind of emergency that they need to address, they can do so. And I think it's a very worthwhile piece of that legislation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-48 is one part of the Liberals' plan to phase out Canada's oil and the jobs of hundreds of thousands of Canadians whose livelihoods depend both directly and indirectly on Canadian energy. The Canadian Energy Research Institute says every job created in Canadian upstream oil and gas results in the creation of 2 indirect and 3 induced jobs in other sectors. From engineers in Edmonton to steel manufacturers in Hamilton and refinery workers in Sarnia and St. John, Canada's economy depends on Canadian energy. Canada can and should play a major role in the global future of oil and gas, for which demand will continue to grow. Of the world's top 10 oil and gas producers, Canada and the United States are the only 2 liberal democracies. Yet these liberals' policies are suffocating Canada's energy sector while the others thrive. Canada has long been the world's most environmentally and socially responsible oil and gas producer. The Liberals should champion Canada's expertise, innovation, and regulatory know-how. The Liberals should be proud of Canada's track record and of Canada's future in oil and gas instead of imposing policies and laws to phase it out, like this tanker ban. As developing countries modernize and the world's middle class grows, oil and natural gas will continue to be the most significant sources for meeting global energy needs. So the world needs more Canadian energy, and the world wants Canadian oil and gas. The Liberals constantly undermine Canada's energy sector. They killed Energy East with red tape and rule changes and outright vetoed the approved Northern Gateway pipeline. And while the Trans Mountain expansion is at risk and a full-blown crisis is escalating, the Liberals are imposing C-48 to ban on and offloading of crude and persistent oils on ports in BC's north coast, which will cut Canada off from the most efficient route to the Asia-Pacific and prevent any new energy infrastructure opportunities to the region. The International Energy Agency estimates that in the past 5 years, 69% of global oil demand growth has been in the Asia-Pacific, and that it's expected to grow for decades. Canada needs to supply that demand because the United States is both Canada's biggest energy customer and competitor. But Bill C-488 is an intentional government-created roadblock that deprives Canadians of potential benefits. This bill will permanently prevent any opportunities for pipelines to transport environmentally and socially responsible Canadian oil to the Prince Rupert-Kitimat area where it could reach the rapidly growing Asia-Pacific. Deliberately limiting Canada's export potential by blocking access to tidewater risks the livelihoods of Canadians everywhere. It will put very real limits on future prosperity. And reaching tidewater in all directions for Canada's oil and gas should be a pressing priority. It makes no sense to delay or to equivocate on this from either an economic or an environmental or a moral perspective. Stopping Canadian oil cedes market share to countries where standards, enforcement, and outcomes don't measure up to Canada's performance, to many corrupt regimes with abysmal environmental and human rights records where energy development only benefits a select and wealthy few. A 2014 Worley Parsons study comparing major oil and gas producing jurisdictions confirmed Canada maintains the highest level of environmental stringency and compliance, the highest level of regulatory transparency, life cycle analysis, community consultation, and collaboration with Indigenous people in the world. That conclusion echoed several major benchmarking assessments before it. I note that was before the last 2015 election. Every time Liberals attack Canada's track record of energy and environmental assessment and evaluation, they empower and embolden anti-Canadian energy activists who are fighting to shut down Canadian oil and gas and exports. That's how the Liberals have created the mess they're in, picking and choosing which energy projects to defend and to attack. For the Liberals, this is about politics, not about facts. But here are the facts. The safety track record of Canada's energy infrastructure and transportation systems, including pipelines and tankers, has also long been world-leading. The evidence shows tankers have safely and regularly transported crude oil from Canada's west coast since the 1930s. The previous Conservative government implemented a suite of strong measures to create a world-class tanker safety system, modernized Canada's navigation system, enhanced response planning and marine safety capacity for First Nations communities, and ensured that polluters paid for spills and damages on all coasts. Canada already has industry-leading regulations with standards well beyond other jurisdictions on all aspects of tanker safety, pipeline safety, prevention, and response. The Liberals are building on that work. The average response time of the Western Canada Marine Response Corporation is 60 minutes. For the last 10 years. The Canadian Shipping Act requires this corporation to have the capacity to clean up 10,000 tons of oil in 10 days. The largest marine spill to ever occur was on the East Coast. Chief Isaac Labakun Avaram of the Woodland Cree First Nation said, quote, What I don't understand about this tanker moratorium is that there's no other tanker moratorium on the other coastline in Canada. You have oil coming in from Saudi Arabia, up and down the St. Lawrence River right now. So when it comes to tankers bringing in foreign oil along the St. Lawrence River, the answer is yes. When it comes to oil tankers delivering oil from Saudi Arabia to the Irving Oil Refinery in New Brunswick, the answer is yes. When it comes to continuing operations and offshore oil rigs off the coast of Newfoundland, the answer is yes. But of course, not in northern offshore areas near the Northwest Territories, which the Liberals banned against the will of the Premier. But when it comes to opportunities to expand market access, create good-paying jobs for all Canadians, and millions of dollars in economic opportunity for Indigenous communities, the answer from the Liberals is no, phase it out. During a Transport Committee testimony, First Nations were only given 30 minutes to share their opposition to the tanker ban and spoke of their investment in the Eagle Spirit Pipeline Project, a $17 billion Indigenous-owned energy corridor and what has been called the largest First Nations endeavour in the world, which could secure economic opportunity, social benefits, and reduce poverty for at least 35 First Nations for generations to come. Bill C-48 undermines the hard work and aspirations of those First Nations. It might drive their project into the U.S. too, chasing even more energy investment across the border. During the committee meeting, which was the only consultation the Liberals offered with directly impacted First Nations, Calvin Helene, the chairman and president of Eagle Spirit and a member of the Lac Kw'alaams First Nation, said that 35 First Nations supporting the project, quote, do not like outsiders, particularly those they view as trust fund babies, coming into their traditional territories they've governed and looked after for over 10,000 years and dictating government policy in their territory. Calvin said, quote, we set up a Chiefs Council that represented all of the chiefs from Alberta all the way out to the BC coast. They've had a position with a lot of power and control over the environmental aspects and over the project in general, so it was a fairly high hurdle that we sought to meet. They were so satisfied with the environmental model we put forward that they voluntarily voted at their first meeting to support an energy corridor. The Prime Minister says the relationship with Canada's Indigenous people is the most important to him, and he wants, quote, an opportunity to deliver true, meaningful, and lasting reconciliation. But his words don't match his actions. This legislation, dictated by the Prime Minister, will block wealth and opportunity for First Nations communities. Gary Alexie, Vice Chair of the Eagle Spirit Chiefs Council, said, quote, with no consultation, the BC First Nations groups have been cut off economically, with no opportunity to even sit down with the government to further negotiate Bill C-48. If that's going to be passed, then I would say we might as well throw up our hands and let the government come and put blankets on us infected with smallpox so we can go away. That's what this bill means to us. Today, the way it sits, we have nothing but handouts that are not even enough to have the future growth of First Nations in our communities of British Columbia. Less than a month after the last election, the Prime Minister directed ministers to work towards this tanker ban. But the Prime Minister also said his Liberals will, quote, ensure that decisions are based on science, facts, and evidence and serve the public's interests. How does this Prime Minister expect Canadians to believe that he consulted Indigenous communities, industry, and experts with comprehensive assessments of existing environmental and safety record standards, outcomes, gaps, comparative analysis of marine traffic rules, enforcement and track records on all Canadian coasts and internationally, and thorough local, regional, and national economic impact studies in less than a single month? And it's a sham anyway, targeting docking and loading at ports of Canadian oil, not banning any other vessels of any other kind or from any other countries. Unfortunately, it's a pattern, because despite all the talk, voter coalitions, politics, and ideology drive the Liberals' predetermined conclusion. It isn't evidence, facts, or consultation. Alarmingly, foreign funds and interests have also influenced this bill. Before the 2015 election, the Oak Foundation, based in Switzerland, gave a $97,000 grant to the West Coast Environmental Law Group to campaign for a change in government with the express purpose of constraining Canadian oil and gas development through, quote, a legislative ban on crude oil tankers on British Columbia's north coast. Their website says WCEL aims to establish the conditions under which opposition parties holding a parliamentary majority work together to enact a legislative tanker ban under a majority government and/or incorporate a ban promise into their manifestos, committing them to act following an election that produces a majority government. Calvin Helene says, quote, what the Chiefs are starting to see a lot now is that there's a lot of underhanded tactics and where certain people are paid in communities and they are used as spokespersons. Essentially, they are puppets and props to kill resource development. It's outrageous, and people should be upset about that. The Chiefs are upset. Eagle Spirit's Indigenous leaders say the tanker ban is the result of a lobbying campaign by foreign-financed environmental groups. Notably, some of these groups were also involved in a coordinated opposition to the Pacific Northwest LNG project, which the Lac Kw'alaams First Nation members also supported and welcomed after meeting environmental assurances and getting more information. Another project that was killed under this government's watch. The port of the project was to go straight into their traditional territory. Their community has a municipal-like government whose leaders are elected, while their original tribes are represented by the Lac Kw'alaams Hereditary Chiefs Council. Calvin says, quote, the Seattle-based Wilberforce Foundation financially supported a local extremist who posed as a hereditary chief. The 9 tribes publicly clarified the misrepresentation in May 2016. It was later settled in court. Callan says, quote, the rightful hereditary leadership who had been governing their territory for over 10,000 years were shocked that an outside organization would seek to essentially overthrow their ancient leadership structure. And that, quote, Wilberforce, the California-based Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation, Hawaii-based Sustainable Fisheries Partnership, and others have poured money into anti-LNG campaigns in BC, just as they founded opposition to oil sands development before them. Indeed, the record suggests the long project to establish the Great Rare Rainforest was a strategy to stop hydrocarbon exports from Western Canada, even as the U.S. sources ramped up production. One of the same groups involved in the anti-LNG campaign pushed the Liberals' tanker ban in opposition to the proposed Eagle Spirit project, while claiming to be representatives of the Lac Kw'alaams. In September 2016, the Chiefs Council said they do not, quote, sanction inviting professional protesters from non-governmental organizations and non-Lac Kw'alaams First Nations members into their traditional lands in breach of ancient tribal protocols. The 9 tribes of Lac Kw'alaams would never go into another First Nations territory without first obtaining their permission. The unauthorized action by this renegade group has created needless confusion, damages tribal unity, and is insulting to tribal members. But here's the point. When the Liberals, along with the NDP and Green activists, propose legislation like C-48 to appease those groups, they undermine the will of First Nations and their elected leadership. They talk of consultation and reconciliation, but their attack on economic opportunities and their failure to consult and listen to directly impacted Indigenous people is the height of hypocrisy. Mayor Helene is forced to spend time and resources, John Helene, Calvin's brother, forced to spend time and resources fighting this coalition and C-48 in court. It's stunning to hear Canadian politicians speak of the poverty and the socioeconomic challenges Indigenous Canadians experience disproportionately, while deliberately using every possible means to block financial opportunities for them and undermine all their efforts to secure agreements to benefit communities, their youth, and their future. 500 of the 630 First Nations in Canada are open to pipelines and to oil and gas development. For example, Fort McKay near the Athabasca oil sands has an unemployment rate of 0 and financial holdings in excess of $2 billion. There are 327 Indigenous-owned enterprises that do business with oil and gas operations in Alberta alone. Oil sands businesses have conducted more than $10 billion with First Nations, $billion of business with First Nations-owned companies. Chief Jim Boucher of Fort McKay says, quote, we have a different view of the oil sands than other people who are not close to our neighborhood. A lot of people are making judgment calls in regards to what they see and hear from environmental groups, which is really contrary to what we believe and what we see in our region. Responsible oil sands development is a key driver of Alberta's and Canada's economy, creating employment. Even as recently as 2014, 9 out of every 10 new full-time jobs created in Canada were created in Alberta, and tax revenue for all levels of government, which supports the social programs and capital infrastructure projects on which everyone depends. But Alberta continues to face obstacles to move oil to market, hostage to the myth that a broad-based carbon tax on everything, which will disproportionately harm its economy and make it harder for the vulnerable, low-income and working poor Canadians everywhere, will buy support for pipelines. This narrative is especially toxic because Alberta was actually the first jurisdiction in all of North America to regulate and report emissions, to set targets for reduction across all sectors, and to implement a targeted carbon levy on major industrial emitters only more than a decade ago. Oil sands developers and workers have led the world in improving sustainable production, enhancing energy efficiency, and minimizing the footprint of development, ensuring air, water, land, and habitat stewardship while working towards complete reclamation. The oil sands are a long-term strategic asset that any country in the world would want to have and any other national leader would value and promote. The oil sands are all about innovation. Without new technologies, Alberta would still be sitting on a hydrocarbon resource with no economic value. That's true of the energy sector overall, always innovating, adapting, advancing. In the 1970s, an Imperial Oil engineer, Roger Butler, invented a thermal recovery process, steam-assisted gravity drainage. Around roughly the same time, the Alberta government established the Alberta Oil Sands Technology and Research Authority to focus on developing Alberta's oil sands that were too deep to mine, which is the vast majority of the resource. In 1996, the first commercial SAGD project was built at Foster Creek, and 6 years later started production. The federal Liberal and provincial Progressive Conservative governments worked together to put in place fiscal and regulatory conditions to unlock this incredible resource. Securities regulators took notice that deep-lying bitumen could now be recoverable. In 2002, the Houston-based Oil and Gas Journal released its authoritative estimates of global petroleum reserves, where it raised Canada's total proven oil reserves nearly 40-fold, from 4.9 to 180 billion barrels. Major authorities followed suit over the next few years. Alberta is blessed with abundant, accessible, and affordable resources. Their responsible development is an opportunity for all Canadians, benefiting every community, reducing poverty, and sustaining middle-class jobs. Producing the oil sands is a technological, innovative, and relatively recent and unique achievement from a private, public, academic, and Indigenous partnership of which all Canadians should be so proud. The Liberals should champion Alberta's oil sands, not phase them out. But C-48 is a clear attack on the oil sands, on pipelines, on Canadian crude oil, on the livelihoods of the hundreds of thousands of Canadians who depend on its success, and limits Canada's role in the world. I urge all members to vote against the tanker ban.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's passion and her intervention and her knowledge that she brings to this debate. Certainly she talks about what the oil sands have done to improve efficiency and technology. But one of the things, Mr. Speaker, that the world faces right now is the fact that we're burning carbon at an alarming rate, and this is a huge problem. Our global scientists have told us that this is probably one of the largest problems, if not the largest problems on the planet that humanity faces to reverse this trend. We are over 400 parts per million, and we're quickly reaching up to 2 degrees a rise in global average temperature. So what is the Conservative plan to deal with and reverse this trend while they're still promoting the use of burning fossil fuels?
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Canadian energy remains the most affordable, abundant, and available source of energy for our domestic use and for the world. Stopping Canada from being able to export its crude oil does not protect the environment globally. In fact, all it does is seed the market to other oil and gas producing jurisdictions that are ramping up aggressively and have nowhere near the same standards as Canada. This debate about the oil tanker ban should concern members of the NDP and the Green and left-wing voters who the Liberals are trying to pander to in order to secure their vote. Because the hypocrisy and the emptiness of this legislation is shocking, since it doesn't enforce the voluntary exclusion zone already in the area. And the Liberals, with this bill, will create a scenario in which they stop pipelines, stop the oil sands, in which Canadian oil tankers can't have no reason to be in the area, while American and foreign tankers of all kinds and all size and all products are still in the area. So the NDP should be opposing this legislation, since it doesn't do anything that the Liberals are claiming it does, just in order to keep the NDP voters so they win in British Columbia again.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle.
To my colleagues' discourse with a lot of interest. Canadians expect the Government of Canada to balance economic needs with environmental policies and our goals. This tanker moratorium does just that. How does my colleague across the way propose to address the issue of climate change when we are facing an upcoming, maybe even crisis in the future? Thank you.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, Chief Isaac Labakun Avaram of the Woodland Cree First Nation, who opposes the tanker ban and is one of the representatives of the 35 communities all along the route, every single one that support the proposition of a new energy corridor by the Eagle Spirit Pipeline, says this: I'm 100% an environmentalist as well, but I'm also 100% into the economy so that I can provide purpose and get people to work. This tanker ban is not just going to hurt us at the moment, which it's doing, but it's going to hurt future generations. I have 4 daughters at home, and I want to provide a better education for them. I can't do that on social assistance. So Bill C-48 will hurt these First Nations and stops Canadian oil, which is extracted, transported, and produced under the safest and most environmentally rigorous standards of any oil and gas producing jurisdiction on Earth. And that's what the Liberals are stopping with this tanker ban. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for Lakeland, my fellow Albertan, for doing a fantastic job as in her role as shadow cabinet on the energy file. And the question that I have for her, for 10 years when I was a member of the governing party, I would watch as the Liberals, the NDP and the Greens would continue to pander to and try and get the votes from anybody who was opposed to energy projects. Now that they're government, they found out that it's a lot harder to get these things done if the people that you've made promises to you now have to be dishonest with. So they like to couch everything by saying that in the 10 years that Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, they didn't get any pipelines built. So I'm wondering, I'm going to ask my colleague, how many kilometers of pipeline did Stephen Harper actually cancel, and how many kilometers of pipeline has the current Prime Minister, the Liberal Prime Minister, cancelled?
The honourable member for Lakeland.
In fact, pipeline capacity in Canada was tripled under the previous Conservative government, and under these Liberals, almost 7,000 kilometres of pipelines have been killed by their policies and their attack on Canadian energy. They've already killed more pipelines than actually were constructed and operating under the previous government. And to the point about their crass alliance with anti-energy activists, all for votes and political pandering, I want to read a declaration from the 9 tribes of the Lac-Kw'alaams, who collectively declare, we have unextinguished Aboriginal rights and title from time immemorial and continuing into the present within the land and ocean of our traditional territories. We protected the environment as first stewards of our traditional territories for over 13,000 years. We have and will always put the protection of environment first, but this must be historically balanced with community, social, employment, business, and other priorities. We absolutely do not support big American environmental NGOs who make their money from opposing natural resource projects in Canada, dictating government policy and resource developments within our traditional territories. Such foreign interference serves only to perpetuate the rampant poverty and dysfunction encouraged by previous colonial policies.
We'll have to leave it at that. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine LaSalle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As part of our election platform, the Liberal Party had proposed just such a type of measure. And it was the will of the people, and that's why we're here as a government. Does my colleague across the way not believe that this is what Canadians want? We are here as a majority government. This was part of our platform promises, and can she answer to that, please? Thank you.
Well, member for Lakeland.
You know, I think a growing number of Canadians, I mean, certainly the vast majority of the constituents that I'm blessed to represent, but I think even growing numbers of Canadians no longer really believe a word these Liberals say, and they especially don't believe a word they say about energy or about environmental protection. That's the reason why nobody on the left supports them on the Trans Mountain expansion, for example, and nobody in the Conservatives who wholeheartedly agree with their approval that's in the national interest believe their words either. So, you know, they also got elected talking about basing their decisions on evidence, on consultation, on science, and on facts, and particularly on consultation with Indigenous people, and they constantly claim that's the most important relationship to them. So what are they not understanding about the fact that their tanker ban undermines actively opportunities and the will and the decision and the aspirations and the hard work of 35 Indigenous communities from Alberta to British Columbia, and will do damage to Canadian future prosperity that benefits all of Canada, every single resident in every province, right across all sectors. That is what the Liberals are actually doing here. And so they can go on and on about the things that they believe and they promised and they said they were going to do. And you know what? Nobody believes them anymore at all, and they deserve it, and they create it.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I had an opportunity to speak to this bill at report stage on Monday, and I made the comment that Conservatives will not participate in the fantasy that this bill has anything to do with transportation. We know that this is a moratorium on a pipeline and on resource development, which is precisely why my colleague from Lakeland, who is our Shadow Minister for Natural Resources, has been given the lead on this particular file, and I think she's done a tremendous job in terms of bringing forward all of the issues that surround this tanker ban. I want to thank her also for the opportunity of attending a press conference that she held today with Mayor Helene from Lax Kw'alaams. And I guess I would just like to give her an opportunity to tell us what the purpose of that press conference was. Thank you.
Member for Lakeland.
Well, Mayor Helene feels that his community and his leadership and the elected leaders there are being drowned out by the Anti-Energy Activists Alliance, and he and his community were not consulted on the tanker ban, but they are the community that will be most directly impacted by it. So he is moving forward, having to fight on behalf of the best interests and the aspirations of his community to challenge this government, because he says that they have violated their rights and title to make decisions on their traditional territory. Now, that's the same community that supported and welcomed the Pacific Northwest LNG project, which was later cancelled. And they are also being blocked by this government from being able to diversify their fisheries. So they oppose the tanker ban. They are doing everything they can to be heard. They had one meeting with the Liberals and were told there's no flexibility on it. And this tanker ban was dictated by the Prime Minister within 1 month after the 2015 election. And the Mayor was here to speak on behalf of the people that he represents, and Canadians can't be grateful enough for his leadership. Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak about C-48, a oil tanker ban on British Columbia's north coast. Canada's New Democrats are pleased the Liberal government is finally taking action to protect the north coast of British Columbia from crude oil tanker traffic. We are, however, concerned that Bill C-48 gives the minister too much arbitrary power to exempt vessels from the ban or define what fuels are covered under the Act. We hope the government will implement constructive amendments to limit ministerial power and increase spill response resources. We are certainly concerned about the lack of consultation with First Nation and other coastal communities. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about my colleague, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, and his work, the work that he did in his riding on the Pacific Northwest and Northwest Coast with regard to this oil tanker ban. He has been consulting. He consulted with many people in communities and First Nations. He worked with them. He listened to their concerns, and what they told him, and this is over many, many years, is one oil spill could ruin their way of life. One oil spill. That way of life that depends on the ocean, on salmon, on halibut, on shellfish, on a healthy and clean ocean. What he heard is that the risks were too great. They were just not worth it. Mr. Speaker, I want to read Patrick Kelly, who's the chair of the board of Coastal First Nations, Great Bear Initiative. He wrote in an opinion piece called Coastal First Nations Affirm Support for Oil Tanker Ban on North Coast. And it was published in February 11th, 2018. Quote, the ocean is an integral part of our coastal First Nations cultures, societies, and economy. An oil spill in our territorial waters, which includes all of the north and central coast and Haida Gwaii, would be catastrophic. We understand the large vessel shipping is essential for our modern economy. Fossil fuel use is a reality we must deal with as we transition to a clean energy future. But we already know that the question is no longer if there's going to be an oil spill, it has already happened. There is no world-class oil spill cleanup system that will work on the coast. It simply does not exist. The Heiltsuk Nation still has not recovered from the Nathan E. Stewart diesel spill. It may be years before their waters and clam beds and other marine resources are healthy again. The Haida also experienced a near disaster in October 2014 when a 135-meter bulk tanker, the Simyashu, lost power in storm force winds in their territories. The Gitga'at have been impacted by two spills, the MV Selinsky, which was carrying Bunker C fuel when it sank, and the BC Ferry Queen of the North, which sank in 2006. Despite government promises of cleanup, both wreckages still leak fuel. Our identities and culture will cease to exist if fish, animals, plants, medicines, creatures, and birds are compromised. Our way of living and livelihoods has already been severely impacted because of past industrial and commercial and unsustainable practices. One example is the decline of fish and fisheries on the coast. Historically, our leaders managed our territories and resources to meet our community needs. Wealth and surpluses were generated when times were good, and this enabled trade and intertribal commerce. Governing also meant enforcement of Indigenous laws and protection of our lands, seas, and resources. We are guided by our potlatched hereditary leaders and elders who have taught us how to balance the economic needs of our people and the need to respect our lands, culture, and environment. They have told us that oil tankers are too risky to our existence and therefore must be kept out of our territories. Consultations have been provided through the clear leadership of the CFN communities. As chiefs and leaders, we have a responsibility to leave future generations with a healthy environment and a sustainable economy. This is why we are working with the federal government to develop a fisheries industry that will benefit our communities. It is why we are working with the BC government to develop a new clean energy strategy which includes First Nations from the outset. CFN, through its Carbon Credit Corp, is now the largest carbon credit seller in Canada, and revenues generated from sales are reinvested by each nation to further protect their lands and resources. Collectively, our nations have trained and now employs over 100 stewardship staff and guardians. Our people and communities need jobs and revenue, and we know that the traditional resource sectors alone will not meet growth demands of our nations, so we are open to new developments. But new resources or industrial developments must never compromise our natural environment. There is no place for oil tankers on our coast. As Indigenous peoples, we have lived in our territories for more than 14,000 years. As British Columbians and Canadians, we have a collective responsibility to protect our lands, waters, and resources. The tanker moratorium is good and necessary public policy, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I think that's a powerful letter and a powerful statement. And I'm glad to have read that into the record. I got into politics to defend our West Coast way of life. The incredible biodiversity that we enjoy in the province of British Columbia, the rivers, the lakes, the forests, the mountains, the oceans, the wildlife, and the communities and economies that have developed as a result of that abundance. But, Mr. Speaker, the way we are living now is impacting that abundance, that biodiversity. We have species at risk, threatened, and endangered, whether it's salmon, steelhead, sturgeon, caribou, or many other species that are SARA listed. Mr. Speaker, these are real issues, and they are not easy problems to fix. but there needs to be political will to address these problems and to do things differently. We must find ways to live within our means and move to a low-carbon economy. We need to do that in a just way. We need a just transition to a sustainable way of living. Mr. Speaker, this is what motivated me to swim the 1,400-kilometer length of the Fraser River, one of the greatest salmon rivers on the planet. And the Northern Gateway Enbridge pipeline project would have crossed hundreds of rivers and streams going through salmon and fish-bearing rivers and creeks, and cross very steep slopes and mountainous valleys right through the northern part of the Fraser River Basin. Mr. Speaker, I was so passionate about bringing my message of sustainability, I swam for 3 weeks in icy cold water from Mount Robson in the Fraser's headwaters to Prince George, down through the Fraser Canyon, past Hope, and west past my home community of Coquitlam to the river's mouth, Musqueam territory in Vancouver, near the Salish Sea. Mr. Speaker, this was the hardest thing I'd ever done in my life. Swimming for 3 weeks in that cold water. But it taught me one thing. It taught me to be resolute. And I committed that I would do everything in my power to encourage people to transition to a sustainable way of living, which includes transitioning in a just and fair way to a low-carbon economy, shifting away from oil and gas and toward renewable forms of energy in a just way. Mr. Speaker, the reasons are clear. The science is overwhelming. The world is burning so much carbon from oil, coal, and gas that we are changing the climate. We have now passed 400 parts per million, a historic high. We are well on our way to an average warming of 2 degrees centigrade, which global scientists warn us will have a dramatic impact on human civilization, our economies, our communities, and all others that we share this planet with. Mr. Speaker, that isn't just in the future, that is happening now, and we're seeing it in the form of floods and fires and impacts on our planet. This means that sometimes we have to say no. We need to say no to things that we know will harm us. Mr. Speaker, this is one of those times. Banning oil tanker traffic off BC's north coast is the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, another one of those times is the Kinder Morgan pipeline project, which, if built, is planned to bring a 700% increase in oil tanker traffic to the Vancouver port and Burrard Inlet. For the past 2 years, my colleague, the member from Burnaby South, has been working hard to raise awareness about the detrimental impacts of that Kinder Morgan project, how the risks far outweigh the benefits of this proposal. He knows, like I do, it's times like these that we must make a strong and principled stand on projects that will not bring prosperity to the country that we love, that we know is full of promise. And worse, it will have a detrimental impact on the existing way of life and future generations. Mr. Speaker, I'm very disappointed this government is sticking to its decision to move ahead with the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain Pipeline. This pipeline will triple the amount of tar sands oil being moved to the coast in British Columbia, where it will be loaded onto oil tankers and headed out to sea and directly through critical habitat of the endangered southern resident orca and other marine mammals and other marine life. Not only does this significantly increase human-caused noise and ship strikes, but it also increases the risk of catastrophic oil spills in southern resident orca habitat, which would be devastating for this endangered iconic species and the entire ecosystem of the Salish Sea. The government tells us not to worry. They have everything covered with their so-called Ocean Protections Plan. The problem is they have no marine mammal response plan for an oil spill, and as I and others have said many times in the House, The tankers will be carrying diluted bitumen, and there is no technology in place today to clean it up. It simply doesn't exist. On top of that, the rugged BC coastline and often challenging weather conditions can make response efforts extremely difficult. The government's record and their ability to respond to emergency incidents have been causing many on the BC coast concern. Response to the 2015 Marathassas spill in Vancouver's English Bay and the 2016 Nathan E. Stewart spill near Bella Bella proved that Canada's response plan is completely lacking. The government keeps making funding announcements for the Oceans Protection Plan, but all the money in the world won't change the fact that the impact of an oil spill on BC's rugged coast would be devastating. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude my remarks with DSMOG's summary that they want Canadians to know about C-48. Number one, a tanker ban won't ban supertankers and refined oil from the coast. So while the proposed legislation does prevent supertankers of crude oil and similar hydrocarbon products from moving in and out of northern ports in large quantities, it does not prevent refined oil products from doing the same. This leaves the door open for future major oil refinery projects on BC's north coast. And there's two proposed refineries, one in Kitimat, Kitimat Clean, and a 400,000 barrel of oil per day refinery, Pacific Future Energy refinery project. Sorry, that one is a 200,000 barrel per day. The Kitimat Clean is 400,000 barrels per day. Those are the projected refinery amounts. Number two, they're very concerned about tankers carrying 12,500 tons or less of oil are excluded from this ban. This is a huge amount of oil. Once passed, the bill will only prevent vessels carrying more than 12,500 tons of crude oil from stopping at coastal ports. So this is a big concern to their membership, their readers. Mr. Speaker, number three, the tanker ban would not prevent another Nathan E. Stewart from happening. The tanker ban was first announced by the federal government after the transport minister traveled to the Heiltsuk territory to witness a diesel spill from the Nathan E. Stewart, a sunken fuel barge. And this spill had a devastating impact on the local fishery and shellfish fishery. Jess Hoosty, a tribal councillor from the Heiltsuk First Nation, previously said this tanker ban changes nothing. So she is very adamantly concerned about tanker traffic and what the types of products that will be transported off the north coast of where she calls home. Number four, south coast of BC near Vancouver and Victoria is still not protected. Their concern is this tanker ban does not impact tanker traffic off BC's south coast near the terminus of the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain Pipeline, where that is located in Burnaby, Vancouver Port. And finally, their fifth concern that they'd like to bring to Canadians' attention is details of the ban fuels are subject to change. And Mr. Speaker, I talked about ministerial discretion. There is a concern that the tanker ban will prevent the movement of large amounts of crude oil from traversing coastal waters in BC, but the ban will also cover heavy hydrocarbons known as persistent oils in a schedule. But they are concerned that there are many other types of deleterious substances and products and oils that will be transported and could have an impact on the coastal way of life. Mr. Speaker, this is a huge concern to many coastal communities, First Nations, and those on Canada's west coast. We also know it's a growing concern to many throughout this great country. So I think this is a good first step to ban oil tanker traffic off the north coast, but we know we still have a ways to go to deal with the impacts of a changing climate, an impact of losing species at an alarming rate, and moving towards, in a just way, in a fair way, transitioning towards a sustainable way of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Coquitlam Port Moody for his passion on this file. I served with him on the Fisheries Committee, and I know how dedicated he claims to be towards saving salmon and so on. I won't say that he's purposely misleading the House, but I would like to point out a few things. He talks about a 700-fold increase in tankers. That's a manufactured percentage. He's not taking into account the number of tankers that are actually coming into Canadian ports, bringing in foreign oil into that same area that he wants to block the Kinder Morgan pipeline from accessing. Now, he also mentioned his swims down the Fraser River, and a great feat, a great athletic feat. But while he was doing that, he was remarking about the pipeline transversing those same areas. But while he was swimming that river, did he happen to count the number of rail cars going by on the railway right beside the Fraser River? Because they flow through the same area. They flow through my riding, past the Shuswap, down the Thompson River, down the Osilowit that flows into the Columbia system. All of those rail cars that he should have counted rolling by, which are far more risk than any pipeline ever would be. What are his thoughts on that in blocking pipelines and the tankers?
Great question.
Honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, and I know he shares my passion about salmon and other wildlife. I know his work on the BC Wildlife Federation before he was in politics, and probably continues today, is impressive and welcome in this House. I do want to correct him on what he has thought I said. I said a 7-fold increase, not a 700-fold. It was a 700% increase, which means a 7-fold increase. And one other correction is I said oil tanker traffic, not just on tanker traffic. So that is certainly an increase. And essentially what people are saying is they don't feel that risk is worth it on the West Coast. They are not willing to take that risk. I did have an opportunity to think about and count crossings as I swam the river, 1,400 kilometers. You see a lot of crossings, and certainly did think about many things. But I thought mainly about the passion of why I was doing this swim, and I know there are so many others in British Columbia, in the country, that share the passion that I have for this incredible way of life, this biodiversity that we share on the West Coast, and they want to remain like I do. They want to see this remain, and that's the challenge of the future, I think, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to firstly congratulate the member from Port Moody, Coquitlam, for all his work to protect salmon and salmon habitat, and also for his work on a initiative to protect the North Coast from tanker traffic, an initiative of a number of years ago when he was first a member of Parliament. Earlier in the debate, a Conservative member asked the question, why, when there are so many more tankers on the East Coast and there does not appear to be the same kind of concern about the risk there that we on the West Coast have, why would we be concerned on the West Coast? What's the difference? And so I thought I might ask the member if he could share his thoughts about what is unique about our Pacific North Coast compared with other areas of Canada and other Canadian coastlines.
Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. And I know she shares, I know she's been on the Fisheries Committee in the past, in past parliaments, and I know the work she does certainly privately to restore our our forests in British Columbia, and I know her past work as minister in provincially. So I appreciate her question and her interest, and I think she brings a good point up about the difference of the two coasts and what is so incredibly magnificent about the West Coast. We enjoy an abundance of biodiversity, marine and terrestrial, but certainly of the marine variety we have whales. I know some are threatened, certainly resident whales, but we have seen a recovery of some other species of whales. We have salmon, halibut. We have incredible variety of species of fish, of shellfish that are in abundance, right from the south coast up to the north coast. And it is what has developed our local economies over 10 to 15,000 years of development of these economies by our first peoples, who tell us about how they have lived off these resources, the ocean, the products of the ocean, for thousands and thousands of years. And so many today in coastal community, fishing communities, rely and depend on this abundance, and they want to see this protected. So that is why they are so passionate, like I, about protecting and preserving and conserving these resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his remarks and his passion for the environment. And I'd like to congratulate him for being so committed to raising awareness about the importance of the issues we're dealing with. Quite honestly, I didn't know that he had spent 3 weeks in the cold water, so I congratulate him. And I'm so pleased to see how this person lives up to his convictions. And I think he's representing his constituents very well, because these are crucial issues for them. Now, we're having a debate here, a societal debate. And we really are at a crossroads here. We have to decide what we want to do about the planet. And it's atrocious for provinces who can be so dependent. I'm wondering if it would be a good idea to find alternative work and jobs for those who work in the extraction industry. The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. Yes, we are at a crossroads, and I'm glad he learned of my story of my 3-week swim down the Fraser, which was a life-changing event for me. But I do want to mention I've done that twice. So I did that in 1995, but I also did it again in 2000. So I think the only thing, the only effect that I've suffered as a result of that is I got into politics. You know, but that's something where I feel passionately. But about his question about the world and the country being at a crossroads in terms of our energy use is critical. And we must shift. Our science, our information, our local knowledge is all converging and telling us we have to shift now. We're beyond the point of knowing that we can't avoid this shift. We have to make this shift. And it's not a future issue, it's now. And we have to look at developing and supporting and turning to a just transition in renewables, moving to geothermal, to solar, to wind, to hydro, to solar. These projects are what we need to invest in. We need to work with our municipalities, our provinces, our territories to make that transition, work with working people, make the transition. We have to have jobs and work. We need that to make our communities and our economies thrive. But we also have to have a planet that's livable, that's sustainable, that's one that we can pass on and feel proud as a society, as a national government, that we can be proud of, that we did the most that we could to pass on a sustainable way of living. That's why I think this C-48 is a move in the right direction. We need to have even greater move in the direction of a sustainable way of living, support that, invest in that, and make that needed transition happen today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very grateful for the opportunity to speak today about the importance of BC's North Coast and why we are seeking to protect it with Bill C-48. La zone visée.
The zone subject to a tanker moratorium goes from the south border of Alaska to the northern tip of Vancouver Island in the Haida Gwaii archipelago.
Mr. Speaker, permit me by beginning by reading from a document written 8 years ago, and I'm quoting here. This bill legislates a crude oil tanker ban in the dangerous inland waters around Haida Gwaii known as Dixon Entrance, Hecate Strait, and Queen Charlotte Sound. It will protect our oceans and communities from the risk of a major oil spill and promote a sustainable economy, one that supports BC's growing fisheries and tourism sectors. This bill responds to the clear voices of British Columbians, the majority of whom supported a permanent tanker ban on BC's North Coast. First Nations, BC municipalities, and thousands of businesses whose growth and sustainability depend on a healthy ocean and coastal ecosystem are united in their call for a permanent ban. To be clear, this bill does not apply to natural gas products and will not affect existing deliveries of condensate into Kitimat, BC. It will not prevent the continued transport of diesel and other oil products to local BC communities or in any way affect current or future shipments of oil to Asia and the United States through the Port of Vancouver. The bill does not limit growth in exports of Canadian crude to expanding international markets. And finally, it allocates no new ministerial ability to close other shipping areas in Canada, as these powers already exist under the Canada Shipping Act. The bill does acknowledge that Canadians want communities and wildlife protected, and they want prosperity. This can be achieved by making smart choices about where and how development does take place. We have witnessed the environmental, economic, and social devastation caused by the Exxon Valdez and the BP catastrophe in the Gulf of Mexico. One major spill along BC shorelines would threaten fragile ecosystems, endanger wildlife, harm lives and communities, and jeopardize many of our tens of thousands of coastal jobs, so it is simply not worth the risk. Mr. Speaker, I am reading from a letter that was written to my colleagues as I tabled Bill C-606 back in 2010. And so I am today so grateful and so appreciative of our Minister of Transport for having tabled this bill C-48 to do exactly what I was calling for with my bill C-606. And Mr. Speaker, I did have a chance to visit 15 communities up and down our coast, hosting events to hear from the community members, including the Chambers of Commerce, Indigenous peoples, citizens, and there was an overwhelming consensus that the Pacific North Coast was a very important, internationally significant area that we must protect and defend from the risk of a major oil spill. I did speak with individuals who showed me pictures of themselves wearing gumboots as they cleaned up oil from sea life and from shorelines up in Prince William Sound in Alaska after the Exxon Valdez spill of 10.8 million U.S. gallons of oil back in 1989. Some of those ecosystems have never recovered from that spill and affect the economy and the ecology of those areas today. So I certainly understood the concern that people in the North Coast had, and I will explain why that area is so unique and actually risky, and why in my letter I talk about this risk that British Columbians did not believe was worth it in terms of the benefits to our province. I want to give credit to the environmental advocacy groups that raised awareness about the risk of oil tanker traffic and spills in our north coast related to a pipeline that was being proposed for that area and which has since been determined not permissible by our government. And I want to also thank our Prime Minister for recognizing that our Pacific North Coast is not the right route for pipelines and for oil tankers. Mr. Speaker, I was privileged to be able to successfully ensure that the ban on oil tanker traffic in the Pacific North Coast was included in 2 Liberal platforms, one in 2011 and one in 2015. And so what I would like to say is promise made, promise kept. Promise faite?
Promise made, promise kept.
Marine ecosystems that span the northern coast of British Columbia are unique. The coastline itself, with its rugged cliffs and inlets, provides an abundant environment for its ecologically rich and diverse animal populations. It's dotted with thousands of islands and etched with deep fjords. The coastal rainforests are places of stunning biological prosperity and diversity, and it's an environment that deserves protection. And not only is the North Coast geographically complex, it also supports a wide range of distinct marine ecosystems. These ecosystems provide spawning and schooling areas for fish and is important for a variety of seabirds, marine mammals, and other marine fauna like humpback and killer whales. And that's nothing to say about the region's rich flora. Mr. Speaker, I had a chance to travel in this area as the Environment Minister for the province of British Columbia. I spent a week on a BC Parks boat touring the isolated inlets and shorelines as we sought to discuss with local Indigenous peoples the possibility of creating the Great Bear Rainforest, creating a provincial park and reserve in that area. And so I had a chance to see just how little human impact there has been on that part of our coast, and how, in a way, virgin ecosystem that really is, and that is expressed in the rich variety of the ecosystem that I've spoken about. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not just the the marine areas that are so important to protect, but it is also the area on land that a pipeline was proposing to traverse. And it would have crossed hundreds of fish and salmon-bearing streams. It would have crossed wilderness, mountain, and valley area with virgin forests and ecosystem that's almost impossible to even hike through. It is so remote and so, uncivilized. And I say that in the almost technical sense that there are so few people living there in such vast areas that are unroaded. It means it's very important for our grizzly bears and for other wildlife to be able to live without the impacts of human civilization that do cause challenges to their abundance in other parts of our province and our country. So in many areas of that northern coastal area, salmon still run in the rivers, hundreds of years old trees loom over vast landscapes, and predators and prey remain that keep the delicate balance necessary for these ecosystems to thrive. So, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that this coast remains a vibrant ecosystem for generations to come. And I know that the ecotourism in this area is growing year by year as people from around the world recognize how internationally unique the area is. The government recognizes that Indigenous groups have inhabited the North Coast for millennia and continue to rely on its bountiful ecosystems as foundations for their cultures and economies. And as I traveled around Haida Gwaii and Guayhanas National Park a few years ago in a sailboat. I spoke to many Indigenous peoples from Haida Gwaii, and they were completely and utterly determined that their precious area would not be subject to the risk of a major oil spill by oil tanker traffic. And so this moratorium is very important to those members of the Haida Gwaii community. So this bill is a significant step that is being taken by our government to enhance environmental protection for this pristine and important coastline. The minister also traveled from coast to coast to coast to hear from people about this particular project. From Haida Gwaii to Iqaluit to St. John's, he wanted to hear their perspectives on the oil tanker moratorium and improving marine safety. Our government has met with stakeholders, non-government organizations, and other levels of government and Indigenous groups to listen and gather input. I have to recognize that the Minister of Transport has done a full and deep job of consulting with people across the country. As the proponent of Bill C-606 in 2010, which was up for debate in March of 2011, I was not able to do quite that thorough a job of consulting, but certainly there was a great majority of people that I spoke with that felt this was an important initiative. So the minister heard a diversity of views, as I said, and the importance of these environmental protections was made abundantly clear. So coastal communities and industries everywhere in Canada understand the importance of healthy ecosystems to protect the way of life and livelihoods of those areas. And in fact, there is a wide range of economic activity that feeds and sustains the Pacific North Coast region's economic lifestyle. So for over 100 years, we've had logging, we've had mining, fisheries, canning processing facilities, and those activities have been important and have supported many communities along this coast. And I want to acknowledge that the province of British Columbia has really worked hard to consult with stakeholders from environment, from the communities, Indigenous communities, from industry, to make sure that its land use planning process reflects where there should be more intensive use of the land and waters and where there should be more protection of the land and waters. And that balance has been found in our province. It always can be improved, but there has been a great deal of emphasis on proper management of the lands and waters in British Columbia since the 1990s, Mr. Speaker, including the government that I was part of in the early 2000s. So it's not something that this government takes lightly to ensure that a particular activity, that is a pipeline with oil tanker traffic, will not be permitted there with the jobs that would have created, which were not an enormous number, I must point out. The building of the pipeline would have created some jobs for sure, but once it's built, the number of jobs ongoing were far, far less. But the moratorium will protect the livelihoods of communities on the British Columbia's north coast by providing a heightened level of environmental protection while continuing to allow for community and industry resupply by small tanker. And an important part of the bill that I propose as well, Bill C-606. We know that these communities and industry rely on marine shipments of critical petroleum products to sustain their livelihoods. And it's why our government will continue to allow shipments of crude or persistent oil products below a certain level, which is 12,500 metric tons. But what the moratorium does do is it will protect the northern coastline and that whole area and its delicate ecosystems, including Haida Gwaii, from accidents that could upset the fragile region via a major oil spill. And we know that the citizens, the vast majority of citizens of that area don't believe that the risk of that kind of a major spill that we have seen before on our West Coast is worth it. We also understand that should something like that happen, our coast would never be the same. And in the North Coast, there are far fewer services to help prevent a spill, to act quickly if there were a major oil tanker in difficulty, and to prevent the damage. But this tanker moratorium doesn't tell the whole story of our protection of the coast and the precautionary approach that we're building in to help safeguard the marine environment in this region. And I want to mention the Ocean Protection Plan, which adds another set of protections. The Ocean Protection Plan, which is a $1.5 billion initiative that was, again, widely consulted, and I know that there were many members of the Pacific Caucus, the BC members of Parliament, who were asked to provide input into what should be in this Oceans Protection Plan. So what it does is improve our incident prevention and response regime and addresses environmental concerns in the event of a marine accident. The Ocean Protection Plan will lift the liability cap for defraying the costs of cleanup should there be a spill to unlimited liability. And I'm referring now to the smaller ships that my colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam was reading into the record, some concerns about the smaller ships that are underneath the cap. But there will be unlimited liability, and the government is implementing a levy on oil shipments to fund compensation and also to speed up compensation so communities aren't stuck holding the bill for cleanup of smaller spills. Mr. Speaker, in this bill, we recognize that when the delicate balance of this coastline becomes threatened, it upsets relationships between the environment and its inhabitants that are not just about today's coastal communities, it's about inhabitants that span thousands of years. And the Musqueam First Nation, for example, which is in a different part of the coast, in the South Coast, have record of habitation in their traditional areas for over 4,000 years. We know that there are deep historical and cultural ties to the Pacific North Coast that support cultural practices and social structures, and that also is what makes this area so worth protecting. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the oil tanker moratorium is just one of many initiatives in our comprehensive plan to protect the marine environment, to begin restoring some of the species that have been impacted from human activities over the years and from changes to our oceans like acidification and warming from climate change, the warming of streams that are necessary for our salmon cycle. Mr. Speaker, there's so much work to be done, but this is a key part of it for a key part of our country, which is the Pacific North Coast. So I hope that we will have the full support of all members present for the passage of this bill to take this important step in protecting one of the world's most diverse and rich regions of anywhere on the planet. So thank you.
Before we go forward with questions and comments, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands on rail transportation, and the Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans-Charlevoix on employment.
Comments. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have so many questions for the member that just spoke, but I'll try and keep my comments as short as I can so that I think she might be able to try to work around some of these questions. But she talks about the ecotourism that's building in the areas where these pipelines may go through. One question around that would be, how do those ecotourists get there from international countries, from foreign lands? Surely they don't row a boat or pedal a bike. How does that fuel get into the planes to get there? From other countries that produce oil with less environmental safeguards than we do here in Canada, but they're going to restrict Canadian oil from getting into those planes to get those ecotourists here. Then she talks about the government says, well, actually, she didn't talk about it, but their government has said that the Kinder Morgan pipeline expansion will be built. It's interesting to try and see her work around that and yet say that another pipeline that would serve another portion of the country with greater economic benefits for that portion of the country and portion of her province and my province that is being basically punished for where they are at. I'd like to ask her how she can try and explain her way out of that conundrum that she's placed herself into. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome questions about this initiative that, as I've said, I was so proud to champion starting in 2009 and traveling up the coast and to coastal communities to hear from people and understand how important it is to have this oil tanker moratorium in that area. And how do tourists get there? Well, tourists arrive in a number of ways. The cruise ships stop in Prince Rupert. People can bike from Prince George to Prince Rupert if they choose. There's many ways to Prince Rupert as an airport. And yes, human communities do use oil products, and we will for many decades to come. But that is not an excuse for putting a pipeline through a essentially untraveled and unimpacted wilderness area of the northern part of our province and impact 750 streams that are important for salmon. It is not a reason to say that this is an area that we're going to have massive super tankers in a geography that is very, very dangerous in terms of the shoals and in terms of the storms. No, we have to choose where it makes sense to move our oil products to market.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get to that. I did notice at the outset of questions and comments about 4 or so members standing. We'll try to get all in, but we'll try to ask members to keep their interventions to around a minute or so. Most members are pretty good, in fact, if not all. That's just the same length of time as an SO31. So we've had good practice at that. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank my honourable colleague from Vancouver Quadra for her long-time advocacy for a ban on the North Coast. I want to commend her for that, but I also want to thank her for her description of the sensitive ecosystems that we have in coastal British Columbia and the importance that is for jobs and our economy. She also cited the spill of the Exxon Valdez in the North Coast and how that some of the ecosystems still haven't survived. In fact, the Prime Minister said, quote, crude oil supertankers just have no place on BC's North Coast, end quote. She talked about it was a promise that they made and that they have followed through with that promise. In fact, she said it's a promise made, promise kept. Where I have concerns, Mr. Speaker, is the same ecosystems we have on the South Coast. She's supporting a pipeline, a project, Kinder Morgan, that's going to increase tanker traffic, supertanker traffic by 7-fold, Mr. Speaker. This was a promise made, but that they were going to have a renewed process. It's a promise broken. So maybe she can square that with people at home, how she can support this project in light of the fact that we have southern resident killer whales, we have the same ecosystem that will be affected by this project, and what's at stake.
Hear, hear. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that question. It's not surprising that that the members opposite, the members of the NDP, just can't take yes to a solution to an important challenge to heart and say, we appreciate that. They need to tie it into other things that they would like. But let's just recall the incredible outpouring of concern about the ecosystems of our North Coast area, the possibility of having a greenfield pipeline, which means a pipeline that is crossing areas that are almost unnavigable or impossible to hike. They are so wild, with so mountainous, treed, and full of important species that have a refuge in that area. And that's just the pipeline route. The coastal route is one that is extremely concerning in terms of the dangers of navigation, and there is always the risk of human error. So as good as the...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Vancouver Quadra, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I completely agree about the hazardous area of the Hecate Strait. From my last time that I rose when talking to the Parliamentary Secretary for Transport, I've looked up the reference. Environment Canada's Marine Weather Hazards Manual lists the Hecate Strait as one of the 4th most dangerous bodies of water in the world. But I have to agree with my friend from Courtenay, Alberni. It is hard to understand. I applaud C-48, but our Salish Sea needs protection. We have no known technology for cleaning up diluted bitumen, and I know it's not a C-48 issue, but could we not agree that no new pipeline should go through for Kinder Morgan until we know how to clean up dilbit?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our government has a range of initiatives through the Oceans Protection Plan that are focused on the Salish Sea areas, on the species in those areas, on doing what has never been done, which is steps to recover Chinook salmon, which is the food for the southern resident killer whales. Initiatives like regulating to keep the boats and the tourists and other ship traffic further away from our southern resident killer whales. I think the one thing that I want to mention about this, in addition, is that it is very important that we achieve our Paris targets. We cannot do that without the kinds of measures that Alberta has put in place to reduce their planned expansion of oil sands, put a cap on it, increase their tax, regulate methane, and shut down coal-fired plants. That's in the national interest. Having Alberta as part of the national plan is in the national interest, and they made one requirement for that, and that is access for their oil to Asia.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is an incredibly important topic to people in Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Not because we're on the coastline, but because we believe in the importance of the environment, not only because of the Oak Ridges moraine and the Kettle Lakes like Lake Wilcox, but because of the environment of this entire great nation, in particular the Pacific Northwest. And I owned a canoe outfitting business in Northern Ontario, an ecotourism business where I understood how united we are as Canadians, as people from all around the world came to enjoy something that many countries don't have to offer. So I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her comprehensive and clear exposition, and I wonder if she could give us the 3 key reasons why, from her expertise and her background, she believes that this is the right bill to support. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's almost difficult to limit this to 3 reasons, but I think one of the reasons is that is that so much of the world is becoming developed as populations grow and communities spread into former nature. It becomes ever more important that when there are some areas that have not had that happen, that we say this is not an area that we can risk. We can risk a major oil spill, or that we can accept the kind of impacts of that human habitation in concentrated industrial activities results in. And so that's one. It's internationally recognized as a special wilderness area. Secondly, we have the spirit bear in this area. It's a unique variant of the black bear. It is incredibly significant that the area around the spirit bear, which is why we have a spirit bear park. And lastly, the indigenous coastal peoples around the area of this tanker ban formed a group, Coastal First Nations, and came out solidly in favor of the ban.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin my remarks on Bill C-48, let me add my voice to those that have spoken before about our colleague from Leeds, Grenfell, Thousands Islands, and Rideau Lakes, colleague Gord Brown. You know, Gord was a few years younger than me. He became my mentor when I was first elected in 2008. His quiet demeanor, his love for his community, and his respect for this institution, along with his fervent belief as a conservative that individual rights and freedoms create the strength of our nation, are beliefs that he so passionately championed, and one that this side of the House will continue to champion and hold dear. To his wife, Claudine, as well as his two sons, my wife, Judy, and I offer our sincerest condolences. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Markham Unionville. And on this bill, the one that we have before us today, it is the genesis of the demise of our oil and gas industry under the advisement and dictation of the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Gerald Butts. It has been said that it's not the puppet that we fear, it is but the puppeteer.
Exactly.
Well, it's now obvious that both the puppeteer and the puppet are things that Canadians need to fear. This proposal was developed to ensure that the Northern Gateway project, although properly vetted with stringent conditions, would be derailed. This was the goal of eco-activists headed by and funded by groups whose goal was to cause havoc with Canada's resource industry in order to curry favour with international donors who many say are simply hedging their bets with oil and gas investments in other parts of the world. These groups do not care about the well-being of Canadians. They do not care about our First Nations entrepreneurs, and they do not care about our commitment to humanitarian causes around the world. They just want to see Canada's natural resources stay in the ground so that their global partners can reap the benefits from such actions. Mr. Speaker, whenever you hear from those that want to phase out the oil sands, including this Liberal Prime Minister, you need to know that it will be all Canadians that will suffer from these actions. How can it be in the interest of Canadians to have Venezuelan oil power vehicles in Quebec? How is it better for the environment to have Saudi Arabian oil filling up refineries on the East Coast? Why would we want American oil to fuel our machines in Vancouver? None of this makes sense, Mr. Speaker. If we had a government that recognized the need to diversify our export markets, so that the most ethical oil and liquid natural gas on the planet could find its way to the rapidly growing markets of Asia, then maybe, just maybe, we would not be the laughing stock of the world. What other country would do this to their own economy and to its own people? As was mentioned in a November 8, 2017 article in the Financial Post titled, "How the BC Tanker Moratorium is Killing First Nation Enterprise," Canadians have to be awoken as to what this government is doing and what the consequences of their actions are. 5 years ago, members of the Las Quialams First Nation proposed an energy corridor from Fort McMurray to the BC coast. The social license, which has now become some imaginary elusive target, would have been achieved for all types of future expansions, helping all Canadians, especially the First Nations people. After consultation and with broad acceptance, Eagle Spirit Energy came to the table with practical solutions that focused on environmental protection that even exceeded Canada's world-class regulations. What happened after is pure sabotage of a nation-building project, a pattern that has become all too familiar with this Liberal government. We should have been aware that this was the Liberals' goal all along, as they've been trying to limit the potential expansion of Northern Gateway since the project was first proposed a decade ago. The previous attempts by the Liberals, when in opposition, proposed banning tankers sailing within the defined waters of Canada's Fishing Zone No. 3, which was from the northern tip of Vancouver Island through the Alaska Panhandle. Bill C-48 expands this original proposal to prohibit tankers carrying crude oil from entering and leaving ports in the same area. In order to avoid a conflict with the USA, tankers can still carry crude up and down the waters as long as they don't enter or leave from a Canadian port. Well, who does this hurt, Mr. Speaker? And who does this benefit? So we've stopped our private sector partners from moving ahead with First Nation partners to move Canada's natural resources to tidewater. That hurts Canadian taxpayers who could have been building schools, building hospitals, and other needed infrastructure across this land with the profits attained, but that now need to depend on deficits to be paid off by future generations in order to develop those same types of projects. Who benefits, Mr. Speaker? The foreign funders whose investments flourish around the world as those countries market their crude at world prices to the very markets that we are shut out of. And what adds insult to injury, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, we buy oil from those very same countries to fuel our economy in Eastern Canada. But those same activists and complicit provincial governments that want to shut down our oil going west have also thwarted our efforts to move it to the east. Is that what makes a nation strong? Or is that what causes division and scorn? The old Trudeau government only cared about the unity of our country as long as he got his way. Mr. Speaker, what's the difference now? Mr. Speaker, in November of 2014, the Conservative government introduced and implemented a number of measures to create a world-class tanker safety system, including the modernization of Canada's navigation system, enhancing area response planning, building marine safety capacity in Aboriginal communities, and ensuring that polluters pay for spills and damages. The concept of Liberals demonizing Conservative actions, layered them over with red paint and calling them new and improved, is nothing new. This was the game played with regulatory reviews for pipelines. And they use this to argue for Kinder Morgan, but now they stay quiet about how safe this would make all of our other waterways, because that doesn't fit their narrative. So in summary, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-48 will do very little for the preservation of British Columbia's environment. Ships, including U.S. tankers, traveling from Alaska to Washington State will continue to be able to travel up and down the coast just outside the 100-kilometer limit. And this is just another slap in the face to resource developers, as it is just another pipeline moratorium under a different name. There is no recognition, because it doesn't fit the Prime Minister's keep it in the ground narrative, that Canadian oil is extracted and transported under some of the safest and most environmentally strict regulations in the world. That preventing our Canadian resources from reaching customers in other countries only serves to encourage the use of foreign oil products that are extracted and transported in a less safe and less environmentally friendly way. And what's ironic, Mr. Speaker, is that the political machinations of both this Liberal government and the NDP, whose negative view and constant vendetta against our oil and gas sector actually defeats the stated goals of protecting the global environment. Their efforts not only cripple our economy and communities, they're also helping fill the coffers of some of the most unethical and ruthless regimes on the planet. It's Liberals who insist on creating wedges among Canadians. The Liberals know that on this issue that they are losing ground, and now they are desperate to paint any distractors in the most negative manner. But one thing is for sure, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives will always be the party of freedom, opportunity, security, prosperity, and conservation. We will always stand proud of Canada and the millions of Canadians who work hard every day to make it the best country in the world. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve a government that takes pride in what Canada has to offer. Canadians deserve better. They deserve a government that will put them first. And in 2019, that's exactly what Conservatives will offer Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and I appreciate his efforts to stand up for Albertans and jobs. I share that as much as he may not agree in terms of my perspective. I have family there, our brothers and sisters there. We want them to thrive and do well. He touched on a few things. He touched on this project, well, he certainly touched on Kinder Morgan and this project replacing foreign oil. It's my understanding, Mr. Speaker, that this oil is for export. It won't be replacing any foreign oil or dirty oil, if you want to call it that. In fact, we haven't heard, and we haven't had a good, robust conversation, frankly, Mr. Speaker, about a refinery, about adding value added and creating more jobs in Canada, more energy security in Canada while we fund transition like Norway did. And we haven't had a conversation about how we've been responsible or not. Because when we look to Norway, they've got $1 trillion in their prosperity fund. We look to Alberta, they have $11 billion. So maybe the member who's from Alberta can explain how that gap is happening and how the leadership of Norway is funding transition, a healthy economy and protection of the environment at the same time as funding oil extraction.
Honourable Member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. It does grate me somewhat when I hear anybody talk about dirty oil coming from Canada. You know, it is so frustrating to hear that rhetoric is part of the frustration that the reasons why we have a BC government tag teaming with the Quebec government to slow down Energy East, and then the reverse happening. You know, I mean, that's the kind of issues that I see. And of course, when he speaks about exporting and getting this will be oil that will go onto the world market. Well, that's the point, is to get it onto the world market, to get world prices for these products, because what we're doing right now is we are captive to the U.S. market, is that we're taking a terrible discount on every bit of oil that we sell. And these are the sorts of things that I believe that we have to be so concerned about. And there's an article by a guy from Seattle says, "Thank you, BC, for the oil discount. You know, thanks to the citizen BC who seem to once again have blocked an oil pipeline to the coast. Those of us living south of the border will continue to enjoy importing your oil at substantial discounts while exporting our oil from Gulf ports at world market prices. Your gift to us is around $100 million per day Canadian. It's greatly appreciated." That's what we have to stop.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I found it interesting the member across the way made reference to government using it as a wedge issue. And it's interesting in the sense because you have the New Democratic Party that often talks about the environment in the sense of to do everything that's necessary to protect the environment, including not having pipelines even being built, to other economic deterrents. Then you have the Conservatives who are on the other extreme. And when we take a look in terms of what it is that the government has consistently said, is that we can work and move forward both for the environment and for our markets and the economy. And today what we're talking about is what we believe is not only an election commitment, but it is something in which Canadians as a whole would support, having a moratorium in a certain section of the ocean. My question to my colleague is, would he not agree that you can in fact do both? You can be sensitive to the environment and our oceans, while at the same time still have economic development that's rooted or based in some of the commodities and raw materials that we have here in Canada.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it was about a few months ago that I had the opportunity to go to some Southeast Asian countries with the Trade Committee, and we had spoken to fund managers that were looking at Canada and saying, what is the reason that we would invest in Canada? And these are people that were talking about tens of billions of dollars, and we've already seen $80 billion that has already left because of the actions of this government. Is it a wedge issue? Yes, it is a wedge issue between traditional Liberals and the government that we have here today. They are the ones that are telling us there's got to be a change, because what they are doing is at any opportunity, they are labeling people, they are pushing people into different areas, and right now they are using this whole concept of the environment and oh, we have done this much and this is going to help and it's going to give social license. We know that there has been no social license. The Liberals that we have here, they more or less have a tangential point of contact with the truth, so they do catch it once in a while. But the point is, Madam Speaker, that there's not that much extra to be learned from these Liberals.
Resuming debate, reprise débat. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am proud to rise in the House today to discuss Bill C-48. It is always both an honor and privilege to stand in this House and have the opportunity to take part in these crucial debates. I am speaking today, namely, about the issue that Bill C-48 raises and why I will not support this bill. The Liberal government has introduced Bill C-48, the Oil Tankers Moratorium Act, which will ban oil tankers traffic on the north coast of British Columbia. Aside from this legislation, just being another shameful step in phasing out the oil sand, it seems highly hypocritical to me. The Liberals believe that Venezuelan oil in Quebec is fine. The Saudi Arabian oil in the East Coast is fine. The Canadian oil in Vancouver is fine, but they do not believe it is fine in the northern British Columbia. This does not make any sense. My colleagues and I in the Conservative caucus know that diversifying Canada's export markets for oil and gas is crucial to support the continued growth of our economy. We also know that the demand for Canadian oil is strongest in the rapidly growing market of the Asian Pacific region. We on this side of the aisle want to keep our country competitive, and we will always support jobs and growth in Canadians' energy sector. Our Conservative caucus want Canada to prosper in the international market so that Canadian families can prosper from coast to coast to coast. I just don't understand how this government would put forward legislations like this, which seeks to stifle prosperity for Canadians on one specific coast in one single sector. This bill would establish an administration and enforcement regime that includes requirements to provide information and to follow directions, and that provides for penalties of up to maximum of $5 million. Nowhere else in Canada would there be a ban like this. The government is just trying to throw a wrench in the Canadian energy sector. I want to touch first on the work of the previous Conservative government. We introduced and implemented a number of measures to create a world-class tanker system in November 2014. These measures including modernizing Canada's navigation system, enhanced area response planning, building marine safety capacity and Aboriginal communities, and ensuring polluters pay for the spills and damages. These were changes that were meaningful while still supporting our energy sector in Canada. Madam Speaker, I want to remind the House that there is already a voluntary exclusion zone of the 100 kilometer of oil tankers traveling from Alaska to Washington State. This is a voluntary practice that has been placed since 1985. The Liberals claim this legislation is being put forward in the name of environment, but I know this is not at all the case. This is a pipeline moratorium under a different name. My Conservative colleagues and I would suggest that Bill C-48 would do absolutely nothing for the preservation of British Columbia's environment. Ships, including U.S. tankers traveling from Alaska to Washington State, will continue to be able to travel up and down the coast just outside the 100-kilometer limit. This bill does not take meaningful action in terms of the environment. On that note, Canadian oil is extracted and transported under some of the safest and the most environmentally strict regulations in the world. Conservatives are here to help rather than hinder Canada's energy sector, preventing our Canadian oil resources from reaching customers in the other countries. Only serve to increase the production of oil products extracted and transported in a less safe and less environmentally friendly way. We need to support Canadian industry. The strange contradiction that we see here with the government view on Canadian oil is that their opposition to it defeats their supposed greater goal of protecting the world's environment. Canadians deserve better than this. The proposed moratorium would be in effect from the Canada-US-Alaska border and the northern tip of Vancouver Island. This legislation will prohibit oil tankers carrying oil as cargo from stopping, loading, and unloading at ports or marine installations in the moratorium area. Vessels carrying less than 12,500 metric tons of crude oil would be exempted from the moratorium. I believe the government should maintain strong regulations to allow for the safe passage of all vessels through Canadian waters rather than impose measures that target the development of one single industry. In addition to this, there is another issue with this legislation I would like to raise. The 3,800 members elects the base near Prince Rupert are collective of 9 tribes that oppose Bill C-48, known as the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act. I am proud that my colleagues and I support responsible development of all kinds of energy in all sectors across the province and benefit of all Canada. This government needs to look at the facts. It is important for this discussion to consider all of the risks, costs, and benefits associated with this legislation, which was imposed without sufficient consultation and local communities and with Indigenous Canadians. If we look at the evidence, we see that the tankers have safely and regularly transported crude oil from Canada's west coast since the 1930s. We also see that there have not been any tanker navigation issues or incident in about 50 years in the Port of Vancouver. Madam Speaker, there is considerable support among First Nations in BC's coast for energy development opportunities. How does this government plan to move forward with this tanker moratorium? Without properly consulting coastal First Nations, Canadians are concerned about the directions of this government is taking this country. They are worried about their jobs, their industry, and their economy. This bill is an attack on the hundreds of thousands of energy workers across Canada. This is an attack on one industry and one industry only, and an attack on one product. The government needs to head back to the drawing board with this legislation and focus on what is best for the growth of this industry, the growth of the communities, and the growth of their livelihoods. I know that my Conservative colleagues and I will continue to stand up for Canada's energy sector and continue to hold this government to account. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay-Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And before I ask my question, I'd also like to pass on my condolences on behalf of the people of Courtenay-Albany for the loss of our good friend from Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. It's something that when we lose a colleague in this place, it certainly puts aside all of the partisan elements, and that member was there at our orientation and really welcomed us and treated us all with great respect, so I want to acknowledge that. Madam Speaker, the member talked about safe passage of supertankers, and you know, someone who lives on the coast of British Columbia, we've had recent incidents. We had the sinking of the a bunker spill in English Bay. It took 14 hours for Coast Guard to respond. We had the sinking of the diesel spill off the Celtic territory. We had the floating freighter at the Simi Shore. Coast Guard just didn't have adequate response. Never mind dealing with bitumen, which sinks, Madam Speaker. We need to figure this out before we can even talk about expanding tanker traffic in our coastal regions, and I think a ban is appropriate.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member for his question. I was in Vancouver a few days back, 10 days back. We don't want any accident, any spillage of the diesel or gas or crude, any shape or form, anytime. But we have the technology, we have the means of doing these things. We should correct it, we should fix it. But the bottom line is Canadian resources. They help all Canadians, all 36 million Canadians, they help. The number I hear, we can build a school on the daily basis. We can build a hospital on the daily basis. The crude, the oil from Saudi Arabia, from Venezuela, from the United States, it travels through the same ways, same routes. Why can't Canadian oil go through the same routes, which will help all Canadians throughout the country from coast to coast to coast? Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
And thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. The moratorium provides the highest level of environmental protection for BC's northern coastline, and it has been in place. A particular moratorium has been in place since 1972. We have reinforced this. We have made it such that it is the highest level of environmental protection. And I'm wondering why, or what would my honourable colleague say to young people in his riding? I know there's young people in Whitby who are Earth Rangers ambassadors who are really looking to our government to protect the environment. What does he say to the young people in his riding? Why he would oppose such a critical piece of legislation that protects our regions of our coasts?
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. Let's talk with the Liberals, what they promised. Remember Prime Minister Chrétien? He went to Kyoto, signed the deal, and Mr. Prime Minister Paul Martin said, hey, that didn't make sense. The Liberals keep coming back time after time with the different moratorium, the different point of view. But at the end of the day, the children in my riding and your ridings, and the children in 338 ridings throughout the country, we don't want no accident. We want to make sure we do what we need to do to make it accident-free, make it any spillage-free in any shape or form. And what we are saying is there are other countries that are doing it. This is our sources. This is the only way we can take our sources to the Pacific, Asia Pacific, or many other countries. Otherwise, we are getting what I understand is 70% of the crude price from the United States alone.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm pleased to be joining the debate at this late hour. You know, they say whoever looks for easy work goes to bed very tired. It's a Yiddish proverb, and it's often used to tell people who are looking for an easy way out of a hard day's work. And at the end, what happens is you actually work much harder. There's no such thing as easy work. There's no such thing as an easy way out. We heard earlier from the member from Lakeland who added that this was part of the Liberal Party's platform, but they rolled this out right after the last election. There was very little time for an evidence-based policymaking to review whether this was the best thing to do. So they committed to this, and it's an error in commitment. This is what I would consider the easy way out, and the concept that you can do the hard work of actually balancing the economy and the environment with a quick moratorium. If you look at the contents of the bill gives a blanket exemption that can be provided by the cabinet for anyone at any time to actually do the shipping through those lanes. American tankers will still go through this area as long as they don't stop at a Canadian port. It simply shifts some of the tanker traffic further west off of the coast, and it doesn't apply to where 95% of the tanker traffic is, which is on the southern part of the coast. And I have a lot of constituents in my riding who come to me asking what is wrong with the British Columbia government. Why are they harassing oil and gas companies and pipeline companies? And now I'm assured that someday they'll start harassing railway companies as well, who are trying to ship a product that Vancouverites, people in the greater Vancouver area and the entire lower mainland want to use. People want to tank up gasoline, they want diesel, they want to be able to heat their homes. These are products that everyday Canadians need to use. We live in a colder climate, and it's a necessity. People in my riding, for them, it's twofold also because they work in the oil and gas sector. I have a great many white-collar employees, but a lot of blue-collar workers, riggers, guys and women who used to work on the rigs for whom this was their livelihood. They moved to Alberta or they grew up in a small community in Alberta and they went out to work in the rigs and they earned an amazing income and were able to provide for their families. Decisions like this, tanker moratorium ban, which truthfully should be called a pipeline ban, because that's effectively what it's going to do, puts those people out of work. And it's just one part of this grand Liberal strategy to phase out the oil sands, but also in great part to phase out the oil and gas industry, the lifeblood of Albertans. And to phase it out, they're going to have to do things like these moratoriums, canceling pipelines, and making it so much more difficult to actually upgrade the product here right at home. Today, I checked the Library of Parliament, we pretty much upgrade and refine most of the product that we produce right here in Canada. It's about, I think, a 2,000 megaliters difference between the two. And there were, in the greater Vancouver area over the past 30, 40 years, refineries that did close and new ones didn't open. It's pretty easy. Most provincial governments and the federal government have been imposing carbon taxes. They fall very heavily on large emitters. And it turns out it's not free either to produce a refined good. It produces large amounts of carbon emissions, and therefore they get taxed at an excessive rate. So it is not that easy. There's no such thing as easy work and an easy job. And I think that through this piece of legislation, the government will find that they will not achieve their goal of balancing the economy and the environment. They're actually going to hurt the economy much more than they're thinking of. I see, Madam Speaker, that you're rising to cut me off because it probably is 5:30.
The honourable member will have just a little over 16 minutes the next time this matter comes before the House.
It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration at third reading of Bill C-374, an act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act, composition of the board, standing in the name of Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag, seconded by Ms. Alislev, moves that Bill C-374, an act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act, composition of the board, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to my private member's bill C-374, an act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act, also known as composition of the board. I'd like to begin by recognizing that we're gathered here today on the traditional land of the Algonquin people. This recognition is a small but important way in which to advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Bill C-374 shares the same objective of advancing reconciliation and to ensuring that the perspectives of Indigenous peoples are incorporated in our decision-making processes federally. I am extremely privileged to have Bill C-374 make it to third reading in the House, and I'm thankful for cross-partisan support of this legislation. Bill C-374 seeks to include a much-needed Indigenous representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. The board, which is responsible for advising the Government of Canada through the Minister of the Environment on the designation of people, places, and events of national historic significance. This board currently lacks formal, statutorily mandated representation of Indigenous peoples on its board. The fact is, we cannot hope to accurately commemorate issues of historical significance if we do not fully include the perspectives of the First Peoples of this land. My personal motivation to put forward Bill C-374 is rooted in a career spanning more than 3 decades with Parks Canada. I had the opportunity to live and work with Indigenous communities in a variety of settings, and it helped inform my opinions about the need to do things differently with Indigenous communities. When I was elected, I came across the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. In the TRC's summary of final report, there is a section on commemorations which spoke quite personally to me about the need in the commemorations field to do things differently. Drawn out of this section were calls to action to change and improve upon the ways in which we commemorate our past. Bill C-374 is specifically intended to implement Call to Action 79, Section 1, which states, "We call upon the federal government, in collaboration with survivors, Aboriginal organizations, and the arts community, to develop a reconciliation framework for Canadian heritage and commemoration. This would include, but not be limited to," and this is the section covered in Bill C-374, Part 1, amending the Historic Sites and Monuments Act to include First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada and its Secretariat. The implementation of Call to Action 79 was also put forward by the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development. In our report, Preserving Canada's Heritage, the Foundation for Tomorrow, the committee recommended the implementation of several of the TRC calls to action, including Recommendation 79, as reflected in our committee's 17th recommendation of the report. Our government has made clear our support for the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. Implementation of over 2/3 of the calls to action under federal responsibility is ongoing, and Bill C-374 continues in this spirit. We have endorsed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples without qualification and committed to its full implementation. This includes support for Bill C-262. In February, the Prime Minister announced in this place the creation of the Recognition and Implementation of Indigenous Rights Framework. This will ensure that the recognition and implementation of rights is the basis for all relations between Indigenous peoples and the federal government going forward. And to ensure the protection, preservation, and revitalization of Indigenous languages in this country, we are working with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities to co-develop an Indigenous Languages Act. In the spirit of Indigenous language preservation, I've also worked with Senator Jaffer on a bill to designate February 21st as International Mother Language Day. This bill has been tabled in the Senate, and a debate has already started on this bill, another small step toward reconciliation. This week, we witnessed all-party support for a motion respecting TRC Call to Action 58, calling for a formal papal apology for the role of the Catholic Church in the establishment, operation, and abuses of residential schools. These are important steps forward, but the work does not end here. Reconciliation is a complex and difficult journey that grapples with the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. The TRC summary of the final report discussed this complexity. To some people, and I quote, reconciliation is the re-establishment of a conciliatory state. However, this is a state that many Aboriginal people assert never has existed between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people. To others, reconciliation in the context of Indian residential schools is similar to dealing with a situation of family violence. It's about coming to terms with the events of the past in a manner that overcomes conflict and establishes a respectful and healthy relationship among people going forward. It is in the latter context that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada has approached the question of reconciliation. To the Commission, reconciliation is about establishing and maintaining a mutually respectful relationship between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal peoples in this country. In order for that to happen, there has to be awareness of the past, acknowledgement of the harm that has been inflicted, atonement for the causes, and action to change behavior. The report goes on further, and this is important in the context of the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada and the changes that C374 would make. Too many Canadians know little or nothing about the deep historical roots of these conflicts. This lack of historical knowledge has serious consequences for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, and for Canada as a whole. In government circles, it makes for poor public policy decisions. In the public realm, it reinforces racist attitudes and fuels civic distrust between Aboriginal peoples and other Canadians. Too many Canadians still do not know the history of Aboriginal people's contributions to Canada or understand that by virtue of the historical and modern treaties negotiated by our government, we are all treaty people. History plays an important role in reconciliation. To build for the future, Canadians must look to and learn from the past. Bill C-374 would ensure that Indigenous perspectives are fully incorporated into our commemorations process federally. Indigenous peoples' participation in our commemorations decision-making process will help us move beyond the colonialist and paternalistic approaches of the past and allow us to engage in a more frank and authentic manner. This bill is not a criticism of the work of the Historic Sites and Monuments Board over the past 100 years of their existence, but shows that there is a need to evolve by creating structural inclusion for Indigenous perspectives in how we commemorate the persons, places, and events of Canada that are of national significance. Our history is as messy and complex as the process of reconciliation itself. The legacy of a residential school system is a stark and tragic reminder of this. The Truth and Reconciliation explored this complexity, and it goes on to say, and I quote, "For survivors who came forward to the TRC's national events and community hearings, remembering their childhood often meant reliving horrific memories of abuse, hunger, and neglect. It meant dredging up painful feelings of loneliness, abandonment, and shame. Many still struggle to heal deep wounds of the past. Words fail to do justice to their courage in standing up and speaking out. There were other memories, too, of resilience, of lifetime friendships forged with classmates and teachers, of taking pride in art, music, or sports accomplishments, of becoming leaders in the communities and in the life of the nation. Survivors shared their memories with Canada and the world so that the truth could no longer be denied. Survivors also remembered so that other Canadians could learn from these hard lessons of the past. They want Canadians to know, to remember, to care, and to change." End of quote. During our heritage study at the Environment Committee, we heard the powerful testimony of Mr. Rai Moran, the director of the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation, who discussed the intricate and delicate nature of commemorating residential schools. Madam Speaker, in our report, it stated, Mr. Moran expressed particular concern about the state of conservation of the 17 remaining residential schools if nothing was done to preserve them. He explained to the committee that some Indigenous communities wanted to preserve these residential schools as evidence of this history. However, he said that it was easier to obtain funding to demolish these schools. Mr. Moran noted that Indigenous communities wanted to be able to choose whether they preserved or demolished these buildings. Moreover, he emphasized the need to commemorate the places where demolished residential schools once stood, as the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommended, as well as the burial locations of the missing children. The committee heard that the inclusion of Indigenous people was a priority and a necessity for the heritage community, that today's heritage organizations, departments, and agencies were ill-equipped to protect and preserve Indigenous heritage, that Indigenous people must be involved in defining, designating, commemorating, and preserving their heritage, and that Indigenous communities, governments, and organizations wanted to have a voice and a place for their people to have a voice in heritage conservation. During my 32-year career with Parks Canada, working with heritage spaces, I similarly encountered the often difficult nature of commemorations. I witnessed both successful and unsuccessful approaches in which we commemorated people, places, and events of historical significance. And I've spoken about those in the House, including the great success of retelling the story of the place of Yuquot, originally commemorated as Friendly Cove, and was celebrated as the first point of European contact. Well, that location was actually the birthplace of the Nuu-chah-nulth peoples, and the repackaging and rethinking of that designation showed it as a place of welcome by the Indigenous people who had lived since the beginning of time, and a place of welcome to the Europeans when they arrived to Canada. And it was their voice that helped the retelling and reframing of that story. Madam Speaker, I'm proud that Bill C-374 has made it to third reading with unanimous support at report stage. This is a proud reflection of the nonpartisan nature of reconciliation. Reconciliation is not an Indigenous issue. It's truly a Canadian issue. The success of Bill C-374 and this opportunity to advance reconciliation wouldn't have been possible without the support of the government and a royal recommendation to deal with remuneration provisions in this bill. I'm grateful to the government for supporting Bill C-374 and for granting it a royal recommendation, which is the third of its kind since 1994 to the best of my knowledge. The support reflects our government's commitment to a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples based on a recognition of rights, mutual respect, cooperation, and partnership. The road to reconciliation is a long and difficult one, but with Bill C-374, we have the opportunity to advance this objective by improving upon the ways in which we commemorate our past. I'm hopeful that all members will join me in supporting this important legislation. Bill C-374 is poised to move to the Senate, where I'm proud to have the support of Senator Murray Sinclair, who has agreed to sponsor the bill in the Senate. Members will no doubt know that Senator Sinclair has a distinguished 25-year career in the justice system and served as the Chief Commissioner of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I hope members of the other place will recognize the importance of this legislation and work, as we have in this place, to continue advancing reconciliation. I would like to thank all members for their consideration of this bill and ask for their support at third reading so that this important piece of legislation moves one step closer to becoming law. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased again to rise to support, with my colleague from Cloverdale-Langley City, Bill C-374.
Did the member have a question? Okay, so we'll come back to you. So we're going to restart the time. Sorry. Questions et commentaires de l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his bill. I'd like to thank him from the bottom of my heart, because this is something that we all see in a very positive light. Now, does he not believe that in some months, some years, we might think that this is an obvious thing. Do we need a bill for it? The honourable member.
So I thank the member for his question, and I had a slight problem with the volume on my translation, so I'll do the best to answer the question. But I think that it really is important that we start now and we move forward with the efforts of and work toward reconciliation. And I really appreciate the support of all parties for their work in advancing this discussion and the support to really move forward in a concrete way through the support of Bill C-374 in reconciliation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm so glad to be able to get in on private members' business. Given my status in this place, I'm not allowed to make a speech on the bill, but I do want to state that I've been very proud to second this private member's bill, that the Act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act, Bill C-374, is one that I think is an important step in reconciliation. And I'd like to thank my friend from Cloverdale, Langley City, for bringing it forward and ask if he'd like to explain how he sees the process of selecting Indigenous participation once this goes forward. And I sure hope it has the support of enough members of Parliament that it will go forward.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Right. I'd like to thank the member for her question. I think that the intention is to have the process, should this become legislation, overseen through Governor and Council appointment process. And to me, what was really important in the legislation was to respect the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendation that we not limit it to one Indigenous voice, but we truly make it inclusive. And therefore, the legislation is to include a representative from the First Nations, from Métis, and from Inuit. And then once the legislation comes into play, then that will go into the formal appointments process, which will be transparent, as our government has committed to and as we are delivering on for other government appointments.
And comments? The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for bringing this important bill forward. We understand that this is not only part of the reconciliation, but by having composition on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board, I wonder how this can also unite Canadians in understanding that history and position us as we go forward. I wonder if my colleague could speak to that.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I think that it's a very important question. As I noted in my comments, this is a Canadian story. Reconciliation is something that is not an Indigenous issue. It is something that we all need to understand and work toward. And so in that spirit, I think that by understanding the history that we have as newcomers to the land with the Indigenous peoples who have lived here since the beginning of time, that it's a way to understand some of the past wrongs, to understand the legal framework that we live within, with treaties and constitutional guarantees. And so it's about fostering the discussion with Canadians about how we can coexist and support each other. And that really is what reconciliation is about, and that's how we can make a stronger Canada and ultimately achieve reconciliation between all of us living in this amazing country.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise again in support of my colleague from Cloverdale, Langley City, the Bill C-374. I'd also like to add that I'm very pleased with the overall support of this legislation is getting from both sides of the House. This is actually very unusual for a private member's bill, but it's passed second reading with unanimous support. I would be remiss if I did not recognize we're on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people, since we are discussing inclusion and participation of Indigenous peoples on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board. I think it's very important that we recognize regularly the historic site that we are right now standing on. Bill C-374 seeks to amend the Historic Sites and Monument Act. The bill addresses the call to action number 79 from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report. There are two further recommendations under the commemoration heading, however, that actually have not been discussed, Madam Speaker, in this bill. The mandate of the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada is to advise the Government of Canada through the Minister of the Environment on the commemoration of the nationally significant aspects of Canada's history. Now, following a thorough evaluation process and recommendation by the board, the Minister declares the site, the event, or person on the national historic significance. The board is composed of a representative from each province and territory, with appointments up to 5 years and with the possibility of additional terms. There is also a librarian, an archivist of Canada, an officer of the Canadian Museum of History, and the Vice President of Parks Canada Heritage, Conservation and Commemoration Directorate, who also acts, by the way, as the board secretary. Presently, quorum sits at 10. So with this passage, Madam Speaker, of 374, that number would rise from 10 to 13. Madam Speaker, during the second reading debate on C-374, the author and the member from Cloverdale, Langley City, said something that actually really struck with me. He said, "As it stands today, Canada's historic designation system is outdated. Many past designations, along with the board compensation, are rooted in this country's colonial history. We should celebrate Canada's entire past. We should tell a broader, more inclusive, and more accurate story." He is absolutely correct, Madam Speaker. We cannot hope to achieve reconciliation if we continue to deny portions of our history. The three additional voices representative of our Indigenous population on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board will be a significant step in bringing new ideas and a fresh perspective to the board and a comprehensive history going forward. As I mentioned in my earlier remarks, Madam Speaker, my home province of Saskatchewan has many national historic sites, some of which are in my community of Saskatoon. I spoke about the Wanuskewin Heritage Park, and I believe it's worth repeating here today. That 240 hectares, there is 19 sites that represent the active and historical Society of Northern Plains people 6,000 years ago. Indigenous peoples from across the Northern Plains gathered here to hunt bison and also to gather food and herbs and to escape the winter winds. The story of Wanuskewin is just beginning to be uncovered in my province of Saskatchewan. Another fine example of a national historic site in my own backyard is the Saskatoon Forestry Farm, Park and Zoo. The area, called the Sutherland Forest Nursery Station, played a vital role in the settlement and development of the prairies from the years 1913 to 1966. Shipping 147 million trees over that span of 50 years. The nursery supplied the northern part of the prairie provinces with an abundance of ash, along with maple, elm, and willow. When the nursery was closed, a portion of the site was reopened as the Forestry Farm Park by the City of Saskatoon in 1966. Designated a National Historic Site, the Forestry Farm continues to strengthen the roots of our community while providing an awe-inspiring landscape for the park and zoo. The zoo, by the way, is home to 300 animals, including 2 mobs of meerkats. Another National Historic Site right in our province, of course, would be the Legislative Building in Regina. Now, I've spoken about that earlier, Madam Speaker, in my remarks. I also mentioned its resemblance to where we are right now, because both buildings were built by the same Montreal company, Peter Lyle and Sons Construction Limited, and the fine craftsmen that he employed back then, not only for the City of Regina, the legislative buildings, but of course the House of Commons here in Ottawa. Both buildings are truly beautiful, and I know we're going to have at least a 10-year shutdown here of the House of Commons to refurbish it, but I would encourage anyone visiting Ottawa or Regina to tour them quickly and get to know 2 of our most beautiful sites in this country. Madam Speaker, I've served on the Canadian Heritage Committee. I currently sit on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. My experience on both committees, along with the opportunity recently to tour communities in Nunavut with Senator Dennis Patterson for a week this spring, have given me a pretty good perspective on what we can do to bring a much more inclusive attitude to our non-Indigenous population. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise again for the third time to speak in favour of Bill C-374. And once again, I would like to extend my compliments and gratitude to the member for Cloverdale-Langley City for his work bringing this important piece of legislation to the floor. When that member and I listened to witnesses speak to the Standing Committee on the Environment and Climate Change regarding issues of national heritage, we learned that our treatment of Indigenous heritage has been severely lacking, consistent with much of our treatment of Indigenous peoples. The committee heard that the federal government offers funding to tear down former residential school sites, but no funding to preserve them. That is a shocking disregard of an important, though dark, time in Canada's history. To quote Ry Moran, Director of the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation, speaking of the Truth and Reconciliation Report calls to action, central within those calls to action are a number of calls related directly to commemoration. Those commemoration calls relate directly to the creation or establishment of a national memory and our ongoing need as a country to make sure we continue to shine light into the darkest corners of our history. We are fortunate in my riding of Kootenay-Columbia that the former St. Eugene Mission Residential School has been converted to a hotel, visitor center, casino, and golf course operated by the Ktunaxa Nation Council. Visitors to the center can take a tour to learn the grim history of the building. And we almost lost this important building. The first idea was to tear it down, and of course we know how much anger many Indigenous people have towards residential schools. And the plans were well underway when one of the Ktunaxa elders came forward and said, we need to stop this demolition. We need to take a dark piece of our history and turn it into a positive future. And it's a good thing we did. It is a magnificent resort. In my riding, First Nation bands include the Akim, whose chief is Joe Pierre Jr. The name of the band means Deep Dense Woods. The Akiskanook, led by Chief Alfred Joseph, whose band name means Place of Two Lakes. Chief Mary Masila leads the Tobacco Plains Band, which is also known as Akinkunik, meaning the people of the place of the flying head, and Chief Michael Jason Louis leads the Yakanuki, meaning where the rock stands, otherwise known as the Lower Kootenay Band. They're all members of the Ktunaxa peoples. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention one other Ktunaxa leader, Chief Sophie Pierre. Chief Sophie Pierre served on the council of the St. Mary's Indian Band, now known as Akim, of the Ktunaxa Nation for 30 years, 26 of them as chief. She is a recipient of the Order of Canada, the Order of British Columbia, the National Aboriginal Achievement Award, as well as 2 honorary doctorates of law from the University of British Columbia and the University of Canada West. Now, to the north, the Shuswap Indian Band is led by Chief Barbara Cote. Shuswap is derived from a phrase that means the trout children. And Chief Wayne Christensen leads the Splatson Band Council, also part of the Shuswap people. Splatson is a Salish word that may mean meadow flat. The Shuswap tribe is thought to be a related but distinct people from the Ktunaxa. And I bring these up because these are all great leaders who would make great additions to fill a seat on the Historic Site and Monuments Board once this act is passed. And I tell you this because the histories of these people are interesting and they're important. Yet we spend little time and less money on Indigenous history because we don't fully understand it or appreciate it. And that's why one of the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Report was to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act to include First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada and its Secretariat. And of course, Bill C-374 fulfills this call to action. The Historic Site and Monuments Board's mandate, according to their website, is to advise the Government of Canada through the Minister of the Environment on the commemoration of nationally significant aspects of Canada's history. Following a thorough evaluation process and recommendation by the board, the minister declares the site, event, or person of national historic significance. That is, they evaluate the importance of sites and monuments and decide whether they are significant enough to merit federal protection and support. So currently, the Directory of Federal Heritage designation includes 3,613 sites and monuments across Canada. It's difficult to tell how many of those are dedicated to Indigenous sites, because often the site will have a name that appears to be related to First Nations, Inuit, or Métis, but the site itself is only recognized because of its relationship to the development of our country by Europeans. That's simply unacceptable, and we need to do better. Only by including Indigenous people in our decision-making can we expect that their cultural, spiritual, and historic places, activities, and beliefs will be properly respected and honored. And of course, this is precisely what Bill C-374 hopes to achieve. In the context of the findings of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the evidence presented to our committee, passage of this very fundamental bill makes tremendous sense. Bill C-374 also improves the board's composition to ensure that all members have the knowledge and experience that will assist with the business of the board. As pleased as I am and as hopeful as I am, I have serious concerns that the government is slow to accept the critical importance of Indigenous history and culture. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission issued 94 calls to action. They were grouped into categories of child welfare, education, language and culture, health and justice. And I'm proud to say that earlier this week, the House supported one of those calls to action in a resolution moved by my colleague, the member for Timmins James Bay. And that resolution said in part that in responding to the call of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to move our nation on a path of true healing for the crimes of the residential school era, the House invite Pope Francis to participate in this journey with Canadians by responding to Call to Action 58 of the Truth and Reconciliation's report and issue a formal papal apology for the role of the Canadian Catholic Church in the establishment, operations, and abuses of the residential schools. Now, according to the CBC, as of March 2018, only 10 of the calls to action had been completed. And Bill C-374, if passed, would be number 11 of 94, and I congratulate my friend across the floor for bringing this piece of legislation forward. Bill C-374 will advance our nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples while providing opportunities to preserve critical heritage that we could all learn from. I look forward to seeing the passage of this important bill. It is a positive step forward for heritage in Canada, but there is much more to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand today to express the support of our government for Bill C-374, an act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act. I begin by acknowledging that our debate today takes place on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. As my honourable colleagues recognize, acknowledging the traditional territories of Indigenous peoples represents a small but significant step in our journey towards reconciliation. The legislation now before us proposes to take another step in this journey by improving the way that Canada commemorates the persons, places, and events that have shaped Canada's history since time immemorial. I commend my colleague, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale-Langley City, for bringing this private member's bill forward. I believe this is only the third time ever that a private member's bill has received royal recommendation, and it is a testament to my colleague's hard work that this bill received unanimous support from this chamber in the report stage vote. For my colleagues to fully appreciate the context of C-374, it's important to note that the Historic Sites and Monuments Act was first proposed in a speech from the throne in November 1952 to give a statutory basis to the Historic Site and Monuments Board of Canada, which had been established in 1919. The Act was put forward in response to recommendations in the Massey Commission report of 1951. The bill received royal assent in 1953. The mandate of the minister responsible for Parks Canada includes deciding which sites, events, or persons are commemorated for their national historic significance. To help make these decisions, the minister relies on the recommendations of the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. The current board includes a representative from each province and territory and one representative from the Library and Archives of Canada, the Canadian Museum of History, and Parks Canada. Under the proposed legislation, the composition of the board would now include one representative each for the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. To appreciate the impact of this change, it is important to have an understanding of how the board operates. The board's main role is to receive and analyze nominations for historic designations. Each year, the board receives about 24 nominations from members of the public, community groups, and other organizations. The vast majority of official designations originate with nominations sent in by the public, which reflect the interests of Canadians in history of this land. The board meets about twice a year to review nominations and make recommendations to the minister as to whether or not a subject merits designation. In making their recommendations, the board considers whether a person, place, or event has a nationally significant impact on Canada's history or illustrates a nationally significant aspect of our history. In virtually all cases, my predecessors and I have accepted the board's nomination. Once an official national historic designation is bestowed, Parks Canada organizes a ceremony and installs and maintains the bronze plaque, which is the usual form of commemoration. This process serves Canadians well. Today, this country's network of heritage designations includes nearly 1,000 sites, 700 persons, and 500 events. Canadians and visitors to this country appreciate these designations because one represents one part of a larger story of Canada. They honor our roots and accomplishments. They reckon with darker chapters of our history. They also describe our aspirations, how we have seen ourselves in the past, how we see ourselves in the present, and how we want to be seen in the future. In this way, they link past, present, and future. This idea is particularly relevant at a time when so many Canadians are rethinking this country's relationship with Indigenous people. For millennia, Indigenous people thrived in communities across this landscape we now call Canada. Since the arrival of Europeans a few centuries ago, much of this history has been either ignored or downplayed. There can be no doubt that Indigenous peoples have made and continue to make important contributions to this country. Yet, if one were to travel across the country and visit every historical plaque or historic site, I'm confident that person would get an extremely limited sense of the history and contributions of Indigenous peoples in this country. The simple truth, of course, is Canada's network of historic designations reflects a rather narrow view of the past, a view rooted in our colonial history. In recent years, however, Canadians have begun to take a more critical view of our history. Many now recognize that Indigenous peoples have long been prevented from participating equally in and contributing fully to this country's prosperity. We must change this sad reality to unlock Canada's full potential. Through reconciliation, I'm confident we can achieve this goal. Our government is committed to achieving reconciliation with Indigenous people based on the recognition of rights and through mutual respect, cooperation, and partnership. Reconciliation involves a multifaceted, deliberate, and ongoing process, a journey. That's why our government is committed to implementing the 94 calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission helped to educate Canadians about Indian residential schools and to raise awareness of how past policies continue to harm this country today. Budget 2018 proposes to provide $23.9 million over 5 years, starting this fiscal year, to implement Call to Action 79 regarding the commemoration of heritage in Canada. The funding will support the integration of Indigenous views, history, and heritage in the heritage places and programs managed by Parks Canada. The legislation now before us is an essential step in the journey to implement Call to Action 79 by establishing ongoing First Nation, Inuit, and Métis representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. Along the way, we must acknowledge the wrongs of the past, learn more from our history, and work together to implement Indigenous rights. Bill C-374 is a step in that direction in the area of historic commemorization. Madam Speaker, the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development reviewed Bill C-374 and endorsed the proposed legislation with a series of technical amendments. The amendments clarify a few points about expenses incurred by board members and about the expertise of board candidates. I'm convinced that these amendments will strengthen the bill and serve the best interests of Canadians. I expect that every person here today supports reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. I'm convinced that we will make progress towards this goal until critically re-examining our history and take stock of the stories we've told and those we haven't. The Historic Sites and Monument Board of Canada plays an essential role in the commemoration of our history. The inclusion of Indigenous peoples and Indigenous representation on the board will help us bring greater perspective to the telling of stories of Canada and foster reconciliation with Indigenous peoples across this land. For these reasons, I urge all members of this House to endorse Bill C-374 at third reading. Thank you, merci, and miigwech.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City has the right to reply for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to close by once again thanking all members for the contributions to and consideration of this important bill. I'd also like to take a brief moment to recognize and thank Kyle Harrietta for his support, guidance, and hard work in helping get Bill C-374 to this crucial stage. I also thank the Indigenous Caucus for their valuable input and support for Bill C-374. No relationship is more important to our government and to Canadians than the one with Indigenous peoples, and support for Bill C-374 is a proud reflection of that. I thank the Prime Minister for his leadership toward reconciliation and his support for implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, including item 79.1 covered in Bill C-374. In closing, I humbly ask all members on both sides of this House for the support of Bill C-374 at third reading. This bill will offer us, as parliamentarians, the opportunities to advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and I'm hopeful that it will receive full support of this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La question est la suivante, Monsieur.
The question is as follows. Mr. Aldag, seconded by Mr. Alice Lang, moves that Bill C-374, an act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act, composition of the board, be now read a third time and do pass.
Motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay. Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent veulent bien dire non.
All those opposed will please say nay.
Conformément à l'article 4.
Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the recorded division. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Conformément à l'article 4.
Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 9, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Do they have to see the clock? In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, it's an honour to rise tonight at adjournment proceedings to pursue a question I asked. It was I'm really pleased to bring it up when it's not too much time passed since the question that was raised towards the end of March of this year, when we were seeing prairie grain shipments at almost at a standstill, while it was the shippers, CN and CP, were unable to bring forward enough rail cars to move the grain. It was a crisis proportion, but it wasn't the first time this had happened. Now, I will just briefly review the question I asked, which was to point out that millions of tons of grain were stuck on prairie farms and in grain elevators, but it was connected to a problem we were also experiencing on the coast of British Columbia, where freighters and container ships waiting to pick up that grain in the Port of Vancouver are backed up and using the waters of the Salish Sea as essentially a free parking lot. The Port of Vancouver is backed up, and so what you end up having is that as the container ships are waiting to go in and out of the Port of Vancouver, and each one of these container ships can have 3 and 4 different containers within the vessel, they'll go back to collect grain and then go back and sit off of Plumper Sound in the Salish Sea in my riding, waiting to then find whether the grain has been delivered. So the knock-on effects of poor service by CN and CP are, yes, real pain and economic trouble for the prairie grain farmers, an inefficient Port of Vancouver, and a significant cost in quality of life to people living in Saanich Gulf Islands and also in Nanaimo Ladysmith, where these container ships are sitting off of Gabriola. Members will be surprised to know that these legal anchorages for container ships off of the Saanich Gulf Islands and Nanaimo Ladysmith are available legally, but largely in that sense unregulated, and there are no fees paid for sitting in the waters off of Ganges, off of Plumper Sound, on Pender Island. So the residents of those areas have these enormous factory ships, essentially, often with lights on through the night. I've talked to my constituents who've said after they turn off all the lights in their house, they can still read a book in their house because of the lights that are on from the ships that are stuck there waiting. So it's a real cost in quality of life that we don't have an efficient rail service to deliver grain on time. It costs money to the shippers, it costs money to the farmers, it costs money to those buying the grain. There needs to be, I think, a whole-of-government approach, and at least that Transport Canada needs to start figuring out how do we make sure we move goods quickly, effectively, and the Port of Vancouver, perhaps through a computerized system, can tell grain farmers, yes, move the grain now. We used to have a better system, by the way, when we had the Wheat Board. The Wheat Board did a better job in synchronizing shipments so this problem didn't come up. But we had a crisis in 2014. On Vancouver Island, we were 2 days away from livestock operations not being able to get any feed because none of the mills to process the grain into livestock feed, they were out of grain. The farmers had to band together and hire trucks. Again, big cost, poor service. I'd like to ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I know that C-49, which we've just voted on at this point in the House, it's not through the House yet, it came back from the Senate, that will help. There'll be penalties for the shippers. But this railway was, from 1918 till 1995, a Crown corporation, and it worked much better. I ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, what do we do to get goods moving in this country? Do we need to make it a Crown corporation again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, thank you very much. Our government understands the challenges that are faced by our farmers every day. We're committed to ensuring that they have access to freight rail systems that effectively move their goods to market. That's why we introduced Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act, which will put in place the right conditions over the long term for a safe, efficient, effective, and transparent freight rail system, which benefits all rail users right across the country. And we're delighted that this bill, which both the member opposite and I voted for today, this bill will provide robust, long-term solutions for many of the challenges facing our freight rail transportation system and its users. It will provide for enhanced accountability through reciprocal financial penalties between shippers and railways. It will improve transparency through increased reporting from railways, and it will provide captive shippers with a way of accessing an alternate rail carrier through long-haul interswitching. It will encourage investments in hopper cars through changes to the maximum revenue entitlement process, which will be retained for the benefit of the grain sector. In short, it will help avoid the kind of situation we're witnessing now. It will provide the Canadian Transportation Agency with the powers it needs to investigate systemic issues of its own notion. We understand that rail service this year has not lived up to expectations, both for grain and for other commodities. That's why our government continues to work with railways to ensure they are taking the necessary steps to improve service and to move grain and other commodities to market. Railways have provided us with their plans for relieving the backlog, and we will continue to keep a watchful eye on their performance to ensure that these plans have the desired effect. What our government has not done is introduce short-term approaches, like the minimum grain volume requirements that could risk negative consequences for farmers, grain shippers, shippers of other commodities as well. Minimum grain volumes could result in preferential treatment for some corridors, even within the grain sector. As a result, they are not a silver bullet. Their benefits are not felt evenly, and they can have real implications for shippers into the grain sector and for other commodities. And as to the particular question the member opposite raised about nationalizing the rail system, I'm pretty certain that's not in our government's forecast in terms of potential legislation that may be introduced. But I will note this, that the city that I come from, one of the greatest inhibitors to stronger passenger rail movement is the conflict between rail that is carrying cargo and passenger movements, in particular commuters in the GTA. There's a missing segment of the rail lines between Sudbury and Ottawa and down towards the East Coast, which were given away and abandoned by rail companies that, if used properly, could reroute some of that and free up rail capacity for commuters, which would take cars off the road. Switching away from cargo on the rail and getting passengers is one priority, but the other option is to make sure that other commodities which can move by different methods don't plug up the rail system as well. And so realigning, reassessing, and recommitting ourselves to a long-term rail strategy in this country is one of our government's priorities, and you can see that in Budget 2018 with the significant investment we've made in modernizing VIA and getting VIA back into a position where it can start to grow its customer base and move people more effectively and more environmentally clever ways so that we can make our strategic investments in infrastructure also reduce greenhouse gases. But as for grain, I'm glad that the bill has come through the vote today. It's progress, and we continue to move forward to make sure that grain shippers get the service they need from this government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend and parliamentary secretary. Look, let me just say how much I agree with his comments on passenger rail. I recently, and it used to be the case that the U.S. had the same conflict. Passenger rail could never arrive anywhere on time because it had to rent the track from freight, and freight controls the traffic lights. But I recently took a train from Seattle to San Francisco. It was a 24-hour trip and it arrived spot on time. They've renegotiated with government leadership. They've gotten freight to yield to passenger rail. So I like the thinking I'm hearing from the Parliamentary Secretary. I hope we can move on that. But I do want to flag a concern I have. A CP right now has put forward an unacceptable offer. Teamsters are voting right now. May 23rd is what they're calling Judgment Day. I hope, and I'm sure the Minister of Transportation is paying close attention. I don't trust these guys, CN and CP. I'll be very blunt. I do trust our workers. We need more workers and more rail cars so we get goods delivered on time.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you. One of the concerns we have in the city that I represent, and part of a riding that used to be part of the area of Toronto that I also represented until redistribution, is the DuPont rail corridor that goes through Midtown Toronto, which will be an excellent service for commuter rail. The challenge is that's the main freight rail as it moves through the most dense part of the city of Toronto. Those who followed the Lake Megantic situation and saw the resources moved by rail through that Quebec town to great disaster will know that only a few hours earlier they came through Midtown Toronto. If the derailment that happened at Lake Megantic had happened as the Mississauga derailment did almost a generation ago, had happened closer to downtown Toronto, the death toll would have been off the charts. It's one of the reasons we need to move volatile substances off of rail cargo, out of residential areas, and find a rerouting of that system. Perhaps perhaps even a pipeline. It may be one of the alternatives, but in the reality is what we actually need is a rethinking of the rail system to accommodate people and accommodate the environmental outputs that are possible. And in the City of Toronto, that means rethinking how cargo moves through Toronto.
The
honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix.
Orléans, Charlevoix. Je m'excuse. Non, merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know my riding's name is quite a mouthful even for people who live there. Madam Speaker, on January 29th, I asked a question about the summer jobs program and the personal values test, which, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many organizations, runs counter to rights and freedoms. I asked a number of times about this, and all I got, well, I didn't really get an answer at all. So I'd like to ask again. I know that subsequently, because I asked the question on January 29th, and after that, ministers acknowledged that they'd probably gone too far, but they did nothing about it. They didn't scrap the values test. And now that the summer jobs program has wrapped up, we can see that there are some organizations that did not subscribe to this values test. They didn't tick it off, and they got their funding cut. I was very surprised because in Quebec, that had never happened before. And people know that in Quebec, we're quite open-minded about a lot of things. But the further we go with this government, the more this government is becoming non-transparent and requiring people to think like they do. And that makes no sense to me. We have the right to believe, we have the freedom in Canada to choose what we want in life. We have the freedom to be who we want to be. We have the freedom to belong to any religion. So that freedom is something that we have and we want to keep. And to have the government impose, the government opposite, impose a values test that runs counter to some of our own thinking, but for people to be required to comply, that makes no sense to me at all. It's against, it violates our rights and freedoms. And in Quebec and in Canada, I'll speak about my own province too, because I am a Quebecer, and those who know me well know that I'm quite live and let live. I don't need to get into someone else's head and try to make them think like I think. And that's what the government opposite has done with this values test. And at some point, it has to stop. We've called on them a number of times to scrap the values test. They agreed that maybe it went a bit too far. So now I'd like to know, why are they still requiring Canadians and Quebecers to think like they do? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I'm pleased to rise today to address a very important issue, which is the new eligibility criteria for the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Our government knows that a strong middle class and a growing economy depend on young Canadians getting the skills and the work experience that they need to succeed. That's why this government doubled the number of Canada Summer Jobs Program compared to the previous Conservative government, was actually in the process of trying to eliminate it when it had to be rescued. This program creates meaningful work, paid work, for almost 70,000 students. And those 70,000 students are still going to be getting the work they need this year as a result of the strong investments in our previous budgets. But I find it very disappointing that members of the opposition are spending so much time spreading misinformation about what's happened. So I'll be very happy to set the record straight. First of all, the attestation, as outlined in the application guidelines, concerns both the job and the core mandate of the organization. So what do we mean by core mandate? We mean the primary activities undertaken by the organization that reflect the organization's ongoing services provided to the community. It's not the beliefs of the organization, and it's not the values of the organization that's being tested here. I'd like to point out that applicants have always been required to outline their organization's mandates and roles and responsibilities of the job to be funded. This is not a new requirement. What is new this year is that applicants had to attest that both the job and the organization's core mandate respect human rights in Canada, individual human rights. And what do we mean by respect those rights? We mean respect the rights of individual humans, people, including the rights of women, LGBTQ2 Canadians. And that's to say that these are rights that are respected when an organization's primary activities and the job responsibilities do not seek to remove or actively undermine these existing rights. By including this requirement, we want to prevent federal funding from flowing to organizations whose mandates or projects don't respect these rights, don't respect human rights, and don't respect the values underlying the Canadian Charter of Freedom and Rights. It's as simple as that. Madam Speaker, our government has a responsibility to ensure that its policies, programs, and budgets respect and protect human rights. And I want to make it clear that as per previous years, churches, religions, and religious organizations, as well as faith-based organizations, were encouraged, welcomed, eligible to apply CSJ funding, and I want to confirm that in my riding, many did. Liberal members have helped hundreds and hundreds of faith-based organizations receive the funding they need to support students this year and do the good work they do in our communities. Mr. Speaker, the attestation introduced to the Canada Summer Jobs Program does not represent any infringement on the freedom of religion, conscience, or any other rights that people in Canada enjoy. It does not require that any individual employee in any organization change their beliefs in order to qualify. The attestation is designed to ensure that federal funding is not used to create jobs that discriminate, that campaign to discriminate and undermine people's human rights. We don't want groups like the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform using federal funding to put kids to work distributing disturbing and awful graphic flyers with aborted fetuses on them. This was done in my riding. It's horrible, and you have to explain to people that their tax dollars were used to scare children. It's unacceptable, let alone the impact it may have on some of the students working in these programs. That's what we sought to end. That's what we did effectively end. We are proud to stand against all forms of discrimination in our country because Canadians deserve a life of equality, dignity, and respect. Human rights are an important part of the social fabric of Canadian society. This government does not abandon that.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Madam Speaker, what hypocrisy. That's the only word that comes to mind. Hypocrisy, pure and simple. They say here, and even ministers acknowledged that they'd gone too far. We didn't make that up. It was in all the newspapers. They neglected to say what this was really all about. Madam Speaker, when someone tells me that government funding goes according to rights and freedoms, that's completely false. And we've had proof of that. We got proof last week. They funded people who campaigned against a government bill for Trans Mountain. So what hypocrisy? And it's like that across the board. Rights and freedoms, Madam Speaker, are for everyone. I have the right to think differently from the Liberals, and so much the better. And nobody has to think like the Conservatives either. It's so much the better. We're entitled to our thoughts, and we don't have the right to stop young people from getting a summer job under these Liberal threats. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, the member opposite is free to hold her rights and free to speak about her rights, but what she's not entitled to is demand government money to campaign to change other people's rights. That's what the attestation is focused on. And organizations that have personal beliefs in this direction, that would put their personal beliefs in the way of a kid getting a summer job, if that's the primary goal of their organization is to push their beliefs onto other people's lives rather than simply employ people, they're missing the purpose of this program. This program is designed to employ young people and help them pay for school. That's what it's all about. It's not about, and it's not a program which entitles organizations to get government and tax dollars to fight people's rights and campaign against them. And on the issue of Kinder Morgan, there's an organization that for years was getting, under the previous member of Parliament, an organization that was getting money to fight with conservative consent to fight pipelines and to fight the environment. They had no problem funding Lead Now, which is running a campaign right now against Kinder Morgan. That was a conservative policy. I was subjected to it. I tried to stop it, but unfortunately,
the time allotted for this is done. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.